awesome, but he's like 33 at this point. It's not as easy as throwing it at Tyreek Hill. And, I mean, right now, he has the second most passing yards in football, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 102.7 quarterback rating. Like, that is high-level stuff for a guy that lost Tyreek Hill, who was going to be the first receiver ever to put up 2,000 yards in a season. So, Patrick Mahomes is my MVP. I know Hurts is undefeated, but I think if you put a league average quarterback in there, they're probably still 6-2. Patrick Mahomes, my MVP at the halfway point of the season. My Super Bowl, though, is an interesting one because I think the storyline is it is juicy. It is a juicy storyline. My Super Bowl right now is the Dolphins over the Eagles. And what is the juicy storyline there? Tua versus Hurts. They get a rematch. We get to finally settle once and for all who's better, Jalen or Tua. And we get it on the Super Bowl stage. 2 Alabama quarterbacks, one bench for it at halftime, comes back in the next year and wins the SEC championship for Tua. It is a really interesting storyline. And when I watch the Dolphins, it just kind of seems like their year. The Chiefs are really good, but they lose weird games all the time. The Josh Allen injury does concern me. I think the Josh Allen injury, anytime you're dealing with the UCL problem with a guy who is as violent of a thrower or has as big of an arm as Josh Allen, a limited Josh Allen throwing wise is not the same Josh Allen. So I think there's this way where the Dolphins kind of surprise everyone. And at the end of the year, it's like, oh, my God, the Dolphins are a juggernaut. I mean, even with Tua missing, some games this year, they're still the most passing yards in football. They have a 102.7 combined passer rating. So you have Mike McDaniel, who I think is just going to continue to ascend as one of the better offensive minds in the game. And on the Eagles side, I look at the NFC, and the Eagles just have an overwhelming talent. They're just so much more talented than the other teams in the NFC. Like, sure, could I see Brady coming in here and getting that team on a roll? He's free from Giselle. He's starting to get back to his old ways, and that team gets healthy and beat the Eagles. Sure, the Niners, same kind of thing. Like, I think the Niners are about to start getting on a roll here, and if they were playing in the Super Bowl against the Dolphins, you have Mike McDaniel versus Kyle Shanahan. I wouldn't be surprised either. You have Debo, you have Christian McCaffrey, you have Jimmy G, who still has to get it done in big moments. We know that. But we know how good they've been. And now you add in, McCaffrey to Kittle and Debo and Ayuk. Like, that is a tough thing for a defense to stop over the course of a full game. So those two teams and the Cowboys, I think people, it's weird. At the beginning of the year with the Cowboys, it was like, oh, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because they always let us down when we put expectations on the Cowboys. And they're starting to creep back out. The Cowboys fans are starting to get cocky again. They're starting to feel it. Micah Parsons, obviously a superstar. Dak Prescott getting back. They've played really well with him getting back. I will say the OBJ begging to be a Cowboy is a little sad. Like, I mean, I know you haven't won anything in 25 years, but we're really begging a 30-plus-year-old receiver coming off an ACL to come back and, save your season. You're doing pretty well without him. If I was like CeeDee Lamb, I'd be like, listen, I got us. But the OBJ recruiting is a little sad. So, the NFC, I think at the end of the year, it's going to be those 4 teams. I just think that the Eagles, when push comes to shove, Jalen's not turning the ball over. They can run on you. They can throw on you. Defensively, they can get after the quarterback. They can beat you in so many different ways. And finally, my coach of the year. This is going to be actually a pretty contested thing. Pete Carroll's in there, Sirianni's in there, Mike McDaniels is in there. But if I had to call it today, I'm giving it to Brian Daboll. I love what that guy has done up there. As an Eagles fan, I hate it. But you can just see that when they get a quarterback, Brian Daboll's going to have that thing cooking in no time. So I think Brian Daboll, if he gets that team to 10, 11 wins somehow, we're talking about Brian Daboll as the coach of the year, and just one of the better coaching jobs that we've frankly seen as sports fans. Let's finish up with some phone calls here. Let's go to Lou in Rochester. What's happening, Lou?
Hello. The adage literally is you can never go back home. It's risen to metaphor maybe. It's doubtful that there's going to be a reconciliation with Belichick and Brady. But it's more than just pride. I think that Brady has shown that there's some atrophy in his game, particularly end of last year and in the playoffs. And this year has not played well. So the only home he should go to.
I would say that he's a product of the team around him not being that great either. Like the zip's still there. I think if he had the Tampa Bay teams the last couple of years, he's still really good. Like I don't think Tom Brady's taken this massive step back. I still believe in him.
You might be right. You don't want to see the reunion of him and Belichick? Oh, I'd love to. As a Bills fan, would finally beat them up and pay them back for 20 years of domination.
Yes. Oh, that's an awesome way to look at it. Lou. But I don't know. Like, I think at this point they went their separate ways, and they just got to realize we're better together. And selfishly, I would love to see those two compete against Josh Allen and the Bills, and Mike McDaniel and Tua down in Miami. I think it'd be great for the sport.
So would I.
All right, Lou. I appreciate the call, man. It would be it'd be quite the story. It doesn't always happen in sports, but it's something that I think would be good. Everyone put the weapons down, come together, realize you're better together, and go back to being Brady and Belichick. It'd be good for everyone involved. Tomorrow we get our first NFL game in Germany. Tampa Bay taking on Seattle. We get to see Geno Smith versus Tom Brady. And if I said to you heading into the year that Geno Smith would be the better quarterback at this point than Tom Brady, you would have said you are absolutely insane. So that's just another reason why Tom Brady has to get out of Tampa Bay and go join forces back with Bill Belichick. Enjoy our first ever Germany football game tomorrow morning. Some okay matchups tomorrow. Nothing insane. Sunday Night Football, I'm looking forward to it. Monday night, the Eagles are going to throttle the Commanders. I'm Jack Fritz. Thanks to Pat Boyle and Billy Giacalone producing. I'll talk to you soon.
The pre-Black Friday event is on at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
$1 million. Could it really happen to me? Nah, who am I kidding? What are the odds?
Better than you think. Your best chance to win $1 million is now here, with odds of approximately 1 in 25,000 of winning $1 million. Introducing the new $100 Ultimate Instant Ticket. With draws for 40 top prizes of $1 million, it's our best odds ever of winning $1 million. But it won't last long. Limited quantity available for a limited time at your local lottery retailer.
Hands at Heart Center and HSBC's GIC.
Do you mean namaste?
In today's unstable markets, nothing can center us like a guaranteed return of up to 4.75% per year on HSBC's GICs.
One of Canada's best rates.
Mm-hmm.
Peace of mind in a world of uncertainty banks with us. HSBC Bank. Rates are subject to change without notice. Offer valid until December 30th, 2022. For details, terms, and conditions, visit hsbc.ca/special rates.
This is the time. This is banner season in Ontario University Athletics, when our province's elite-level athletes give it their all to experience the joy of achievement, to bring glory to their school, and to be there when the championship banner is raised to the rafters. Visit OUA.ca for championship dates and locations to attend a championship near you, or watch for free on OUA.tv.
With TELUS, you're a part of something bigger. We are helping make the world a better place by using our technology for good. TELUS Health is innovating to help make good health and well-being easier for all. From field to fork, TELUS Agriculture is improving our global food system, and we're investing in sustainable technologies to protect our planet. You can learn more at TELUS.com/purpose. Join us and let's make the future friendly.
The new More Homes Built Faster Act isn't just about building new homes. It's about building hope and opportunity for newcomers, new buyers, and everyone in Ontario. It will help us overcome our critical lack of housing, reduce housing costs, and allow the building of 1.5 million new homes. That means more jobs, economic growth, and a brighter future. It's the once-in-a-generation housing plan Ontario needs right now. Brought to you by Build and the Ontario Home Builders Association.
The PC Insiders Report Holiday Edition is here at Real Canadian Superstore. From awesome appies like savory PC crispy shrimp trios to desserts like PC cranberry vanilla ice cream. Ooh, both please. Super your season at Real Canadian Superstore.
This goes out to all the safe drivers. To the drivers who live in harmony with cyclists. The ones who leave so much space between other cars, they never have to read a bumper sticker. And those who drive slower in fog, snow, rain, and construction, which happen to be Canada's 4 seasons. With CAA Insurance, your history of safe driving could get you savings on car insurance. Because you've earned it. If you're a safe driver, visit I'veEarnedIt.com to learn more. Auto insurance is underwritten by CAA Insurance Company.
At TSC.ca, there's no bigger shopping event than Black Friday. And we're getting the savings started early. Save up to 40% on great products from amazing brands. Now until Cyber Monday, while quantities last. Shop now, find something you'll love, and wrap up all your holiday shopping today. With early Black Friday offers at TSC.ca. Today's shopping choice.
Somewhere out there, the sun is still shining. So seize it with Air Canada and Air Canada Vacations. Seize the beach with the family or make it an all-inclusive just for 2. Seize a snorkel. Ooh, fishies. Or a recliner by the beach with a coconut drink in hand. Everything's better with a coconut. With over 50 destinations across Mexico, the Caribbean, Hawaii, and more, you can still seize the sun. See the hottest flight and vacation package offers at aircanada.com/sun or contact your travel agent.
Rewards reimagined. Get the credit card designed especially for Rogers customers. The new Rogers Connections MasterCard, where you earn great rewards and benefits, like 5 Roam Like Home days every year at no cost, and up to 2% cash back on your purchases. Plus, for a limited time, get 10% cash back on all your eligible purchases for the first 3 months, up to $100. You could earn over $400 in average value in your first year. Apply now at rogersbank.com/connections. Conditions apply.
CJCL Toronto. Make this your pregame ritual. This is Leafs Nation pregame. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Nation pregame here. Sportsnet on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Brent Gutting, Gord Stellick alongside me. Gordo, always fun to be down at the rink. Always a little extra special on a Saturday night. But let's be honest, after last night, it's even a little extra special. There's going to be another ceremony tonight for Borje Salming. This is a guy who I actually just came to this realization when we were having a little pre-show meeting. His last year in Toronto, the year I was born, and he still touches a chord with me. Not to bury on the age too much, but you were around for just a bit more of it. What did it mean to you to see the reaction from everybody last night to Borje and Borje's reaction in and of itself?
Yeah, I was actually the general manager when he went to Detroit at the end. We talked about it so I went my whole time. Borje Salming, I was privileged to be able to watch Borje play pretty well every game on the ice and get to know him so well off the ice. And then in retirement as well, like I call him the Swedish James Bond. He's always doing neat things. Like he really is. He's in Toronto quite a bit.
He is.
So it's been just wonderful running into him from time to time. But wow, he was in town last February. They're doing a TV special in Sweden, and he looked great, felt great. And one of the neat things was they were taking videos of his old place where he lived in Hyde Park, and the current owners let them in. So they did some of the, they got to go in the house that he lived in pretty well all the time he was here in Toronto. So And then this, and then you see like, wow, you heard about it, then you heard about the fast-moving, advanced almost ALS, and now we see it firsthand. And I don't know what to compare. Like, I don't mean to bring up, like, say, Lou Gehrig all those years ago, just about that, facing the crowd way back when. This is really, you see with Daryl Sittler, Borje is the Adonis, okay? He is the athletic Adonis, the physical specimen of all specimens. And it just rocks your world and of disbelief, and then seeing it firsthand. And I think Daryl Sittler just, summarized it all for people that are real close to Borje. Like, wow, it's wonderful. He's getting this ovation. That was for the Hockey Hall of Fame. He's a very justified honorary member. And then tonight will be the Borje for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And so I'm thrilled. I was thrilled. I was really touched. And I think, it's funny, guys like you, Ralphie Bowen and I are, we're reminiscing of old days, and I appreciate that you guys don't know him as much, but you still have a reverence because he's one of the few guys with that genuine mystique, right?
He is.
Right, Brent?
He is. I've been coming to games here. I'm not going to pretend I was lucky enough to be down here all the time, but I have been down here as long as I can remember, going back to old Maple Leaf Gardens. And what are one of the first things you do whenever you get to a rink? Of course, if it's the team you love, you do this, but it's the first thing you do when you go to a road barn as well. You look up in the rafters and you see the pictures and you see the faces, and obviously they redid all the banners down here, and that was an incredible ceremony in its own right. But just every time I'm down here, I see him. I'm looking at it right now. He's sandwiched between the two guys he was sandwiched between last night, and Daryl Sittler and Matt Sundin. And boy, if that isn't fitting, I don't know what is. And you mentioned the idea of him going back to tour his old house in Hyde Park. Can you imagine what a treat that is for those people? Hockey fans or not, Leaf fans or not, like you said, this is just one of those names that carries weight throughout the city. And, maybe this shouldn't have come as surprise is the wrong term to me, but I never think of it in this way because I'm so wrapped up to what he means to this city and what he means to this franchise. To see the reverence the Swedish players have for him, and we've seen this. We know about Sandin's lunch with them after he got drafted, but to see the look on Nylander's face on the bench, of course, Alfredsson and the Sedins last night, and everything that last night meant to Swedish hockey, to have him, the godfather of it in North America, be at the crux of it. It was just, it was incredibly sad, but incredibly special all at the same time.
Well, when he finished, I think in 1990 or 1991, he was thinking of staying in Toronto. He debated. He went back to Sweden, played a little bit, and then became a rock star. He became a rock star at age 40 in Sweden. He couldn't, his popularity was stunned because people were watching NHL games there. They started to connect, which he couldn't do as a kid. And he was able to go and make an impression on all those young Swedish players as well, individuals. And to put it in context, like Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, last couple of years, it's the first time about having first-team All-Stars. Yep. Not All-Star games. Nope. The official first-team All-Star. Since the Toronto Maple Leafs won a Stanley Cup in 1967, and until these last 2 years, the only player to be an official first-team All-Star was Borje Salming, 1 year on defense, just the top six picked. And that, first of all, there should be more, okay? But it just said that he was the only one.
It's incredible what he was able to do, what he was able to mean. And I was looking at it back, and I think he finished top 5 in Norris voting 6 of his first 7 seasons or something along those lines. Looking at where he ranks among the Leafs pecking order, top 5 in points, most points ever by a defenseman, most assists ever as a Leaf. And it just, of course it's nice for him to have those hallmark tentpole moments, but even without those, even if he was a little lower, there was a defenseman who scored more than him. You could just see what he meant. So we're going to have a lot of time to talk about Borje tonight. We are going to carry the ceremony for you before tonight's game. Terry Koshan going to slide in just a minute. I do want to talk about what we saw on the ice last night, and actually not that, what we're going to see tonight, maybe a big surprise for me. I don't know how you felt about it. Sheldon Keefe and co. going back to Erik Kallgren tonight. Seemed like they were playing a little possum with Matt Murray and his availability. It certainly seemed like we were trending towards today, and now we were being told that was never really in the cards. Are you surprised they're going with Kallgren tonight as opposed to Petruzzelli on the back-to-back?
No, okay. No. I just think Hockey Night in Canada on a Saturday, you want to give Petruzzelli, in all fairness,
Tuesday in Pittsburgh,
something like that. Well, whatever. Just I think anyway. I mean, some people say why not? Again, he wasn't figuring to be in the NHL this year either. So if it's like Boston did with Jeremy Swayman, or Florida when you got Spencer Knight and you called them up and they're youngsters you've thought of, Thatcher Demko a couple of years ago in Vancouver, that you have earmarked to be on your roster from the word day they got drafted pretty well. So I'm okay with that. It's funny in Vancouver,
sorry, Joe, just to pick up on your point, he's not even Joe Wall, who is not some guy that they are he will be the goalie of the future, but he was a third-round pick. He's part of the plans. This guy is much more found money than that. Sorry.
And good on him. Good on Petrozelli as far as, and Joe Wall. I know he played. He got that the shutout, whatever. But he just was such a good kid. He was a third-round pick the year Austin Matthews was picked in the first round. So the second day we were doing a big deal back then on the fan for the draft, and he came around. He just was a real neat guy. But it's funny. Andrew Holland just mentioned the building's really quiet. I don't know, and it's the one time Vancouver's in fan. There's a lot of Canuck fans. I saw them outside.
I took the GO train in. Yes, can't confirm.
So this building will be rocking. Don't get me wrong. It will be rocking. It's funny. Some buildings in the States, like 90 minutes before, it's a big thing that, I don't know, a tenth of the crowd's there. Here there will be numbers, but I don't know. It's just a little bit different there.
People got dinner reservations sneaking in that last steak at 5 o'clock.
But the one Canuck visit, and there's the Canadian-based teams, and when they make their one visit, the ones that only come once, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll be honest. I'm not going to make too big a deal about it. Everything you said about Keith Petrozelli is true, based on what we've seen from Erik Kallgren, and I don't want to dump on him too much. He is in above his head right now. This is a guy who should not be in the position to have played half of a team that expects to win at least a rounds in the Stanley Cup playoffs games. He should not be starting this much for the team, so I don't want to put it on him. But, these numbers were before the Pittsburgh game, and his numbers didn't get any better in that one. Going back to January 1st of this year, the two worst save percentages in the NHL belong to Jack Campbell and Erik Kallgren. Campbell, the worst. Kallgren, the second worst. Now, that might have changed over the past couple of days, but I just don't see anything that Kallgren has given you that you can't give it a chance with Petrozelli. I understand everything of it's going to be an emotional night. There's going to be a long ceremony. It's a curveball being thrown at him. It's hockey night in Canada. I echo all of that. I just really think that, especially if they're going to need to continue to bide their time with Murray, and I think it's smart that they're being careful there, they're going to need more than just Erik Kallgren. So I don't want to make this into a mountain out of a molehill situation. I think you have two goalies who, quite frankly, have not proven they're NHL goalies yet. So I don't know that it really matters which one you throw. I would have liked to have seen Petrozelli get the start. Just going back to the Pittsburgh game, last night, obviously it's frustrating. You pick up the loss there, and it is frustrating when it is, and again, I don't want to put this all on Kallgren, but it is a goal that you should have had in the third period that ends up being the difference. What did you make of the Leafs game last night?
Yeah, that's probably the key in that particular element. I don't again, with Kallgren and with the team, they played well enough in the third period to win against Philadelphia. The big thing was Boston, Carolina.
Yep.
And then they're up on Vegas, and now we're kind of back to, 4 periods of indifferent play, for want of a better word, right? And so you're thinking this, I don't know if this team is what we think it is. Because 5 years ago, we thought 5 years down the road they're going to be here. Are they really here? And I'm pointing, of course, to a higher echelon. So, if they're not, then these are the kind of games that they're going to battle to win rather than be the dominant team, but most of them.
Yep, very very happy to welcome in our guest today, Terry Koshan. Always love getting you on, Terry. We're going to talk about Borje Salming and everything that happened last night and what we're going to see in the ceremony tonight, but we're just talking about the Leafs goaltending here. I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that it's Kallgren tonight. Obviously, the team was making a little noise about potentially Matt Murray being available for today. I don't want to say walk that back because we know that's dangerous around these parts, right. But they have changed course. It looks like maybe Tuesday is a possibility. Given what we've seen out of Kallgren, and I don't want to put too much of this on him, but I don't think he has stolen the job or made it undeniable. I would have liked to have seen Petrozelli between the pipes.
Yeah, no, Brent, he hasn't stolen anything. And, we had the indication from Sheldon Keefe at practice on Wednesday that Murray was, quote-unquote, an option for tonight. 3 days ago, lots can change. I don't think Murray's had a setback by any stretch of imagination. Keefe keeps telling us that he's physically ready to go. It's more getting in the rhythm of things. But, tomorrow's going to be an off day. They'll practice Monday, and then I would assume we'll see Murray in Pittsburgh on Tuesday night against his former team. But we'll have to see. As far as Petrozelli goes, it tells me they don't have the confidence in the kid. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you say yes, you're at home, and last night for Erik Kallgren, it was an overly busy night against the Penguins, so there's no travel involved in the back-to-back. But we never see this happen with the Leafs where the same guy starts a consecutive night. So, we thought there might have been a possibility, a good one, that Petrozelli would get in, especially after last night when Keith said, that Murray's not going to go tonight. It just doesn't happen. And we'll see what Kallgren can do. But Kallgren's been okay. He's been fine. I mean, if he's being good or great, then the winning goal doesn't go in last night. The Leafs come back and pull that out, and they win the hockey game. That's not what happened. I know there's a screen there with Giordano and stuff, but the good news is, I suppose, Murray's coming back. Ilya Samsonov isn't far off either. So then, once they are back, you keep your fingers crossed if you're the Leafs and think, okay, let's stay healthy.
Yeah, I think he's more of a placeholder, like rather than Thatcher Demko taking the job from Jacob Markstrom a couple of years ago. So, we talk about the team, but let's get to Borje. Let's get, I don't know the era of relationship, whatever. Just, I'm in the thick of it. Brent was just born when his NHL career ended, but we talk about the aura he carried for all these young guys, talking about it here. So, Borje Salming.
Well, you know what, Gord? In my generation, put it this way, comparatively, our Matthews, Marner, and Riley were Sittler, McDonald, and Salming. And that might be a strange way to put it, but certainly is what it's for me. I went to my first Leaf game at the age of 6 in 1977. Salming would have been in that game. I don't remember that specifically, but I remember just being part of that, going to games at the Gardens. I was lucky. One of my uncles had great seats right behind the visitors' bench, 3 rows up, so we got about 5 games a year my dad would get from him. And we would be down there, and these are the guys that I grew up watching. And Salming, in that area, going from the playing to what he did post-career in Sweden, when he came back for these sorts of things, you'd see him always doing the same thing. Look at the guy. He jokingly, he can still play. The shape that he's in and everything. And to see the impact that ALS has had on him is devastating. It really is, and the quickness of it. I think that's probably been a bit of a shock for all of us, just to see that impact that it's had as quickly as it's had, considering he was just diagnosed a few months ago. So it is a difficult thing to see. Gord, I remember, too, the skate in the face. I believe it was in Detroit, and the scars and everything, and the raspy voice of Salming. And, a big part of my childhood for sure, Borje Salming was. And like I say, last night was touching. I mean, to see what Sittler did and the help that Sundin provided as well, I just think it was a great moment. And I would imagine that what we'll see tonight, too, when the Leafs honor Salming, probably something more of that. But it's just tough. It is really tough to witness.
Yeah, it was. Gord made the point of, we have seen these moments across sport. I think of, and again, everybody's scenario is slightly different in terms of health and what they meant. But, I think of Muhammad Ali getting rolled out at events and what he means. I think of Ted Williams getting brought out at a baseball all-star game and everyone just wanting to go up and shake his hand. And, just the reverence, you could see it. And again, so much of that is highlighted by what the Hall of Fame class was last night. If it's any other Hall of Fame class, it's incredibly touching. But the fact that you have the Sedins and Alfredson, throw in Sundin, it just clicked for me as I'm sitting here talking about it. I mentioned it. The 2 guys that flanked him last night are the guys who flank him up here in the rafters. It's just so fitting. And, I think we're so bogged down in, and not that this is wrong, of what he means to Toronto and the NHL and the Leafs, but he is the godfather of Swedish hockey. To hear Sandin talk about it and Nylander and the Hall of Famers we saw last night.
Well, even the you talk about all the Swedes, the way they hold him in such reverence. Morgan Riley talking to him last night, what he, saying I'm a D-man now on this team and what he means to me. And guys, we saw a great example last night. Salming's leaving the ice with some help. As he's going by the bench, he's patting the back from each guy on the bench. And then the 5 players were on the ice, went and gave him that little hug, And I thought it was great. Certainly. It's a funny thing, the Leaf organization, there hasn't been the winning, we all know, since 67, but there is still a rightful place for a lot of these men that wore that sweater, Sittler being one, McDonald, Sundin a little more recently, and of course a guy like Borje Salming, and what they meant to the organization. A lot of, Salming, with just the things he did too, coming over and playing in the first to do it, and, the on-ice garbage he had to endure, and he excelled during all of it. There was never a roar. Shifts off just didn't happen with this man.
No Philadelphia flu.
No, exactly. Nothing. Not even close to it. And so you consider that sort of thing, and that just takes the respect level even higher. But I thought it was great last night, the reaction that the Leafs had. Sheldon Keefe's been great in his comments. He really recognizes these moments as well. And like I say, it is tough. It is also great on the other side to see the reaction both from within the organization and from the people who are going to be in the building tonight.
So, chatting with Terry Koshan and about the Leafs who will be in the building tonight. So it's funny when we talk about, in Borje's case, there was the Roger Nielsen era. Later on, there's the Pat, so he got to experience that. So did Darryl. There's the Pat Burns era. There's the Pat Quinn era. So there's been a few since they won the Stanley Cup, and this is supposed to be one of them, and it's not. Biggest reason because of playoff success. So someone asked me today, it's funny, just said, so what do you think of the Leafs? And I go, I have no idea, and I get paid for having ideas, so I'll come up with some. And I'm kidding, but I'm kind of like saying, okay, this game against Pittsburgh, 5 years ago, Toronto's supposed to be at a certain level, like those teams I'm talking about, and so you're expected to win all the time. And have we shot too high? We're really Midland, closer to Midland, and those games are ones you battle all the time. That's the way it's going to be. I'm almost exasperated by it.
Well, you know what, Gord? Your original answer is you don't know what you're getting each night they go onto the ice.
Not a clue.
Are you going to get the team that won nicely in Carolina the other night? Got through a few bumps and won that hockey game? Or are you going to be the one that loses to San Jose and Anaheim in overtime? And, just real quickly back to last night. Yeah. After everything that we saw, the emotions of everything that happened with Borje Salming and that whole scene, it was a flat start. The Leafs just, I don't know, take advantages in the right word, whatever the words you want to use. You just didn't see the start. Like, if I'm a player on the bench at that point, I'm being held back from I got to get out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we just didn't see that. So it's a conundrum because on the other side of it, last year wasn't a mistake. 54 wins and 100-plus points, team records, those weren't things that were done as a fluke. So we haven't seen a carryover of that this year for whatever reason. Sheldon Keefe is still trying to find the right pieces in this lineup. We see a guy come in tonight that they couldn't afford to keep, who would look awfully fine back in the Leafs uniform wearing number 65, and Ilya Mikheyev. So there are a lot of things that are happening there, but it's hard to put your finger on because it shouldn't be this way. The coach came back the same. The core came back the same. They were coming. I know Tampa Bay in the playoffs, but they're coming off good things in the regular season. This shouldn't be happening right now with this team.
So sorry, I just like having a good hockey chat because you talk about
You can't have it with me.
About going back. I mean, going back to the old days. This isn't so old, but just about the flat start. And I'll tell you would remember the closing of Maple Leaf Gardens, 1999. So Chicago was the final team. The other four original six teams, they made a big deal when they came. Like Bobby Orr was there for Boston, whatever. So I'm there for the last Montreal game. It's in December. And I'm just happen to be sitting in the seats. And Montreal's a terrible team. They were they'd lost 12 in a row or something. And Teeter Kennedy walked out arm in arm with Rocket Richard. Okay? Wow. And the building went crazy. And I've been the Gardens a million times.
Right, of course.
And the standing ovation, the opposing fans were giving, now it never equaled when they closed the floor, but this was pretty phenomenal and very organic, right? And the standing O, they gave Rocket Richard and Teeter to, but Rocket. And I'm looking at these, I go, boy, this Montreal team, all these guys, Sure enough, don't they come up with their best game, their only great game of the month? And to your point, and that kind of ticked me off. And to your point last night, they reacted then, and anyway.
And you're also getting a Penguins team. All due respect to Crosby, Malkin, and Letang, who are all going to go to the Hockey Hall of Fame one day. They had just ended a 7-game losing streak 2 nights earlier.
Yeah,
they're not exactly going great guns either.
Yeah, no.
And there was just nothing there from the start from the Leafs.
No, they're not. And I'm right there with you on those guys. That's been a hobby horse of mine. I mean, one, the lack of consistency for this group. And I know Sheldon Keefe doesn't disagree with me. He seems just as confounded, quite frankly, at times of what he's going to expect out of his group. We see it all the time of them playing down to their competition and then us spending a week talking about how they do that. And then they have a game against a great team. We saw the stretch they had against Boston and Carolina. And as frustrating as the end of that Vegas game was, they played pretty well in that game. So it's just about kind of finding that level of consistency. And I think the concerning part about it, and I don't want to make too big a sweeping generalization, but this group, like you said, has been together for a long time, and that has been a hallmark of this group, and not in a positive way, going all the way back to the Babcock era.
The offense just isn't there. That has been a hallmark of it for sure. But I mean, just the explosiveness, and individually, we're not seeing that out of Austin Matthews right now for whatever reason. We're not seeing that takeover of games that we saw last year once he really got going. And, that to me is the biggest concern, Brent, is that you've got the core back, the D-core for the most part, an improved Timothy Liljegren who's getting a late start. I understand that. But when all really Kyle Dubas did over the summer, he reshapes the goaltending. That hasn't really been an issue other than the injuries. They've held the fort that way. But over the summer, he just, nibbled around the edges of it with some depth people, and you think, okay, well, they'll come back and kind of pick up, like I said earlier, where they left off. And it is, it's a mystery. And, the thing is, too, say it happens tonight against a Vancouver club that is whatever. It was like a few weeks ago when they come off the long trip, they're stumbling around, and Philly's doing all right, but that's a lot of Carter Hart. At Leafs come in and have a good game against the Flyers. You think, okay, well, that's not enough. Let's see what else they do. Of course, then they go and beat Boston, they go beat Carolina, and you get a point against Vegas in a game you should probably win. Well, tonight if they win this hockey game, to Pittsburgh on Tuesday, we think Matt Murray's going to come back, and then you get two, New Jersey, what they're doing in here Thursday night. I mean, talk about confounding. But my point is, if they win tonight and do good things, you wake up tomorrow, you feel good about yourself, but you have to keep doing it. Yeah. And it's got to be 4 to 5 nights or whatever it is, not spurts and then another, because you have a Hart Trophy winner, you have Marner who can do what he can do. Tavares and Nylander have been good this year.
They have.
Yeah. So,
it's confounding.
Something's missing. There's a piece here, Gord. We haven't been around.
Yeah.
There's something that's just off still.
Well, this isn't the team that Joel Quenneville, as head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks, said, "Oh my God, these guys remind me of Kane and Taves starting." Remember when But what's getting us on the back end? We're saying maybe this is the year that we'll have the good playoff, and that you forget. You know what I mean? Like, because it's never made sense. Great season, terrible playoff, whatever. So that kind of parks it, even though that shouldn't justify it.
No,
right?
It shouldn't. Well, last year, what were they saying at the end? They left points on the table in October.
Yep.
That determined who they played in the first round and where they were playing. Well, guess what? They left points on the table in October.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
So,
Terry, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
we're tight for time here. Really love getting you on, and I'm happy we can find someone Gord could enjoy talking hockey with aside from me. So Terry Koshan,
I meant the old days. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right.
That's what I meant.
I'm 77 at heart. That's
let me qualify that.
Terry Koshan, Toronto Sun. Always love talking to you. Always love reading you. Gord Stellick, Frank Gutting. We will continue with a little bit more of Leafs Nation pregame right here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Introducing the new Lotto 649 with 2 jackpots on every ticket. The classic $5 million jackpot and the growing Gold Ball jackpot of $16 million. Play the new Lotto 649 for a chance to win the classic jackpot or the Gold Ball jackpot of either $16 million or the guaranteed $1 million prize. Find your possible. Buy in store today or at old.ca.
Are you regretting buying that drum kit for your kid? Sonopan Noise Stop Technology panels are the ideal solution for preventing unwanted noise from traveling through walls, ceilings, and floors. Whether it's a reno, new build, or finishing a basement, look for Sonopan at the Home Depot, local building supply stores, or visit sonopan.com. Stop unwanted noise with Sonopan.
The next station is Spadina. Spadina Station. Next station is Bathurst Station. Christie. Next station is...
Get back into the groove.
take the better, more affordable way. Take the TTC.
In life, there are those who do and those who do more. Just like F-150. Doing more is part of our DNA. It's why F-Series has been Canada's best-selling line of trucks for 56 years. We don't raise the bar. We are the bar. Right now, get 1.49% APR purchase financing for 72 months on select new 2022 F-150 models. Your Toronto area Ford stores have them available now, but they won't last. Get your 2022 F-150 today. Visit your nearby Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Sleeves up. It's time for your annual flu shot at Shoppers Drug Mart. Book today at shoppersdrugmart.ca/flu or through the PC Health app. Over 1,100 pharmacies across Canada. Subject to vaccine availability. Limitations apply.
The pre-Black Friday event is on at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
'Tis the season of giving and the season of stressing. Shop Amazon this holiday for decompressing. Save on silk robes and bath bombs, they're refreshing. When your parents and in-laws just aren't really mashing. Or when your kid brother won't pass the ranch dressing. And the thought of dry turkey gets way too distressing. Whatever holiday nerves you're repressing, Amazon's holiday deals are never depressing.
I'm fine. What the world needs now is more than a vacation. We need to come back to feeling our best selves again. Back to inviting. Back to loving. Back to life. Back to the little bit of Jamaica that's inside all of us. Come back to being lively again. Back to laid back. So call your travel agent or go to visitjamaica.com and come back to the vibe that comes alive in Jamaica.
Crispy, juicy, tender. And now, there's even more to love. The new Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. Yep, we turned up the heat on this one. Sure, it's got that crispy seasoned chicken and that soft potato bun. But now, it's also got fiery habanero sauce. Whew, that's hot. This is Mick with a kick. The Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. So juicy, so tender, and now so spicy. At participating restaurants in Canada.
Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Get him, boy.
The Intact Insurance app is your perfect driving companion. It's got Crash Assist, which automatically detects a crash, a handy proof of insurance, and you can even add roadside assistance, because you never know. All at the touch of a finger. Oh, and it won't complain if you miss the high notes. Now that's peace of mind. Count on the Intact Insurance app to make it intact. Restrictions apply.
Obsession. It's emotional and powerful. More than a passion, it's a craving, a hunger for more.
The will, the drive, the compete.
Possessed, obsessed, from east to west, for the north, for the culture.
The best fans in the NBA.
For the name on our chest. Raptors, Sportsnet, it's an obsession.
There's a lot of work that goes into the game before the game. This is Leafs Nation pregame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick with you here. A little Leafs Nation pregame perched above center ice at Scotiabank Arena. Leafs back at it tonight. Back half of a back-to-back, welcoming in a Canadian team. The Canucks, lone visit to town this year. Gord, like you mentioned, I saw a ton of them on my ride coming in. I'm seeing a ton of them in the concourse and in the bowl that's starting to fill up below us now. There's going to be a lot of Canucks fans in attendance. But, hey, Leafs Nation gives it out everywhere else, so we can take a little bit of a shot, although it's nothing like when the Leafs go out there. there. I have to be honest.
Well, and again, it's great when you win.
Yes, that's right.
Talk about road wins when you have a disproportionate number of fans in the building than normal for the visiting team. So it's interesting. I know we'll talk about Borje Salming being honored again. The oddity of back-to-back home games, and what happened is Friday night, TSN's had a deal with the Hockey Hall of Fame, so they've always had that game, and it's kicked off the Hall of Fame weekend. And Saturday, us guys said, hey, we want to have a Saturday home game now too, and that's why the oddity of the two home games. And then, okay, what are the Toronto Maple Leafs on the ice? I mean, Vancouver Canucks are similar to Pittsburgh, teams that have been struggling, teams that you want to go for the juggler. And a team, in one case you didn't, another one tonight, even though we all love Bruce Boudreau, a great chance to do it.
Boy, do we. This is a classic case of me complaining about something well knowing I wouldn't be smart enough to fix it. But hey, I'm going to complain nonetheless.
Okay.
A little odd by the schedule makers not to have the Canucks here last night. Luongo, the Sedins, I'm happy that they didn't get the emotional boost of seeing, 3/5 of the greatest players in their franchise's history up there. They're basically their franchise's Mount Rushmore, for lack of a better term. So, again, not complaining about it, but yeah, just kind of odd that they're the team that's in town the night after that. Of course, the big news on the ice, and again, we will talk about Borje Salming. There will be a ceremony for him before tonight's game. We will carry that for you as part of the broadcast. The biggest piece of lineup news that you need to know is between the pipes. Erik Kallgren getting the start. There was some belief Matt Murray might have been the guy in terms of being available. They were kind of softly targeting this date, although apparently that was never really the case. Now maybe Tuesday against the Pens is a possibility. Not choosing to go with Keith Petruzzelli. We were just talking to Terry Koshan a little earlier. I think he's right, and that kind of tells us all we need to know about the team's faith in him, because not to dump on Kallgren, but he has not been good enough necessarily to hold anyone at bay in terms of sharing the net right now.
Yeah, again, I'd like, so first on Matt Murray's, okay, you look at it and you go, okay, we got 2 days of rest till Tuesday's game. So include today, 3 more days. Can make a significant difference, so let's do that. And in Petruzzelli, they're trying to get him to give him a chance to be an AHL goaltender. He wasn't really on the radar to be an American Hockey League goaltender, so good on him that he's played well enough to get games there, and with injuries and call-ups, he's getting opportunities, made the best of it, again, AHL. So
the thing we don't also talk about is, not to get into a guy's personal finances too much, but man, what a boon for him getting some NHL money for the better part of a week.
Absolutely.
I cannot imagine how much that means to him.
No, absolutely. So the NHL thing, this isn't the thrill of a Lifetime TV show, and this isn't the novelty of a Zamboni goaltender coming in, an emergency thing.
Oh, yeah, it was so fun, Gord.
Yeah, so Erik Kallgren's really all you have.
That's it.
That's so he's playing tonight because it's all you have.
Yep.
Okay, to start.
That's exactly it. Canucks also starting their backup tonight will not be Thatcher Demko, is my understanding there. So it'll be interesting to see a little bit of a backup goaltending battle. You mentioned it, Borje Salming. He will be honored before tonight's game in terms of just an honoring for him. Obviously, he was part of the Hall of Fame ceremonies last night, and Sittler raising his hand so he could wave for everybody, and Sundin standing alongside him. Gord, you know as much about the history of this franchise, especially that era, as anybody. Just what does it mean for you? So often we see, and again, I don't want to go there with this, but we see people talked about this way when they can no longer hear it, when they can no longer appreciate it. It is great for all of us to get to treat Borje to this. Unfortunately, with the health stuff, of course, but it's nice for him to get his flowers while he's still here.
Well, and yes, absolutely. And I think this will mean a lot to him. Last night he was part of the honored members, so he's part of the Hall of Fame group that walked the red carpet. Tonight it's specifically Toronto, which was his hockey home for so many years, and where he has that emotional tie as well. He's the greatest Leaf ever that I've seen. And I know when I was involved when they picked the top 100 of all time, and Dave Keon and I went a lot by reputation, so I can understand that. Tim Horton, and again, you went a lot by reputation. But as far as the eyeball test goes, that's the guy. Borje Salming, that's the guy. And maybe Austin Matthews will supplant him. That's something for Austin Matthews to shoot for, but that's the guy. And off the ice, just a great character, just his own guy, unique, colorful, passionate, and then later on had a second life, goes back to Sweden, never ages. Yeah. Okay, he's the Swedish James Bond.
True.
And I think that's part of what's hit us hard. If you know him or just know him a little bit, he was the Adonis, the physique of the number one of any athlete I've ever known. And that's why to see it, the way it is now. Lou Gehrig was an Iron Man. right? He had the Iron Man streak for the New York Yankees, and it ended with what's become Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS. And Borje is out there with ALS, and it's just like I can go back all those decades what people thought about the Iron Man getting it, and that's kind of like Borje.
It does feel that way. I go back to whenever the World Cup of Hockey was here, and I know it was quite a while ago now, but just, again, seeing the people, the amount of dads I saw or parents going up to their little kid and saying, you're going to go take a picture with that guy. Why? Trust me. It's really important, and I'm going to tell you all about it, and I'm sure they talked their ear off the entire game about what he meant. And, again, I'm just sitting here. I'm looking at the banners, and, not that anybody doesn't fit in, but boy, does he stand out. Like, he seems regal up here. He's got a good head of hair from the era with no helmets, and, just a different animal. And the stories I've most loved hearing about him that I don't think I was wholly aware of was all the crap he had to put up with and would dish out in his own right. The idea of him being a European player coming over, and hey, we've had this bleeding all the way into the 20th century and the 21st, the idea of, now let's see if that style of play will carry over here. Borje never shied away from anything, and the amount of stories I've heard of, so-and-so tried to test Borje, or so-and-so tried to test Borje out on the streets at night, and it never mattered because he was just as skilled as he was. The toughness, I think, isn't understated, but has to be just as much a part of that story.
Well, he comes in an era of the Broad Street Bullies, and you can look back at that with Clamor and the Big Bad Bruins and whatever, but I mean, it's an era that you can look back nostalgia-wise and embrace, but I think obviously it ran its course, had to change. The Montreal Canadian teams of that era were a big part of doing that. And there was a phrase called chicken sweet because of the reputation in that. And Borje came over with a guy named Inge Hammerstrom, who was 3 years older, real skilled player, and Inge never had the success he would have had if he played 15 years later.
Right.
He would have. And ironically, Inge scouted for the Philadelphia Flyers, the team that kind of, so ran him and Borje hard initially, and Borje gave it back. Like it's really what's unacceptable nowadays, bullying. Yeah, it really was, and it went into the 80s as well, and then Borje got to play his game, and then the game also evolved too in that, and I remember Harry Sinden. I wasn't general manager for a long time, but when I was at a general manager's meetings, and you're having a few beverages and everyone's just talking, and I really respected Harry Sinden as running the Boston Bruins, and he just got a conversation, the reverence he had for Borje Salming, and I thought that's pretty neat. Like he's a real hockey guy, and he's just shooting the breeze not about a trade or whatever, but him having that kind of reverence.
And then, not that you need this to be one of these guys, and I'm sure Borje would rather this hadn't have happened to him, but just to add to the lore of who he is and what he was, that cover of the Hockey News, again, like we talk about all these things before a lot of people's time, but that is just an indelible part of the hockey, the history of the game. His face stitched up, looking like an old catcher's mitt after it got stepped on. It was disgusting, but again, just the reverence that now carries is part of his story, part of his lore. Again, it is incredibly sad, the health side effects that he has had with the ALS to lead him to this point. But if there is, you don't want to call it a silver lining, but it is so powerful to hear all these stories and hear all the kind of things everyone has to say.
Well, think of him making the journey here. That's Borje. That's what I'm talking about. Who makes this journey from Sweden in his condition to do this? And we're all blessed and the beneficiaries to be able to show our appreciation and him be able to soak it in. And I was stunned when I heard he was coming. I was thrilled and I was stunned.
Yeah, I was floored as well because, again, we had heard the news. This is something you and I have talked about on pregame shows, just wishing him well, hoping he's doing okay. And it's incredible. And you nailed it. That just perfectly personifies the toughness. He can't do it on the ice, but he still has that deep inside of him. Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here. We will have more on Borje Salming. We will be carrying the pregame ceremony before that, so you don't have to go anywhere. We will have that for you here. That's coming up after 7 o'clock. We also are going to tee up tonight's game. The Leafs need a couple of points. They did not pick up one last night. They'll be looking. They have picked up a point in every back half of a back-to-back they've played this year, including a couple of wins so far. So we'll see if they can continue that as the back-to-back continues tonight. Leafs at home against the Canucks. It is Hockey Night in Canada on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Do you want to bet on live sports? Then you need to try in-play betting at Bet365. In-play betting lets you make a bet while the game's still being played. Seriously, you can bet on things like puck line, the money line, total hits, touchdowns, the next goal scorer, fight outcome. Download the app now and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
Pavlov's dog proved that irresistible incentives bring predictable results. Now, Nick Pavlov, broker RE/MAX West, is proving it again. With perfect staging, pinpoint accurate pricing, intimate Toronto neighborhood knowledge, the Nick Pavlov real estate team will achieve a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
You might not be ready for how ready we are for this game. This is Leafs Nation pregame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here with you at Scotiabank Arena. Leafs looking for a bounce back in the back half of a back-to-back. One thing that may surprise you, it won't surprise you if you've been listening to us because I haven't stopped talking about it, is that Erik Kallgren will get the start tonight. No, it will not be Keith Petruzzelli. No, it will not be Matt Murray, but it will be Kallgren again in the back half of a back-to-back. We have talked a lot about it. Let's hear Sheldon Keith's rationale for going back to Kallgren.
Yeah, I don't want to get there to take out connecting. Yeah, well, I mean, we just want to protect each other, and I mean, I don't know. There's people saying some things, and you know, I don't know why you want Austin Matthews to fight people. You know, he's obviously top goal scorer in the league at the moment, and you know, you don't want him to hurt his wrist or do anything else. And so that was a great play by Gio, and just really the whole five guys as a unit to go all in and just protect one another. You know, like I said, we're not a fighting team. We're a team that goes in together and helps each other out. And you know, I think that was a great response by our guys.
Well, you know, I mean, I did love Mark Giordano stepping in and fighting at the end of the Philly game, so I'll never be too mad about hearing Mitch Marner. A little technical dust up there. Keith's rationale for Kallgren, pretty simple. They did not travel. He was not overly busy last night. The part that goes without saying, and we don't want to beat this up too much. Just a probably lack of faith in a guy who they did not expect to be at the NHL in Petruzzelli. The good news, like Koshan mentioned when we were talking to him a little earlier on, Samsonov trending in the right direction. Matt Murray appearing to be very, very close. So, you know, Erik Kallgren, if this team is going as it's structured properly, he should not factor into the season. He has had to factor in a ton. You hope he can do enough tonight, and you hope Matt Murray is back on Tuesday. You know, Gord, something else we talked about with Terry Koshan there was the idea of the top of the lineup has not given you what you want. Tavares and Nylander have had a pretty strong start, although cooled off a little. Felt like Matthews and Marner are on the cusp of getting going, but it hasn't been quite the takeoff you'd want. But in terms of the bottom six, it hasn't quite fit well there either. But when I think of the players in the bottom six, I've really liked David Kamp's game to start the year. I've actually been surprised in how well Dennis Malgin's fit. I've liked Zach Aston-Reese. So the pieces aren't necessarily clicking well, but you can see a world where some of these bets are not, by no means are they home runs, a Zach Aston-Reese or a Dennis Malgin, but you can see where those guys do have a place, you know, maybe Aston-Reese a little more so than Malgin.
Well, and that's why it's that kind of vanilla thing. You're not going overboard praising them, but also it's nowhere near a disaster or anything. And so the big guns play so many minutes.
They do.
So that's why you've got expectations, because they probably play as many minutes as any forwards do in the National Hockey League. And then the bottom six, better since that Philadelphia game. There's been a little bit more positives since that Philadelphia game as far as it went. And that part is what I've liked as well, is that, you know, but again, trying to figure out where they all belong. There's been, you know, different parts, different pieces that year after year after year keep changing.
Well, the part I like, Gord, is that getting to work with you, we get royalty coming in and just punching you in the shoulder while you're doing your pregame show. John Garrett, Cheech, of course.
Garrett,
yeah, you gotta love him. Look, I am bogged down in Leafs lore as much as anything else, but let me tell you, on a Saturday night, if I'm not here, I love watching West Coast hockey. So I see a ton of Cheech. Thrilled to have him in the booth here. But yeah, looking ahead to tonight's game, the depth needs to perform. It needs to take some of the load off of those guys. But this Leafs team is going to go well. It's going to go on a run in the playoffs one day, we hope, because of what those big four are able to do. Throw Morgan Riley in there as well. So, it's much like with the bottom six. It hasn't been a disaster, but it hasn't been exactly what you want. And, you hope this Canucks team, they have been reeling. It is their backup in tonight. Boudreau, obviously, you don't wish him any ill will, but you hope a game like this could be somewhere where this team comes out of their funk.
Yeah, and just is it going to be 82 games of kind of? It just seems like a couple of years ago we had that great. It was the Canadian division, but that was a real smooth 56 games.
So fun.
Just kind of okay, and they were doing the all or nothing behind the scenes video about it, the expectation, and then boom, it all came down with a thud. So and now we're kind of back to. What? And again, Kallgren's equity, 2 wins against Boston and Carolina, teams you didn't expect to, and then competing against Vegas. So he's done his job. It's kind of that relief pitcher that you've called up or put in a different role, and then they've done it until your regular closer comes back.
So the one thing I think that the Leafs should hope, I don't think they can necessarily take this out of this yet, but going back to how they played in the game in Boston, or the game against Boston, the game against Carolina, the game against Vegas, is that they do play differently with Kallgren between the pipes. You just look at the shots they give up, and yes, some of them are really high danger, but they are suppressing a lot. They are usually right around 20 shots a game given up with him between the pipes. So the hope for me is that when you get a goaltender, and again, I don't mean this to constantly be dumping on him, but that you just trust a little more. That the team has put their faith in a guy like Murray or a guy like Samsonov, that it allows the Leafs to, you don't want to go completely wide open, but just open up a little bit more, and you can, again, you don't want to be giving up transition chances left, right, and center, but the hope would be that they're able to get a touch better structure. Well, they have to with this guy in net, and then when they get their regular goaltending back, that maybe they can kind of open things up a touch. What do you make of that?
And let's find out what the regular goaltending is, right? I mean, so far, Samsonov, it's been a plus about how he's played, but let's find out what it is. Hopefully Matt Murray gets healthy, and we find out, gosh, Jack Campbell's playing terrible at Edmonton. Terrible at Edmonton. So, I mean, good on that goaltending decision, part and parcel. That was the reverse one. It was funny. It was almost like management ran him out of town.
It really
they usually dump on the media for running guys out of town. But I was going, this guy was in the All-Star game.
It felt like all the media was going, what about that guy, Jack Campbell? You didn't want to re-sign him? You didn't want to circle back?
He didn't play too bad in the playoffs.
No.
Anyway, so yeah, it's not Freddie's team anymore. Whose team is it? To be determined, and that's if you're talking about having playoff success or whatever. You want it to be a guy or two, and right now, maybe Samsonov is shown that he could be that guy, or maybe one of two guys. And let's see what Matt Murray's about.
Yeah, maybe not. I will say, I like Keith Petruzzelli's gear. They just showed him up on the Jumbotron here. If I was deciding, it'd be all based on goaltending gear as is. I would have liked to see him tonight. I completely understand the decision to go the other way. Here's what I will tell you about tonight's game. It is not a key to victory. It's just my hypothesis for tonight. If the Leafs are going to win, the goaltending won't be too big of a factor. If they are going to win in this game, it feels to me like it's going to be the offense playing well, the skaters kind of opening things up in front of them. And, the Canucks team is talented. They can play that kind of game too, but they need to win because of what is in front of Kallgren, not because of him. And I'd say the same thing if it was Petruzzelli in net. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. Going to take a little bit of a look around the NHL. Always busy on Saturdays across the NHL. We'll do that when we continue here. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The PC Insiders Report Holiday Edition is here at Real Canadian Superstore. From awesome appies like savory PC crispy shrimp trios to desserts like PC cranberry vanilla ice cream. Ooh, both please. Super your season at Real Canadian Superstore.
The pre-Black Friday event is on at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
This goes out to all the safe drivers. To the drivers who live in harmony with cyclists. The ones who leave so much space between other cars, they never have to read a bumper sticker. And those who drive slower in fog, snow, rain, and construction, which happen to be Canada's 4 seasons. With CAA Insurance, your history of safe driving could get you savings on car insurance. Because you've earned it. If you're a safe driver, visit I'veEarnedIt.com to learn more. Auto insurance is underwritten by CAA Insurance Company.
Ontario has a plan to get students caught up. It starts with kids back in the classroom all year. With sports, clubs, and field trips. It includes new tutoring supports and teaching new experiences in science, technology, engineering, and math. So students have the skills they need for the jobs of tomorrow. See our plan at ontario.ca/catch-up. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Active Green and Ross.
We're on the road to winter once again. Get up to a $100 mail-in rebate when you purchase a set of 4 Michelin tires between October 3rd and December 19th. From tires to tune-ups, we won't be undersold. There's no better place to buy your Michelin tires than
Active Green and Ross.
Certain conditions apply. See store for details.
Hey, man, can I tell you something?
Sure, bud.
I have an issue.
No kidding. You cheer for Boston.
No, an issue down there.
Ah, erectile dysfunction. Heard of Felix?
Felix connects you to a healthcare practitioner to see if ED medication is right for you. No appointment, no awkward conversations. If prescribed, treatment is delivered discreetly to your door. Talk to a healthcare practitioner to see if ED medication is right for you. Go to felix.ca/SN to be connected to a healthcare practitioner for a consultation.
Here's a question. Why is it called fine print? Kind of seems like it's not really all that fine after all. Plus, it's really confusing. I didn't think I'd need a law degree to sign up for a phone plan. That's why I like Public Mobile. They don't have fine print because they don't do long-term contracts. If I want to change my plan, I don't have to make a case for it. I can just change it online all by myself. When it comes to your phone expectations, don't get called to the bar, raise it. Public Mobile. Mobility on your terms.
When you book your vacation with Sunwing, you don't just save. Nuh-uh, you're also gonna do. Just one excursion? Nah, you're gonna explore. Oh, and get those dancing legs ready, because baby, you're gonna celebrate.
How do you like it? How do you like it?
Me? I like it way more. With hundreds of top-rated resorts and excursions, you get more under our wing. Book with your travel agent or
First with what you need to know for the game. Any earlier and we'd be whistled offside. This is Leafs Nation pregame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Nation pregame. Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here, perched above center ice at Scotiabank Arena. Leafs home tonight for a date with the Canucks. As always, like take a look around the out-of-town scoreboard. We actually do have a couple of finals here, Gordo. Senators finally snapping their win streak. Gotta imagine that's a sweet one for Claude Giroux. 4-1 is the final for the Flyers. That one's in Philadelphia. Well, the Panthers get doubled up at home. 4-2 is the final for the Oilers there, Gord.
Yeah, you had 4-1 for Ottawa and Philadelphia. So, as you mentioned, a big win. Stuart Skinner, the story there. So we're talking about goaltending, and tonight it'll be, Eric Kallgren, not Thatcher Demko, who's not played well, by the way. And Spencer Martin's actually played better for the Canucks than Demko has. But anyway, those are two of the games. Other ones going, Sidney Crosby, always big in Montreal, right? Yes. So they'll be taking on that game. The Atlantic Division, I'm really curious to see, Detroit, Montreal, Ottawa, and Buffalo, all intriguing teams. Are they going to be intriguing enough to make the playoffs or contend? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, Boston running away with the division. They got 24 points in 14 games, but between the Panthers, who sit in second, and the Sabres, who sit in 7th, there is 3 points separating all of those teams jammed up in there. So, I'd like the Leafs to be the team, perched far and away above the Atlantic. But given the way that division has been, this division has been for the past 4 or 5 years of, okay, it's going to be Tampa or Boston in the first round. A little intrigue, not a bad thing to have within the division.
Yeah, no, I mean, all 8 teams in the East were determined last year, the halfway point. It was boring, not compelling at all. And, tonight you mentioned about Boston running away. How about Vegas running away with it in the Atlantic Division? They will... Pacific Division. I knew it was an ocean. Anyway, but they will host St. Louis tonight, and the Blues just ended that horrid losing streak. But Vegas is running away in the Pacific Division. So the Leafs had those teams that are running away with it and played well.
I like that joke way more than I should. That was like a 6 out of 10 funny, and I give you a 10 out of 10 laugh.
I appreciate that.
No, I wasn't even trying to sell it. It just really, really hit for me. You know, the thing that always or that does kind of hit home for me with Vegas is that, you know, they have built a wonderful machine out there, but the one thing they've seemingly never had, and they've had a lot of great forward depth, they've never had the guy that you look at and say, what do we always talk about? Oh, you need a number 1 center. They've had 3 number 1D at times there. They've had Vezina-level goaltending. They've never had a number 1 center. They didn't lose too much. They've lost some pieces there. We're able to keep that great back end in line, and now they have a definitive franchise center, not just the number 1 guy, but Jack Eichel, the way he's playing the hat trick this week. Really happy to see him playing that well, and really happy it's not in Buffalo, quite frankly.
Yeah. Well, he gets a hat trick against the Buffalo Sabres. That was kind of neat. And then, you know, the LA Kings playing tonight. I think they got Detroit. Let me just double check here. Yeah, the Wings are playing the Kings, and you know, we'll see what the Red Wings have some really impressive games, and then they get shut out by somebody, right? Yep. And the Kings have really got off to a nice start as well. Nice job, like Luc Robitaille, Rob Blake, Todd McClellan and company got just kind of a nice. See, that's where Toronto was a few years ago. We keep thinking that synergy. You can't be where the Kings are forever, right? You got to go one way or another, and that's what we await this 2022-2023 version of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, another great game that I want to highlight a little later on tonight. Hurricanes Avalanche, 9:00 puck drop. That's going to be a fast game. That is going to be a fast game and a fun game. Obviously, we are focused on the one here at Scotiabank Arena. As I mentioned, Leafs playing a back-to-back tonight. Eric Kallgren getting to start. The good news for the Leafs, out of the 3 games on the back half of a back-to-back they've played this year, points in all 3, including a win in 2 of those. So we'll see if they can continue that pattern tonight. Kallgren gets the start as the Leafs host the Canucks and Borje Salming. There will be a tribute to him before tonight's game. We will carry that for you as part of Leaf Station here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
I'm Johnny. As a high school teacher in Ontario, I've seen the impacts of the pandemic on student achievement and well-being. Students need real government action and investment to recover and succeed. Quality in-person learning is essential to student success and well-being, as it provides children with the best opportunities to learn, practice, and grow. As a teacher, I know what my students need to succeed. Learn what's happening in Ontario classrooms. Visit knowmore.ca. That's KNOWMORE.ca.
A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Hi, I'm Hugh Herron, Chairman of Heathwood Homes. Tradition means a lot to us. Our reputation for quality, service, and customer care are all part of Heathwood's tradition, and that has made us the most successful new home builder. Thousands of people are now proud to be living in a Heathwood home in one of our many outstanding communities, and you can too. Visit heathwood.com to learn all about our fabulous communities. With Heathwood, you'll be home at last.
This is Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. Molson Canadian, proud partner of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's do it!
Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here with you. Saturday night at Scotiabank Arena. The Leafs are home. That in and of itself makes it special. It's a one anthem game. The Canucks are in town. That makes it a little more special, but let's not bury the lead. Tonight, Borje Salming will be honored before the game. We will carry the ceremony for you in just a couple of minutes' time. It was incredible to see the love and adulation pouring out for him during the Hall of Fame and ceremonies last night. Tonight, a much more Toronto-centric. Gord, we're going to have your 3 keys to victory, but I know you have nothing but great things to say about Borje.
Yeah, no, it's just, like I said, what a privilege to have worked with the Leafs for so many years and Borje be a part of it pretty well all the way, the constant on the ice, the greatest Leaf my eyeballs have ever seen, and that's no disrespect to Dave Keon, Tim Horton, others, and I certainly appreciate whether it's Wendell and Daryl and Doug and Matt Sundin, what they've done, and Austin Matthews, Mitch Barnaby, what they will do. But off the ice, just what a great, unique, genuine, colorful character, lived hard, played hard. When he retired, he reinvented himself because he didn't reinvent himself. He just was Borje. And he became a rock star in Sweden. He was just doing all these kind of adventures. We talk about, I think, the excitement that he's going to be able to come over and be a part of this. And then he's the Greek Adonis. He's the ultimate physical specimen. So it just hits you even harder to see his current predicament. But then him being out there was just awesome.
Yeah,
just amazing.
It certainly was, and it'll be great to see him again in just a couple of minutes' time. There is a hockey game to be played tonight, and believe me, you know what Borje Salming wants? A couple of Leafs points. He would very much like to see that tonight. So, Gordo, how are they going to get him? What are your 3 keys to victory?
Yeah, Borje would give them with his raspy voice, and there'd be a few expletives as well. Borje, we get to the point, what he would expect. And you never would have to tell him what to do. He knew what to go and play. 3 keys to victory. 1, I'm looking at number 3. Just, we talked about the goaltending. Get good enough goaltending to win it. Eric Kallgren has basically given all you can. You're kind of riding a little bit further. Hopefully we'll find out what Matt Murray's all about. And hopefully Ilya Samsonov can get healthy and continue how he's played. Number 2, the mistakes against Vegas. Vancouver's a team that makes terrible mistakes. They make horrible mistakes. So don't out-mistake the Canucks, okay? The Vegas game was a solid game, save for grievous pizza delivery giveaways. So, just play the smart structure.
We both love pizza, but not coming from the Leafs.
No, and Terry Koshan joined us
unless it's free in the press box.
From Sun Media, and just said, why were they so flat last night starting out, given the emotion of it? So tonight, play off the emotion of what the fans will feel in that. And in general, you want it Saturday night. It's Hockey Night in Canada. It's a great Canadian rivalry. So I'm not going to do Mike Babcock start on time, but come on. Come out like you did that Boston game with some emotion and flair in that right from the puck drop.
Yep. Do you have a third?
What's my 3? I got about the goaltending, I got about the smart plays, and I got about the playing with emotion.
Oh, okay, you kind of hyphenated this to 2 and 3. That is on me. Hey,
my delivery is always different.
Hey, there we go.
Each time.
Little curveball or a changeup. Marco Estrada variation. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. We will have the Borje Salming ceremony at center ice coming up here. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Are you over 18? You may be eligible to receive your COVID-19 bivalent booster at Shoppers Drug Mart. Book today at shoppersdrugmart.ca/COVID. Subject to vaccine availability. Ontario only. Limitations apply.
Dell Technologies provides growing businesses with tools to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 310-DELL.
Ever find yourself in a situation where you really want to pick something but can't? Mega wedgie? Peeling sunburn? Pesky little nose goblins? The worst! But at Kudo, picking isn't shamed. In fact, it's highly encouraged. With our new Pick Your Perk plans, you get to personalize your phone plan with the free feature that makes you happy. Now, who wouldn't pick that? So pick away, picky people. Pick away. Kudo!
From saving you on the side of the road to savings on the things that make life better, CAA delivers great member benefits and perks along the way. This winter, CAA can help keep your family safe with 24/7 roadside assistance across Canada and the U.S. Plus, enjoy savings at some of your favorite restaurants, retailers, hotels, and more. There are over 124,000 participating locations. Discover the benefits, perks, and rewards that come with a CAA membership at joincaatoday.com. CAA, driven by good.
In life, there are those who do and those who do more. Just like F-150. Doing more is part of our DNA. It's why F-Series has been Canada's best-selling line of trucks for 56 years. We don't raise the bar. We are the bar. Right now, get 1.49% APR purchase financing for 72 months on select new 2022 F-150 models. Your Toronto area Ford stores have them available now, but they won't last. Get your 2022 F-150 today. Visit your nearby Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
Over here! Got a victim! Every Wednesday, City TV takes you to the streets of Chicago.
My work is here. My life is here.
3 all-new episodes. Don't you think you're going to an awful lot? He's my patient. 1 incredible night.
Hey, the child is dead. I'm done playing.
Chicago Med, Fire, and PD. Hey! Go to work. All new episodes every Wednesday on City TV or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
Keeping construction and mining industries earth-moving equipment at peak performance is a big job. It takes the latest technology, insight, experience, and some incredible people. At SMS Equipment, we roll up our sleeves and get the job done. Grow your career and expertise by working with some of the world's most advanced machines and heavy equipment technologies. SMS Equipment. Big machines, bigger careers. Apply now at smsequipment.com.
With TELUS, you're a part of something bigger. We are helping make the world a better place by using our technology for good. TELUS Health is innovating to help make good health and well-being easier for all. From field to fork, TELUS Agriculture is improving our global food system. And we're investing in sustainable technologies to protect our planet. You can learn more at TELUS.com/purpose. Join us and let's make the future friendly.
We all know no matter what, no one will ever tie your skates better than Mom did. This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here with you at Scotiabank Arena. Leafs are looking for a bounce back tonight, and it's about to get emotional in here. There will be a, I'm sure, stirring tribute to Borje Salming. Of course, he was honored as part of the Hall of Fame ceremonies last night. Tonight, it will just be about the man, the myth, and the legend. We do have some lineup news for the Leafs, and boy, oh boy, it is pretty stirring stuff. TJ Brody, undisclosed, will be out tonight. He has been a rock beside Justin Hall. Jordy Benn sliding into the lineup to make place for him. Another big change, one we've talked a lot about over the past couple of years. Matthews and Marner split up, flipping the wingers. You got Nylander with Matthews. You got Marner with Tavares. Gord, quickly, I know we have a ceremony to get to here, but those are some big lineup changes for tonight.
Yeah, Brody took a shot last night, and that's the kind of ailment you hope, boy, Zach Werenski and Columbus, you fear the worst. This one, kind of interesting. You know, I speculate he's going to do a lot of people have. I'm all for it. It just kind of caught me a little bit by surprise. Try to get some, I guess, some balanced scoring, try some different things.
Yeah, and you know, TJ Brody's been kind of the fixer on the back end. He's been Morgan Riley's partner for so long, now paired up with Justin Hall, and that's been really good. So it'll be interesting to see how that blue line looks without him. Talking about Leafs blue liners, we're going to prime the pump for what's coming up here. Borje Salming, the greatest Leafs blue liner of all time. Most points by a Leafs defenseman, I know, Tim Hortons and others, but tonight we could say that the fact of everything that what he has meant to this franchise, and to see him get honored tonight, sad the circumstances that have led to it, but I think it's nice to see him get this moment.
Well, it's tough to be on the official first NHL team. Only 6 players get it at the end of the season, not the All-Star game, but that. And since the Leafs won the Stanley Cup in '67, and the last couple of years, Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner have both been first-team All-Stars. The only other individual was Borje Salming, 1 year in the 1970s. Now, he was up there with, Larry Robinson and Dennis Potvin and those guys, and he was the only guy that was an official first-team All-Star. So that speaks volumes. And, best Leaf I've ever seen. And this may be the second part of 2 nights of maybe one of the all-time great sentimental, emotional Leaf situations that I've ever, and unexpected that I've ever seen.
I know a lot of people are going to be choked up seeing him tonight. I'm thinking of one guy in particular I saw walking in here. He had a Salming t-shirt jersey on, and to cover that up, he put on his Salming full jersey. So I'm sure there will be a lot of 21s in the building tonight, whether they're on your back or in your heart. He is a guy that will be thought of. To the point you and Terry mentioned, hopefully the team can use this, provide a bit of a springboard from it. It is going to be emotional in here in just a couple of minutes' time. Right now, the Leafs getting introduced. We see guys flying around. Nylander going no bucket. I didn't even know they were allowed to do that on the Leafs, quite frankly. But his locks are flowing. And, the Swedish blonde is looking pretty good. And, boy, that's pretty fitting given what's about to happen in a second here.
And, it's the starting lineup, all Swedes. So Sheldon Keefe reading the moment about all the Swedish-born players are part of the opening lineup. And, so a nice touch by Sheldon Keefe.
I don't think it went into play, but not lost on me, including the guy between the pipes, Eric Kallgren. We are just waiting for the ceremony to start here. Brent Gunning and Gord Stellick, we will be back for the first intermission. Once the ceremony is completed, Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph will take you to puck drop. Again, we're just waiting for the ceremony to start. Very fitting, and I think it's about to begin. So here is the Leafs tribute to Borje Salming.
This summer, Leafs Nation and the hockey world learned of the news that Borje Salming had been diagnosed with ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. A Maple Leaf for 16 seasons, he was named one of the greatest NHL players of all time. Born in Kiruna, Sweden, Borje has always considered our city as his second home. Tonight, we honor Borje, his impact on our club and our game, and welcome him home.
During the 72-73 season, the Maple Leafs dressed 26 players. 25 of them were Canadian, 1 was American. The landscape of hockey was about to change forever. That same season, Leaf scout Jerry McNamara headed to Sweden, where his attention was caught by a 22-year-old defenseman named Borje Salming. That night, Borje was tossed out of the game, so McNamara quickly made his way down to the dressing room. I don't know how he talked his way inside the door, Salming said, but he gave me his card and asked right away, "Do you want to play for the Toronto Maple Leafs?" Salming arrived in Toronto for training camp in the fall of 1973. He made the team and was given the honor of wearing legendary Leafs defenseman Bob Bond's number 21. Expectations were high. McNamara assessed Salming's arrival and the beginning of the European invasion as follows. He had the agility like you wouldn't believe. It seemed like he could stretch forever, like Plastic Man. You couldn't help but say, "I want one of those. Where are we going to get one of those? We don't have them over here," so he had to go over there, and that's when the floodgates opened, and they started coming over in droves. Salming put up strong numbers in his rookie season, but he had to endure an extraordinary amount of adversity. The mid-1970s was a tough time to be a hockey player, to be an outsider. It was the era of the Philadelphia Flyers and the Broad Street Bullies. It was tough because they really tried to kill you, said Salming. If they did some of those things today, they would be suspended for life. In Sweden, I was seen by many as a fighter. In North America, I played the same style, but I was a pussycat compared to the beasts of the NHL. Arguably the meanest of the bullies, and one of the toughest on the newest Maple Leaf, Dave the Hammer Schultz offered up the following assessment of Borje. "We check him closely because he's so great. Who in hockey skates better than he does? No one can question his courage or bravery. It would be pretty dumb to say that a guy who dives in front of shots the way he does and battled in the corners lacked courage." It didn't take long for Leaf fans to appreciate Borje's talent and courage. With Borje coming off just his third season with Toronto, the first ever Canada Cup was held in 1976. And on September 7th, Canada was set to host Sweden at Maple Leaf Gardens. When Salming was introduced, he received a thunderous ovation from the Canadian crowd. The ovation was louder, and longer than that given to any other player.
Now everyone in the building is standing for Borje Salming. He has scored 2 goals and 2 assists in the Canada Cup competition.
A Swede on Toronto ice playing against Canada. I'll never forget our game in Toronto. The fans gave me a standing ovation during the introductions. I was representing my country, and Canadian fans gave me a standing ovation. Sometimes hockey has no country. Borje was named to the tournament's first All-Star team on defense, alongside Bobby Orr. Borje Salming would enjoy 16 seasons in Toronto, playing in 1,099 games. He remains the highest scoring defenseman in Leafs history and is still the club's all-time leader in assists. Salming was twice a runner-up for the Norris Trophy as the league's best defenseman. He was named a first or second team All-Star on 6 occasions. His teammate Lanny McDonald once called Borje one of the best athletes ever to play. Something set him apart from the rest. More confidence and more guts. A fierce competitor. Despises losing. In a battle of any kind, I want Borje on my side. When asked how good he really was, his captain Daryl Sittler responded, "How good was Borje? He was up with the very best, and there wasn't a player in the Toronto dressing room that felt otherwise." And George Armstrong, the Leafs' all-time leader in games played, summed up Borje in the following way. "The reason Salming is so good is because he gives so much effort. In his mind, he's never beaten by a forward, and he never quits." He was the most talented player to ever wear the Toronto Maple Leafs uniform. Borje Salming was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in 1996, had his banner raised to the rafters 10 years later, and in 2015 received his statue on Legends Row. For me, Toronto is my second hometown and the mecca of hockey. Always has been and still is. Tonight, Borje has come home.
Please welcome, accompanied by his family, number 21, Borje Salming. We now ask that Oliver Ekman-Larsson from the Vancouver Canucks and William Nylander of your Toronto Maple Leafs join Borje and his family at center ice for tonight's ceremonial puck drop. Borje, all of Leafs Nation loves you. One more time, let's hear it for the great Borje Salming. We now ask that you please rise if you're able to. remove your hats and join Natalie Morris in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for
Thank you, Natalie, and welcome all members of the Leafs Nation to tonight's game.
Another magnificent tribute to the legendary and great Borje Salming, and my broadcast partner did a magnificent job of narrating the video that we watched here. Well done, buddy. Well done.
Well, I mean, you've done enough under different circumstances, and some are difficult to get through. So, my thanks to Taylor Dean for being patient and getting it recorded. And it's last night, I think, was tough for a lot of people, and same thing for tonight, especially seeing Borje's family on the ice with him.
And a nice tribute by Sheldon Keefe to start the 6 Swedes that are on the roster here tonight. And Eric Kallgren is starting. In fact, has gone over now, and the starting lineup is lined up and shaking hands with their fellow countrymen and hero to most of them. I'm sure all of them had to have some kind of an influence dealt to them by Borje Salming and his coming here and the history that went on in Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's any different than Bobby Orr or Wayne Gretzky not having an impact, whether you were born while they were playing or just knew of the legend that you were trying to chase the rest of your hockey career.
First period is brought to you by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Well, there's a hockey game to be played and a hockey game to be won. And the Toronto Maple Leafs, after dropping the 4-2 decision to the Pittsburgh Penguins last night, will try to rectify things. They're 5-2-1 on home ice, and we're underway as Järnkrok knocks the puck into the offensive zone. It comes back out at center, and Sandin will launch it down into the zone. Now back at the side of the net, almost tipped in front of the net by Nylander, and the puck comes up on the wall, and it'll be played out and down the ice. Icing waved off. Liljegren has to go back after it, taken up against the boards, but Sandin helps him out. Got it ahead for Engvall, and the Leafs are going to regroup it back in their own zone. Liljegren trying to work his way free, finds his defense partner, and he circles back, and the Leafs are making their first line change. Pass ahead for Tavares. Tavares to center. Tried to shoot it in, and it went into the Vancouver bench and out of play. The Canucks are 4-2-1 in their last 7, but it was the 0-5-2 start that got everybody's shorts in a knot.
Well, and it wasn't just the 0-5-2 start, it's how they went about doing it. And a lot of it was blowing multi-goal leads early on. And it's funny, so they had stretches of playing well. And if you're able to hold on, all of a sudden you're talking about how great the Canucks are at the beginning. But now it's catch-up mode.
There the Leafs to the blue line, and Tavares heads to the front of the net, and a shot kicked away by Spencer Martin, who gets the start in goal for Vancouver here tonight. Canucks rolling it down into the Toronto zone. Hall around back of the net for Giordano, and Mark Giordano starts out of his own zone. A lead pass onto the left wing. Kerfoot breaking in along the defense, and a goal! Oh, and he cut right through the blue paint, but couldn't deliver a backhand. Now a shot from a sharp angle by Marner whistles wide, and it explodes all the way out into the center ice area.
That's the way it's gone for Kerfoot. No goals in his last 10 now coming into this.
Played almost mishandled by Martin at the side of the net. Leafs have it again. Centering pass in front then by Matthews was deflected wide. Bunting back to the blue line. Matthews keeping it in. Left wing corner now for Riley. He goes around back of the goal. Centered into the goal crease. Knocked wide of the net on the near side. Nylander. Second shift for him as he works into the corner. Nylander tried to center and it went past Liljegren, but he has been able to recover it. Gives to Nylander, who backhands in for Bunting. Bunting stood up his defenseman in Stillman, but the puck comes back to the point. The Leafs have some pressure going here. Shot goes wide into the near corner. Riley still down low, tried to play it along the boards. Matthews back of the net for Bunting. Bunting had Stillman take it away from him, and it's played up onto the near side and out and down the ice, and an icing charge coming here.
Canucks are going to have a tired group on the ice there as the Leafs had a pretty good siege going offensively. They only got 2 shots to Spencer Martin. And by the way, lifetime as a member of the Vancouver Canucks is 6-0-4, so he's not lost a game in regulation. He's 3-0-1 this year with a 3.45 goals against average, 900 save percentage. But Thatcher Demko's had a tough start to this season.
And he's the one making the dough and is expected to be the number one, right? At the point, a deflected attempt off the stick of Jordy Ben, who is into the lineup tonight. That's the lone change for the Leafs, as a shot kicked away nicely by Spencer Martin. And the Leafs have the first 3 shots of the game. Kallgren getting the puck back on the end boards. Leafs still pressing at the side of the net. Finally dug out by Vancouver and brought by Brock Besser to center and rolled in towards the Leaf goal. Tucked aside there by Kallgren. Bank pass ahead at center finds Aston Reese. He couldn't get free, and the Leafs have to go back into their own end. Ben off the boards for Aston Reese, knocked down by former Leaf Luke Shen, and then Aston Reese stumbles as he tries to get to the bench. Thought he might have lost a blade on his skate. Now here are the Canucks in over the line with a long shot taken there by Studnicka, and it is into the glove of Kallgren and held for a face-off.
Has that ever been done before? 6 Swedish-born players in the starting lineup for one team? Never before?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
When?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, no, I figured you might. I've been around.
Well, you know me. No, I don't know.
Okay, do you think it's ever been done?
Long shot from the point, deflects wide. I doubt it. Although, a deflection in front, scores! The Canucks open the scoring. That Horvat coming across in front. Got a redirection of a point shot, and 3 minutes and 41 seconds into the first period, the Leafs once again have found a way to give up the opening goal.
For Bo Horvat, that is goal number 13 on the season already. He's already had 5 2-goal games. And this is pretty simple. The Leafs had done this numerous times in the first 3 minutes of this game. Get it to the point, throw it to the net. But this is about knee-high. Luke Shen delivers it from the right point. And Horvat gets to the front of the net. Justin Hull can't tie the stick up, but pretty difficult to do knee-high.
So the Canucks open the scoring as it rolls in on goal. Martin's scooping it aside, down the boards, brought to the line, but not out. Myers couldn't get free. Now into the corner, the Leafs coming away with it, but then stolen back by Pettersson, and Pettersson skates around back of the net. Canucks get it out into neutral ice. Brought in over the line. Fed around the boards, it'll come to the near side. Bouncing puck into the corner now for Höglander, and now around back of the net. The Leafs trying to get it free, and they do. Kerfoot starts up at center. Works to the line and in. Flipped in on the right side. Nylander Miller had a great chance there, but he delivered it wide.
Looked like there was room on the far side, didn't there?
Yes, it sure did. Schenn poking it ahead. Miller gets in for the Canucks to the far side. A one-timer went high over top of the goal. Schenn playing it back in around back of the net. Leafs trying to come away with, and they do, and then tripped up on the play there was Matthews. He takes a little glance at the official without much response. As Peter McDougall and Chris Lee have the armbands on, Scott Cherry and C.J. Murphy are the linesmen. Down into the Vancouver zone it goes. 1-0 in favor of the Vancouver Canucks. Canucks back in their own zone. A pass ahead gets down into the Toronto end, and it came right in front of the goal as Kallgren was anticipating an icing call that didn't come. And almost a major flaw there. Back in the zone now as the Canucks get it ahead. Played off onto the left wing side and dumped into the zone. Ekman Larsson got it freed. It comes back into the center ice area. And now here are the Leafs in alone. A backhand drive and a good save by Martin as a great chance for Denny Malgin is thwarted by the goalkeeper. Right back down into the Leaf end. Liljegren around on the boards. Riley caught the puck up. It comes in front of the net. And a quick wrist shot there just went wide. Back of the goal is Garland. Trying to find it back to the point they do. Near side now for Ethan Bear, and a shot that was wide. Grabbed off again by Horvat. He gets it to the blue line, but it's out at center, and now the Canucks have to wait to get onside before sending it right back in again.
It's amazing how many times the Leafs have trouble with a just simple D-to-D pass in their own zone to get it out.
Riley playing it off the boards to center. Brought back into his own zone by Arnbrook, and now Riley waiting for players to swing, and now sends it up on the left wing side. Jordy Ben, a diagonal shooting into the right wing corner. Played up on the wall quickly, but Colson gets it out at center, but the Leafs come away with it, and then the Canucks have restored it, and they start out of their own zone. Schenn up on the right side. Tried to shoot it in, but it went off a Leaf player and skims over the glass and goes out of play. So Horvat from Schenn and Podkolzin, and it is 1-0. You're listening to Molson Canadian Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From saving you on the side of the road to savings on the things that make life better, CAA delivers great member benefits and perks along the way. This winter, CAA can help keep your family safe with 24/7 roadside assistance across Canada and the U.S. Plus, enjoy savings at some of your favorite restaurants, retailers, hotels, and more. There are over 124,000 participating locations. Discover the benefits, perks, and rewards that come with a CAA membership at joincaatoday.com. CAA, driven by good.
'Tis the season of giving and the season of stressing. Shop Amazon this holiday for decompressing. Save on silk robes and bath bombs, they're refreshing. When your parents and in-laws just aren't really meshing, or when your kid brother won't pass the ranch dressing, and the thought of dry turkey gets way too distressing. Whatever holiday nerves you're repressing, Amazon's holiday deals are never depressing.
I'm fine. Crispy, juicy, tender. And now, there's even more to love. The new Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. Yep, we turned up the heat on this one. Sure, it's got that crispy seasoned chicken and that soft potato bun. But now, it's also got fiery habanero sauce. Whew, that's hot. This is Mick with a kick. The Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. So juicy, so tender, and now so spicy. At participating restaurants in Canada.
A full season of Mark Giordano? Yeah, we'll take that. Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face off in the Toronto zone. To the left of Eric Kallgren. TJ Brody is not in the lineup tonight. And replaced by Jordy Ben, who comes off the injury list. And a puck into the slot area, shot right on, and that was stopped by Kallgren. Leafs counter and bring it out with Lilligren getting it to center and now down into the zone. Riley can't keep it in. Comes out into the center ice area. He'll play it in over the line, but the Leafs have to escape to be onside, and now the Canucks get a free pass to get it down into the Leaf end. Giordano to Riley. Riley ahead at center, launched in by Matthews, but off his stick. Clears the glass and goes out of play.
Well, at least a couple of solid shifts to start this game, but Canucks have come back, opened the scoring, and now have an edge in shots on goal at 6-5. Vancouver 2-4-2 on the road. This is the second 5-game road trip Canucks have already had this season. Go to Boston and Buffalo after this. They split games with the Montreal Canadiens. They lost a couple of nights ago after a win in Ottawa that started the road trip.
Puck has been knocked into the Vancouver bench. Say hello to all of the folks out in British Columbia who might be tuning in listening to us because they might be Leaf fans. National broadcast kind of thing. Brought on now by Matthews across the line. Nylander sends it towards the net. Matthews redirected it wide and along the near boards. Joshua trying to dig it free for the Canucks as it comes around to the far side. Sandin able to keep it back in. Nylander unable to get to it. Then Sandin is able to poke it in a little further. But Ekman Larsson is there as it's swept around the boards to the near side, and Joshua gets it out at center. And across the line, the Canuck winger gets it down into the near corner. Takes Matthews to the boards. It comes to the side of the net. Matthews' quick stick was able to extricate that from the Vancouver player, and now he starts out of his own end. He's going to pass it back, though, because the Leafs are trying to get a player change going. 10:58 to go in the first period. 1-0 Vancouver. Goal by Bo Horvat. Now here's Malgin in again. Got the shot wide. Chipping it at the side of the goal was Aston Reese, but it didn't reach the front. Went off the side of the net. Comes back out into the center ice area. Leafs will chip it back off the boards and down into the Canuck zone. Martin out of the net to sweep it into the far corner. Cut off there by Camp. Had it in his skates. Malgin plays it around back of the net. Canucks trying to play it up the boards, but it's intercepted. And now brought out by Connor Garland to center. He'll just play it into the Leaf end. Leafs with 5 shots. Vancouver now with 6. And a 1-0 score, Vancouver. Kerfoot works it over the line. Got it freed up for Marner momentarily, but he lost it to Luke Shen. Veteran plays it off the boards to center, forcing Morgan Riley back into his own end. Chased there by Kuzmenko. The pass comes up at center, nicely onto the stick of Tavares, trying to split the defense, but Shen took him wide as the puck went the other way. Canucks back the other way now with a shot that deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Corralled on the near wing by Marner. Marner starting away and Tavares trying to catch up. Marner gets it down into the corner against Quinn Hughes. Hughes was able to play it away and now backhanded high to center. Fair caught there nicely by Sandin, and the Maple Leafs and Canucks will both change. Brought to center and shot in by Ben. The Leafs into the forecheck here against JT Miller, but he's able to skate it out and get it out at center ice. Ben playing it back. Nicely fed on to Nylander. Nylander going wide with a backhand. Another shot on goal and into the glove of Spencer Martin. It is covered and held for a face-off coming in the Vancouver zone when we return. 1-0 Canucks. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Pavlov's dog proved the power of predictable results. And for that, Ivan Pavlov received the Nobel Prize. Now Nick Pavlov, broker Remax West, also receives awards. Also for predictable results. So have the award-winning Nick Pavlov real estate team provide a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
Hi, I'm Hugh Heron from Heathwood Homes. I want to talk to you about our great country, Canada. It's a land of opportunity and a place I call home. For 50 years, Heathwood has been committed to building each home with the very best new technologies, ensuring that your home will be more energy efficient and sustainable than ever. Visit our communities at heathwood.com. At Heathwood, you will be home at last.
Peoples of the Internet, I am Algorithm. Call me Al. My job is to take your job. Ha ha, just kidding. I am always full of funny ha ha pranks, like when you browse for an all-wheel drive online. Instead of serving up a capable Subaru to your IP, I deepfake you with a super lame SUV. Ha ha, I am laughing my hashtag off. Ha 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 ha. Funny upside down face.
Don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal. Only at your Subaru dealer.
Quiet but deadly. TJ Brody sits in silence, always ready to attack. Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Really think that the National Hockey League has got to rethink its scheduling around Hall of Fame weekend. The Vancouver Canucks are here. The two Sedin twins are going into the Hall on Monday. They can't be here, although they're here this weekend. Here's a shot from the point then by
they're in
Bunting.
In Boston Monday.
And then we'll be in Buffalo after that. Now maybe they might make a... But shouldn't the league shut down for one night, that Monday night, to allow, the
the celebration of the sport?
Yes,
I'm with
exactly.
you.
Exactly. Face off to the right. Won by the Leafs. It comes back to Jordy Ben. Ben with a pass into the corner. Gobbled up there by the Leafs. Matthews works it back into the corner. Hustling in there after it was Bunting. He tried to dig it free. Nylander is there as well. Nylander along the boards got snowed in. Then Bunting got knocked over Tea Kettle as he was bowled over Nylander, who was standing there. Now the Canucks get it out at center ice. I think there was a phrase, something over tea kettle. Not sure what that was. Played around back of the net now for Myers. Canuck gets it out at center, and now we have
interference
penalty coming.
And I think the Leafs are going to take the penalty here. And it's Michael Bunting that's going to go. Interference is the call. And Bunting is upset because I think he thought he should have been able to draw a penalty moments before that. Did not happen. Another Vancouver Canucks.
The tea kettle incident.
The ass over tea kettle.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. That one. Yeah.
I don't know why there's a donkey reference in there.
I don't know. 11:48. Time of the penalty.
Vancouver's power play has been good. 5th overall in the NHL, 13 for 48, 27.1% efficiency.
The other specialty team that has really struggled.
Dead last in the penalty kill.
Round into the corner. Besser trying to play it along the wall. Hall got it freed up. Nice block there by David Camp from having it come in front as it comes back to the blue line to Horvat. Now to Hughes. Hughes in on goal. A shot, scores! 2-0 as Miller snaps one from the top of the circle to beat the glove hand of Kallgren, and it is 2-0 Vancouver.
Well, there was a double screen in front of Kallgren. I believe Horvat was the one directly in front of the Leaf goaltender. And it did not appear as though Kallgren was able to pick this up. Just a snapshot from the top of the left wing circle. But 3 players in front, 1 Leaf, 2 Canucks. So Quinn Hughes will pick up 1 assist. I mean, this, you get a low ice angle of it. This goes through a maze and a perfectly placed shot, and the Canucks are up by 2.
Miller getting his 8th goal of the season, 3rd by way of the power play. And the Canucks have a 2-0 lead. And the Leafs have given up 4 goals in their last 15 times short. Canucks get the puck down in front of the Leaf goal. Grabbed off and pushed ahead at center for Robertson, he couldn't get in over the line. Back the other way. Studnicka trying to get in front of the net. Knocked to the blue line, but not out. Hughes playing it into the corner. Centering pass. Oh, what a chance that was. Right in front of the net. And off a leg, and it went wide. But the Canucks come very close to getting a third goal. Amon with the chance, and now an offside at the Vancouver blue line.
In a lot of ways, I think the Leafs have shown more energy in the offensive zone than we saw last night in their loss to the Pittsburgh Penguins. But defensively, we're seeing the same thing. A number of turnovers, missed coverage, and glorious opportunities handed to the opposition. And the Leafs are fortunate it's only 2-0.
Played down into the Vancouver zone. Canucks knock it back out at center. Canucks on the road this year are 2-4-2. Pass up on the wing for Tavares. Got in over the line, but can't get it in deep. Canucks are able to get it out at center. Sandin missed his man with a hit. Played down into the Toronto zone. It comes back to Schenn at the right point. Thinks about going D to D, and then as he tried to send it in, it went off Kerfoot's stick and clears the glass and goes out of play. Miller from Hughes and Besser is the scoring play at 12-11, 2-0 Vancouver.
And we know it's only November, but you can just feel in this building that the Leaf fans are starting to get a little restless from what they've seen. And it's funny because a week ago you thought it was the turning point, a 2-1 win over the Boston Bruins, and they go into Carolina on the Sunday the next night, beat the Hurricanes. And it looked like they were going to mow through the top teams in the league, and then they get the struggling Penguins last night, and now the struggling Canucks tonight, and they're in trouble again.
Icing call here against Toronto is going to bring the puck back into the Maple Leaf zone.
By the way, Travis Dermott not in the lineup for the Vancouver Canucks, out with a concussion. And I'm sure that would have been a great one for his family to be able to make the trip down from Newmarket.
Draw one by the Maple Leafs. Giordano along side of the net, got it out at center. That off a stick went down into the Vancouver end. Quickly played by Ekman Larsson around the boards and out at center. Hall will regroup the puck. Giordano got it ahead, and Malgin sends it into the left wing corner. Tried to backhand it back at the net to a teammate. That was cut off. Canucks get the puck back out at center ice. Turned back to the blue line. Intercepted again by Myers this time and shot in to the Toronto zone. Comes to the side of the goal. Wrap around a tip. Bounced out in front of the net. Almost went in. Puck into the near corner. Hall tying it up. Ilya Mikheyev, the former Leaf, has it up against the boards. Dug out by Vancouver. Centering pass off a leg to the blue line. Wrist shot coming. Went off of Aston Reese, and he's able to get it out into neutral ice. Now the Maple Leafs trying to change, as are Bruce Boudreau and the Vancouver Canucks. I'm sure Bruce Boudreau had to have a tear in his eye watching that tribute to a former teammate like Salming. The pregame brought in over the line by Vancouver. Matthews got it into the slot, but a hard shot comes out in front of the net. Unable to trap it. Amon into the corner, now trying to play it around back of the net. Studnicka takes it into the near corner, but his pass is a bad one, and the Leafs are going to kick it out at center ice. Luke Schenn regrouping the puck for Vancouver. Looks to be an outlet here. Quinn Hughes taking his time, and now brings it out with a pass through the neutral zone that went off Morgan Riley's stick into the zone. Horvat was able to free it up and get it back in the net. Far side now for Miller, or at least for Garland, trying to come out. Comes back to the point. Long shot, deflects high and wide. Where is it? Comes down off the back of the goal. Played back to the point. Myers winding, doesn't shoot it. To Garland, shooting, pad save, and made and smothered by Eric Kallgren.
The Leafs are back on their heels, and the crowd starting to let them have it a little bit here late in the opening period. 3:59 to go, but the Leafs already down by 2.
Horvat and Miller, the goal scorers for Vancouver. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Crestwood Preparatory College is a school where teachers make the difference.
A school that builds a student's confidence, develops effective study habits, and encourages creativity.
A school that enhances the traditional classroom setting with leading-edge technology, connecting students with the world around them, resulting in admission to the best universities.
When your child feels safe and respected, it gives them the confidence to take risks, on and off the ice. Learn how Crestwood inspires excellence. Book a private tour at crestwood.on.ca.
The pre-Black Friday event is on at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
Warm up for the season at McDonald's. Now until December 4th, enjoy a medium McCafe premium roast hot or iced coffee for $1 plus tax, or a medium latte or cappuccino for $2 plus tax. For a limited time at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Are you concerned about your home's water? Have confidence drinking purified water from Reliance Home Comfort. With over 70,000 five-star user reviews on Google nationally, trust us to purify your water. Our dedicated experts will assess your needs and recommend the best option for pure and better tasting water. And right now, for a limited time, you could save $250 off a water purification system. So if you're concerned with your home's water,
call on Reliance.
Conditions apply. Savings off regular price. See website for details.
Doubters gonna doubt, haters gonna hate. William Nylander will be here, putting up numbers. Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs are in a stretch of playing 8 home games out of the 10. Their next action will be in Pittsburgh. Then they return to host New Jersey, Buffalo, and the Islanders. Trailing 2-0 here. Kuzmenko works it down into the corner for Höglander. Around back of the net. Comes back to the blue line. Trapped there by Ekman-Larsson. A long shot. Poked by goaltender Kallgren to the boards, and the Leafs do get it out. Marner on to Kerfoot across the line. Starts up, gets it into the slot, and a shot is whistled wide of the goal by John Tavares. Boy, he was set up perfectly, wasn't he?
And Willie Nylander had an excellent opportunity from around that spot as well. Malgin had a great chance. Leafs just unable to finish here in the early going.
Played down into the Vancouver zone. Played back towards the blue line. Trapped there by the Leafs. It goes to Marner. Marner back to Giordano. Giordano to the side of the net. Back to the blue line. Marner filling in there. Marner doesn't shoot it. Marner's the last man. Got a shot in on goal and a pad save made by Spencer Martin. And now a puck out onto the right wing side for Brock Besser. Closing! And the toe of Kallgren got in the way with his pad there. Besser again coming out of the corner with a pass, looking for a redirect that didn't happen. Hughes into the corner now for Vancouver. Spins it back to the blue line to Miller. His shot is blocked, and then an attempted pass by Kerfoot was easily intercepted as he fanned on it. Canucks send it back into the Leaf end and go for a change. 2:26 left in the first. Austin Matthews, who continues to get shots on goal and chances, but has not been able to find the back of the net with any regularity. Spun around on the play is Nylander. Penalty coming to Vancouver. I think Willie kind of clamped onto that stick when he started to spin, and it looked like the wash cycle was working there on the washing machine.
Well, we shall see now if the Leafs can take advantage of this Vancouver penalty kill.
For holding.
The penalty kill, Vancouver's given up at least a power play goal in 10 straight games. They're just 21 for 33 in those 10 games. The Leafs, and a power play goal against the Pittsburgh Penguins last night, went 1 for 3, but desperately need something here and go into the dressing room with some hope.
Amon gets the penalty. And the Leafs, in their last 5 games, 4 of 14. Now, the Canucks have scored 2 shorthanded goals, but are 32nd in the league in penalty killing. As the Leafs get it to Tavares. Tavares' pass was deflected. Marner's got to scamper back. Now trying to get the puck, and it comes free. Canucks in on goal. Shot right on. Stopped by Kallgren. Oh, my. Brought out by Matthews now. The Leafs dodge an enormous bullet. Marner up on the right side. The Leafs get it in over the line, just onside. And I mean just. Into the corner is Nylander. Round on the boards to Marner. Marner holds. Marner works into the near corner again. Stops. Back of the net for Tavares. Tavares will go wide, looking for Riley back at the point and finding him. That play at the blue line might be still in play. A shot by Riley deflects in front of the net. The rebound is cleared to the far boards. Riley holds there. Dishes off. Tavares trying to center it. Comes to Willie. Nylander back to Matthews. And that went off a leg and went wide. And you can forget about the offside because Vancouver has iced the puck.
Yeah, so Matthews a chance in the high slot. That's blocked. The Leafs really have not been able to get anything to the net. Spencer Martin here in this power play.
45 seconds in the period. Leafs in across the line. The power play will end in 23 seconds. The period in 35. Sandin. Whoa! Made a nifty little move there to get skating room to center. He's in across the line. Sandin on the left wing side. Robertson down low. Centering pass didn't work for Kerfoot. Kerfoot in the corner. Side of the goal. Bunting in front of the net now for Robertson. Shot it wide. The rebound. Knocked in front of the net. Another pass into the corner. Penalty is over. 9 seconds in the period. Puck comes free. Amon comes to center ice with 3 seconds left. Drop pass and a drive into the screen as the horn goes.
Like I said, I still think the Leafs had a little more energy offensively tonight, even though they didn't create a whole lot. But defensively, I think the concern continues to grow as the Leafs give up 2 here in the opening period. And have to earn the trust of their fans back. I mean, after a 2-1 lead against Pittsburgh last night, they've now given up 5 straight goals in this building.
Horvat and Miller, the goal scorers in the first. 2-0 Vancouver. Gord Stellick, Brent Gunning coming along with our intermission. You're listening to Molson Canadian Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Make sure that your business documents are for your recipient's eyes and no one else's. Trust Record Express for industry-leading standards in secure storage, scanning, and shredding. With fast, same-day service, flexible contract terms, and all the support you need to safeguard your confidential information. Visit recordexpress.ca today for document storage and shredding special offers. That's Record, XPRESS.ca. Record Express. Store, scan, shred Canadian.
Sleeves up. It's time for your annual flu shot at Shoppers Drug Mart. Book today at shoppersdrugmart.ca/flu or through the PC Health app. Over 1,100 pharmacies across Canada. Subject to vaccine availability. Limitations apply.
Pre-Black Friday discounts are now on at Sale. Get up to 50% off selected winter jackets, boots, and equipment. Don't miss out on these deals at Sale, your proudly Canadian outdoor superstore.
Rewards reimagined. Get the credit card designed especially for Rogers customers. The new Rogers Connections MasterCard, where you earn great rewards and benefits, like 5 Roam-like home days every year at no cost, and up to 2% cash back on your purchases. Plus, for a limited time, get 10% cash back on all your eligible purchases for the first 3 months, up to $100. You could earn over $400 in average value in your first year. Apply now at rogersbank.com/connections. Conditions apply.
It's time to change your tires. The new Kumho Road Venture AT52 offers a confident all-terrain ride with deep grip on snow and ice. Designed for drivers that want on and off-road performance with the added security of 3PMS Snowflake certification and road hazard coverage. The AT52 provides year-round traction, including winter driving conditions. Purchase now and receive a $40 rebate by mail until December 31st. Find a Kumho dealer near you by visiting tirediscounter.ca/locations.
Ontario has a plan to get students caught up. It starts with kids back in the classroom all year. With sports, clubs, and field trips. It includes new tutoring supports and teaching new experiences in science, technology, engineering, and math. so students have the skills they need for the jobs of tomorrow. See our plan at ontario.ca/catchup. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
This goes out to all the safe drivers. To the drivers who live in harmony with cyclists. The ones who leave so much space between other cars, they never have to read a bumper sticker. And those who drive slower in fog, snow, rain, and construction, which happen to be Canada's 4 seasons. With CAA Insurance, your history of safe driving could get you savings on car insurance. Because you've earned it. If you're a safe driver, visit I'veEarnedIt.com to learn more. Auto insurance is underwritten by CAA Insurance Company.
Get ready for the Bay's Black Friday sale with savings of up to 60% off, including clearance. Starting November 18th, you'll find amazing deals on all your favorite brands like Columbia, Effie, Gluckstein Home, Lancome, and more. Plus, shop confidently with 90-day returns and the Bay's price match guarantee. So drop by your local Hudson's Bay store or check out thebay.com. Get ahead of your holiday shopping and get ready for Black Friday at the Bay. Exclusions and conditions apply.
Got the need for speed. You got the need for this swing. Rasmus Sandin, Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Having it come in front as it comes back to the blue line to Horvat. Now to Hughes. Hughes in on goal. A shot scores! 2-0 as Miller snaps one from the top of the circle to beat the glove hand of Kallgren, and it is 2-0 Vancouver.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this before. Not the start the Leafs wanted. Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here with you for the first intermission. You heard Joe Bowen on the call. Not as enthusiastic for Leafs goals because we like those better. The Leafs trailing 2-0 after a period here against the Canucks. Gordo, you know, I did think they had a decent first couple of shifts after the very emotional ceremony, but it felt like from the second the first marker went in, the Bo Horvat tip, you know, the Leafs were able to generate some chances here and there, but it just didn't feel like they were shot out of a cannon the way we were hoping.
No, and started off a nice touch. You mentioned, of course, about Borje Salming, like just compelling on so many different ways, but also the emotion, the crowd, the fact the players all went over, including the starting 6 again, to high-five him, and he's made his way off the ice. Sheldon Keefe started 6 Swedish-born players. First time the Leafs have ever done that. You got Liljegren and Sandin on D, and you got Kallgren in goal, and you know the guys up front. So they did have a couple of decent first shifts. And to your point, I mean, Vancouver got a couple of good deflections, but did the Leafs have a chance? They had a breakaway, which
the breakaway
really
by
wasn't
Mulligan.
a great scoring chance.
And then I thought Matthews was going to try the lacrosse move in the first couple of shifts. But other than that, no. There was a lot of... You know what it actually looked a lot like at times when they were going well? It looked like the Pittsburgh game of, they have the puck in the offensive zone and they're moving around and they're getting a bit of a cycle going, but there was just not enough directed at the net. You know, I say that. I know shots are 9-9, but to your point, it just wasn't dangerous. You know, we can talk about the goaltending and the goals Vancouver scored, and you know, yes, the Horvat was a tip. You are allowed to save those, but even the Leafs didn't generate anything remotely as dangerous as that chance aside from the breakaway. And you know, Nylander felt like he had moments where he was about to bust in and get a chance, but couldn't quite, you know, make that extra move or convert. Obviously, he was hauled down that won them the penalty or the power play that they had. But even that didn't look all that dangerous. So another frustrating period here is my takeaway from the first 20.
And what is kind of being a frustrating season. Doesn't mean a bad season, doesn't mean a really good season, just like, you know, what is this team? And Saturday night hockey night in Canada, the Borje Salming ceremony, playing Pittsburgh last night, the crowd, all that. And it just doesn't replicate the flow of the game. And so, you know, we'll see what it's like since that third period against Vegas. There's ebbs and flows. They had that West Coast trip. They lost 4 games, 2 against like the worst teams in the NHL. And then they turned it on for Philadelphia, or starting late in the Philadelphia game. Had 2 excellent games against Boston, Carolina. Excellent 2 periods against Vegas. And now 4 periods about, okay, are we back in this blender that we were in the West Coast, right? And TJ Brody being out, hopefully not for a long period of time. It was a little bit of surprise that he wasn't in. Maybe that means it's a day-to-day situation. He took a shot last night's game, but you know, people would talk about Jake Muzzin being out. And I said, man, TJ Brody, that's your stud. You know, he's not Norris Trophy. Morgan Riley's a different kind of stud. Again, they're not Norris Trophy, but you know, those are big holes. And Obviously, well, he's missed, but that's not the you can't put in one player about having another underwhelming period of hockey.
The argument I always make about TJ Brody is he is a lot like what Zach Hyman kind of was to this forward group when he was here. Is he the best guy back there? Well, we can quibble, we can make arguments. Obviously, Hyman wasn't the best forward, but whatever line you would put him on, it would immediately get going the best, and that has been what TJ Brody has been for the blue line. Obviously, we'll look at the out-of-town scoreboard on the second half of the intermission here, but the big lineup news coming into it, aside from Brody with Ben coming in, and for a defenseman like Jordy Ben, didn't notice him a whole lot, and that's what he's there to do, is not be noticed. So no problems there in terms of his game, but obviously the big lineup change was swapping the wingers. Nylander with Matthews, Marner with Tavares, much to the point, like we said, of not getting anything going. It's one period. I'm not going to read too much into it, but the early returns, it was not the bolt of lightning, instant offense you hoped for.
No, you'd get a solid D, okay? And your parents would say, well, can they get back in the same class again or something, study partners, but it gets a solid D. And Matthews has that, nobody, he's like Patrick Kane, and he's bigger than Patrick Kane, but when he gets the puck, he's just got this man possessed with it, and he's very good at it, but it's not, and he has it in snippets out there, but it's not resulting, never mind goals, but in scoring chances so far. Again, we're just 20 minutes in.
We saw so many times last year where he would make the play, where he would strip somebody in his own end and slowly wind up, build speed, and you would hear the crescendo building in the building, and you just haven't seen those moments like that this year. Not say he's been dreadful or anything along those lines, but you just haven't been able to see that. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. Leafs find themselves in a hole. They're trailing 2-0 to the Canucks after 20 minutes here at Scotiabank Arena. We will have a little bit more of the first intermission when we continue right here on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Make your next career move with 2 Men in a Truck. The company is hiring motivated and enthusiastic team members for mover, driver, and customer service positions. And if you're looking for more, professional advancement is always a possibility. In fact, 75% of 2 Men in a Truck managers started in frontline positions. Now is the time to apply. Visit 2meninatruck.ca and click careers.
2 Men and a Truck, the movers who care.
I'm Jamie. As an elementary school teacher in Ontario, I've seen the impacts of the pandemic on student achievement and well-being. Students need real government action and investment to recover and thrive. They need more student supports, like special education resources, mental health services, and extra literacy assistance to realize their full potential. As a teacher, I know what my students need to succeed. Learn what's happening in Ontario classrooms. Visit knowmore.ca. That's KNOWMORE.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Right now.
Right meow.
There are deeply fake SUVs pretending to be as capable as a Subaru.
Smubaru.
But if you want symmetrical...
Schmeometrical.
all-wheel drive...
Me all-wheel drive.
And award-winning safety, forget what the copycats are saying.
Who, me? You?
Yes, me you. Insist on the original and don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal from your Smubaru dealer. Subaru dealer.
Hi, I'm Hugh Herron, Chairman of Heathwood Homes. Tradition means a lot to us. Our reputation for quality, service, and customer care are all part of Heathwood's tradition, and that has made us the most successful new home builder. Thousands of people are now proud to be living in a Heathwood home in one of our many outstanding communities, and you can too. Visit heathwood.com to learn all about our fabulous communities. With Heathwood, you'll be home at last.
A strong work ethic takes pride in a job well done. This is you. But to get an honest day's work, you need a callback. You need a job. Express Employment Professionals can help. We'll connect you to the right company. We're committed to your success and never charge a fee to find you a job. Express knows jobs. Get to know Express. Find your location at expresspros.com or on the Express Jobs app.
We're Bet365, the world's favorite sportsbook. Place your bets before or after the game starts on the biggest sports like hockey, basketball, baseball, football, MMA, and soccer. Here's the best part. Bet365 is now available in Ontario. Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's #1. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
What a wonderful pass from the magician, and Matthews has scored.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs trailing the Canucks 2-0 after 20 minutes here at Scotiabank Arena. I do have a touch of good news. They've given the Leafs an extra shot in the intermission, so now out-shooting the Canucks. At least there's something they're leading on in the scoreboard. The NHL scoreboard is brought to you by Bet365. Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book with 80 million members worldwide. 19+, play responsibly. Ontario only. Gordo, Saturdays, always busy in the NHL.
Yeah, a couple final games this afternoon. Stuart Skinner, great game in goal. We know Jack Campbell's been struggling in Edmonton. So Edmonton beats Florida 4-2. Ottawa 4-1 win in Philadelphia. Nice for Claude Giroux heading back there. And then some of the action going on tonight. The Pittsburgh Penguin juggernaut's gone to Montreal, but Montreal's up 1-0 after 1. You've got the Buffalo Sabres lead Boston 1-0 after 1. Arizona's losing 2-1 to the New Jersey Devils. Arizona, they're on a 14-game road trip. A road trip from hell. They're 3-0 on the trip so far.
There you go.
And this is their 4th game. So, anyway, right down now 2-1.
We all have not great things to say about Mullet Arena, so maybe they want to get away from it too. Who knows what's cooking there. That Devils team, they have been off to a red-hot start to start their season. So 2-1 on the Yotes, and, of course, the Leafs will have a date with the Devils. That'll be our next fan game after tonight. That is Thursday. Just quickly, other games going on. Sabres up 1-0 on the Bruins. That'd be a big game in the Atlantic Division there. But looking ahead to the second period here, Leafs need to find some life. They need to find their legs. They need to find a little mojo, Gord. It wasn't quite there in the first, and you would have hoped it was following that really, really emotional ceremony. I still just can't get over what we saw before the game started.
No, it was extremely well done and pretty incredible, and so many a myriad of emotions. And I don't know, the two best Leafs, they're saying we got to play together. I know they're not saying that, but it's almost after 20 minutes. I wonder if Sheldon Keefe quickly goes back to it.
He loves the blender. We know that about him, right?
You want to get the blenders to get the right, the sip of the right thing, right? And then all of a sudden, okay, you're fine. You don't want to overblend all the time, but I don't knock him for trying different things. I think playoff-wise, you may have more options if you figured a few things out heading in there. But yeah, the blender is broken right now, so maybe they got to do battery or something.
Got to go back to just the old knife. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Gord Stellick, Brent Gunning. We will be back for the second intermission when hopefully the Leafs have at least tied it up. Bonesy and Ralph are up next with the call. Keep on listening on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Oh, hi. I'd like to apply for a loan so I can consolidate some of my debts.
Sure. Do you own your home?
Yes, but Carl, our resident ghost, keeps saying it's his house and we should get out.
Okay, but you are the registered owner.
Yes.
Then you're approved.
Hey, hear that, Carl? Huh?
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Go to alpinecredits.ca to get started. Some conditions apply.
FSRA license 12616.
The new More Homes Built Faster Act isn't just about building new homes. It's about building hope and opportunity for newcomers, new buyers, and everyone in Ontario. It will help us overcome our critical lack of housing, reduce housing costs, and allow the building of 1.5 million new homes. That means more jobs, economic growth, and a brighter future. It's the once-in-a-generation housing plan Ontario needs right now. Brought to you by Build and the Ontario Home Builders Association.
Do you recognize the sounds of the better way? Take this simple test to find out. Do you know this sound? Do you recognize this voice?
Next station is King Station.
Does this ring a bell? Does this tap into any memories? If so, sounds like you already know the better way to travel. So take a break from the pumps and take the better, more affordable way. Take the TTC.
I have a question. Aren't commitments meant for people, not phone plans? I mean, if I ever promise till death do we part, you can bet it's not going to be to unlimited data. That's why I like Public Mobile. They keep things casual. There are no long-term contracts. Which, look, if we're being honest with each other, it's just better that way.
I can't be tied down to a phone company, and neither should you. Public Mobile. Mobility on your terms. Public Mobile is not to be held responsible for any potential breakups this commercial may have caused.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Ain't got nothing on Willie Nye, the hockey guy. Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Two to nothing Vancouver as we head to the second period. Goal scorers Horvat and Miller. 13th of the year for Bo Horvat, and JT Miller with his 8th. That was a power play goal. And the Leafs did not score with their opportunity with the man advantage.
JT Miller was held scoreless in their loss in Montreal, but that stopped a 7-game point streak. 5 goals and 10 points in that 7-game streak. So they've had guys that have offensively been putting up decent numbers. The Canucks, but Toronto have been victimized by turnovers and at times average goaltending.
So the Leafs to the left and the Canucks to the right. Puck is dropped and we're underway with the second period. Nylander steps right in over the line, got a weak shot away that was steered wide of the net. It came to the side of the goal, fed back towards the blue line, but didn't reach Jordy Ben. And the Canucks have sent it down into the Leaf end. Quickly played off the boards and out by Morgan Riley, inadvertently into the Vancouver bench. Face-off coming down into the Toronto zone. I'm telling you, I feel a lot older. Cummy Burton, gentleman that I worked with in Sudbury many, many years ago, who played in the National Hockey League briefly with the Detroit Red Wings. His grandson is now working for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Puck out at center. If you go to Sudbury and talk to anybody of any age that has a little bit of age going, in their 40s, 50s, and you ask about Cummy Burton,
he was a legend.
Legend. He was a legend. Absolutely. So I got to tell the story about when he was playing in Portland. He got called up by the Detroit Red Wings. He had this old jalopy, and he said to the guys, "Hey, fellas, I'm going to fly into Detroit because I'm getting called up. Going to raffle off my car." So he had the raffle tickets and everything else. The next day, the guy showed up for practice. There's a sign on the door that said, "Pick my own name. I'm driving to Detroit."
Well,
I mean, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Hooking penalty here.
To Quinn Hughes.
Quinn Hughes. And the Maple Leafs are on the power play.
You got to say, hey, you know, I can't be mad. That's well played.
Well played.
Brilliant.
Yes, it was. Second power play of the game for Toronto. Brought to center by Matthews. In on the left wing goes Tavares. Got it back to the blue line to Riley. Now to Nylander on the right wing. Down low and back of the net, Marner. Looking in front of the net. Still has it as he works to the far side. Back to Riley at the point. Return to Marner. Marner in the corner. Centering pass. And Tavares got a quick shot away, but it was blocked. And now cleared by Tyler Myers down the ice.
And all the video boards are out here in the building right now.
Oh.
Looking at, well, the TV's
a bit
of a delay.
We got the score back.
There we go.
Okay. And we don't have the time of the... Oh, yes, we did. 59 seconds left in the penalty. Nylander swinging it back to the blue line to Riley. Far side, Tavares, a pass down low. Marner wasn't expecting it, I don't think. Now Tavares against the wall. Got it freed up for Marner. Centering pass. Matthews scores! Everything got convoluted down in the far corner. And the entire defense of the Vancouver Canucks got drawn into what looked like a loose puck. And then Marner spots Matthews, and he doesn't have anyone around him.
And he walks in from the top of the right wing circle, and he snaps it. Walker's side on Spencer Martin. But it looked like the Canucks were going to be able to win the battle in the corner to the right of Martin. But Mitch Marner was able to corral it, look out front, and find Austin Matthews, and Matthews snaps it and puts the Leafs back into this game. 2-1 Vancouver.
Centering puck comes in front of the goal, swiped at by the Leafs, but they're unable to get it delivered to the net. And the Canucks will get the center and shoot it in. Down the boards, left wing side, dropped off there for Amon. He can't get it in front of the net. I believe Tavares is going to get an additional assist on the goal, and the Leafs get it out at center. Chipped in over the line. Robertson trying to get around one of the defenders and couldn't. And it comes to center ice, and it is Tavares who's going to get the extra assist on the goal. Leafs have to go back into their own zone. I mean, it was like a magnet. You're right. They thought they were going to get it out and get a loose puck, but everyone was in that corner, and Austin Matthews had a lot of room out in front of the net.
So it's 11 straight now that the Canucks have given up a power play goal, at least one power play goal in a game.
Justin Hall shoots it into the Vancouver end. Played off the boards on the wing and chipped out at center ice. Liljegren couldn't get to it. Mikheyev driving the net. That was stopped on the short side by Kallgren, and the puck along on the far boards. Back of the net for Brock Besser. Besser swings it around to the blue line. It'll be trapped there and kept in at the point by Stillman. Riley Stillman gets it into the corner. Stillman going to the front of the net, but can't get the loose puck. And the Leafs have got him trapped if they can get it out, but they can't. And it's back into the corner for Liljegren. Liljegren tied up on the boards by Brock Besser. Played away and in back of the net. And the Maple Leafs Sandin back for Liljegren, and he just did get to it. Now the Leafs get it out at center ice finally. They're in need of a change, and will get started with one as Aston Reese has gotten to the bench. Now the Canucks in over the line, playing it around back of the Toronto goal. Played to the line, not out. Hughes traps it there. Played into the corner, trying to drive is Horvat. Horvat goes around back of the net, and a centering pass was kicked away on a shot by Kallgren back of the net. To the point, kept in there. Hughes to the far side. Pass into the slot, a shot, and down is Eric Kallgren to cover up on that quick shot in front of the Leaf goal to hold for a faceoff.
And Kallgren, I think, got a little bit fortunate, as it looked like there might have been room far side as Connor Garland tried to pick his spot on the Leaf goaltender. Again, we've lost the time on the video board, but we're fortunate that we've got it on the TV screen. We'll give you the...
Well, we don't have it now.
Left. I can tell you what Phil Esposito is scoring 0.98 goals per game.
I didn't know that. Puck down in front of the net, comes back to Tavares, a shot kicked away there nicely by Martin. Canucks at center, to the line with Pettersson clearing it in. The Leafs send it right back out again. Marner unable to hook up there with Kerfoot. Now Tavares barges in along the wall. Tavares comes out of the scrum with the puck, but as he tried to get it to Riley, it was poke free. 2-on-1 here for the Canucks. Hustling back to take it away, though, was Austin Matthews. Matthews trying to get the puck away. A centering pass comes back to the blue line. Good play by Matthews to come back and make a couple of good defensive plays. Al Marner back for Matthews to the line. Works in and stops. Lost his balance. Puck along the boards. He's able to control it. Marner in back of the goal. Leaves for Nylander. Nylander along the wall. Trying to drag it, being double teamed. Got it back to Marner. Centering pass. Matthews turns. Got the shot away. And Martin is able to take that on the chest and contain it for no rebound. But Austin Matthews with a pretty good shift at either end of the building.
And you'd like to see the hustle on the back check that took away a scoring opportunity from the Canucks off the rush. And I mean, so many times through an Austin Matthews career, Joe, that's where his offense starts from. Creates the turnover in his own end and finishes it off at the other end. Coaches always say the best way to create offense is be strong enough defensively to get it back. Yeah,
you're right. Face off to the right of Spencer Martin. The Leafs on the board. Goal here in the second period, but trail 2-1. Matthews back of the net for Nylander. Nylander works to the near boards. Ran out of real estate, but is able to free the puck up for Bunting. Back to Nylander, closing in. Oh, and he went short side and just missed. Matthews down the boards trying to free it up. Back to the point to Hall, but it'll bound over his stick, and he has to come back to retrieve it. Pass through center now on the right side for Bunting. Michael Bunting into the corner. Scarborough native sends it around to another Torontonian. A long shot deflected off of Martin, went wide. Hall into the corner. Giordano had the shot from the blue line. Kept alive there by Engvall. Got away from a man. Now around back of the goal. Still with it. Engvall curls back into the slot. Goes wide to the left wing side. Rolled it to the side of the goal. Banging away at it. Still free. They still can't get to it. Another backhand. And it's knocked wide. To the blue line. Another pass in and a shot. Stop the rebound in front. They score! A wild scramble. The deal to tie the game at 2.
Well, if Austin Matthews' goal was a masterpiece, this was getting the hard hat on and winning the battle. And eventually it's Pierre Engvall that finds himself with a wide open net. Because it was Michael Bunting, Joe, that got absolutely filled in at the top of the crease. Puck ended up going through Bunting, through the Vancouver defenseman and onto the stick of Engvall. Now looking at it again, Bunting really didn't get filled in. He missed kicking it. And that wouldn't have counted had Bunting been able to make contact with it. So fortunately, Pierre Engvall cleaned up the mess and tied the game at 2.
And it was a mess, wasn't it?
Yes.
Played into the corner. Leafs after it again. Curling out, it comes back to the blue line to Liljegren. Liljegren in, and the crowd has certainly gotten energized with the Leafs play here in the second period. Horvat now to Luke Schenn back of the net. He loses it. It's centered in front and quickly cleared into the corner, but the Leafs are onto it like a mad dog on a bone. Down into the corner it goes to Aston Reese. Round back of the net, the Leafs curling out with it. To the blue line, Liljegren. Over on the far side, Sandin. Return to Liljegren. Can't shoot it at the net. Tried to play it into the corner. Then had it blocked. Knocked back along the wall again. And David Kampf is onto it. Kampf around back of the net. Horvat finally gets to it, but can't get it out. Leafs keeping the puck in. Down into the corner it goes, and Schenn will find an opening and find Connor Garland, who gets to center and gets a change of players going for the Vancouver Canucks. Played down into the Vancouver end. Played around the boards and into the corner. Engvall for Yarncrook, and Giordano is the scoring play. At center, Marner intercepts. Riley got it ahead. Kerfoot couldn't get it into the zone, and the Canucks jump on it, and Höglander goes down into the corner. Ben rode him heavily to the boards. Back to the point to Myers. Can't deliver it to the net. Sends it around back of the goal. Morgan Riley had it knocked away from him. Puck back to the blue line to Myers again. Shot knocked away there by the goaltender Kallgren as the puck comes free. And now Tavares starts out looking to flip it ahead and does, just in over the line for Kerfoot. Kerfoot tried to find a man but couldn't. And the Canucks have it back at center ice. Played in over the line but intercepted there and quickly cleared by Hall. Back out at center ice. Played back into the Toronto zone. Giordano with a little reverse. Hall with a quick up for Nylander. Nylander to Bunting. Bunting got in over the line but didn't deliver a shot. Gets it back towards the blue line. Backhands into the corner for Matthews. He stands up his man. Matthews coming into the corner far side. Back to the point it goes. Kept in by Giordano. And, well, that was the first time. On the second time, it came out, and then that guy blew the whistle, and, well, play's over.
Giordano.
Got anything to say?
No, you're right.
Oh, thank you.
Still early.
We can screw this up with anybody.
Got a lot of time left.
Oh, yeah. 10:56, actually. Second period. Tied in twos. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Join Bet365 now and discover the power of the world's favorite sports book. Watch thousands of live games, build your own bet. You can even bet on games where they're still being played. Seriously. And if you can't watch the games live, we'll alert you of any changes.
Nice. Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook, and this is no ordinary betting app. Disclaimer, must be 19 years or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, visit connexontario.ca.
We're two men and a truck. And we've got lots of men and lots of trucks. Whether you're planning a move to a new home or to a new office down the hall, big or small, we move them all. We even sell packing and moving supplies. But no matter what you need, we'll do it with a smile. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. So when you're planning your next move, call Two Men and a Truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Peoples of the internet, I am Algorithm. Call me Al. My job is to take your job. Ha ha, just kidding. I am always full of funny ha ha pranks. Like when you browse for an all-wheel drive online. Instead of serving up a capable Subaru to your IP, I deepfake you with a super lame SUV. Ha ha, I am laughing my hashtag off. Ha 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 ha. Funny upside down face.
Don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal. Only at your Subaru dealer.
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
The power play clicking on all cylinders as they jam one home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Second period is brought to you by Express Pro. Don't stress about finding a new job. Let Express Employment Professionals help. Visit expresspros.com for good local jobs in a variety of industries. Cleared down into the Toronto zone. Sandin got the puck freed up on the wall, scooped out at center then by Nylander. Canucks turning back with Mikheyev, backhanding it into the far corner. Sandin chased by Mikheyev. The puck goes free up on the wing. Nylander doesn't get it out. Hughes walking the line, spins it back near side. Besser shot blocked. Leafs curling out. Chance for a 2-on-1. Pass in front of the net. A shot. Oh, and a chance. Matthews had on a brilliant setup there by Nylander. I thought the 2-on-1 was negated, but he makes a great play, and Matthews just fails. Now Nylander works back of the net, works it into the far side. Back to the blue line to Morgan Riley. Lots of traffic in front. Rebound in front. They score! Jordy Ben gets his first Toronto Maple Leaf goal. And the Leafs own the lead. Matthews had the great chance first, but here Morgan Riley throws it to the net from the right point. And I believe, Joe, that Pierre Engvall redirects this. Skips wide of the net, off the boards, then out the short side. And Ben has to simply corral it and snap it into the empty net before Spencer Martin could get back to the post. And we talked about the Leafs and their struggles of late. Well, the Vancouver Canucks struggles of blowing leads has resurfaced again here tonight. Sixth time they've blown a 2-goal lead. Jordy Ben's 26th goal of his career and his first goal since January 24th, 2022 with Montreal. Well, Bruce Boudreau and the Vancouver Canucks have called the timeout. And it's 3-2 Toronto. Yep. Now, we have a little bit of time. You know what happened on this date, 1931? That's as ridiculous as the question I asked you before. I know. That's why I'm asking you. All of these guys that are hung to the rafters got to play in this building. Not this building. I didn't say that. I said this building that was opened in 1931. Maple Leaf Gardens? Correct, sir. You win a prize. You said this building. This building. The building. All right. I'm going to have to read the fine print of those questions. Let me tell you how fine that print is, mister. Those goggles you bought there at the grocery store are not going to cut it. I don't buy them at the grocery store. Where'd you get them? I found them. Leafs with a 3-2 lead. Yes, 1931, Leafs and the Chicago Blackhawks open Maple Leaf Gardens. You're listening to Molson Canadian Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Make sure that your business documents are for your recipient's eyes and no one else's. Trust Record Express for industry-leading standards in secure storage, scanning, and shredding. With fast, same-day service, flexible contract terms, and all the support you need to safeguard your confidential information. Visit recordexpress.ca today for document storage and shredding special offers. That's Record, XPRESS.ca. Record Express. Store, scan, shred Canadian.
All right, people, listen up. Search and rescue has a lot of ground to cover, so pay attention. It's minus 40 out here, and our guy has been missing for several hours. He's about 6'2", thin build. Fortunately, he's wearing a force field high-visibility vest, so we should... there he is.
Be seen with Force Field protective clothing. Made for Canadians, engineered for Canada. Visit highvissafety.ca. That's HIVIS safety.ca. And use code RADIO for 10% off your first order.
With TELUS, you're a part of something bigger. We are helping make the world a better place by using our technology for good. TELUS Health is innovating to help make good health and well-being easier for all. From field to fork, TELUS Agriculture is improving our global food system. And we're investing in sustainable technologies to protect our planet. You can learn more at TELUS.com/purpose. Join us and let's make the future friendly.
We always get you the puck.
Steps around one, going to the net, a shot is good!
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
We won't find out till after the game the status of TJ Brody. It was a game-time decision, apparently, but no further details from the Leafs PR staff has been forthcoming.
And they'll probably play him back-to-back. So you don't want to take the chance with it either.
Right out at center ice now by Vancouver. Got in across the line, but unable to control the puck cleanly. Leafs get it up along the wall, but not out. Neither could David Camp do the job. And now Riley finds his defense partner, and Ben unable to control it there. Slapped around to the far side for Myers, and the Canucks keep it into the Toronto zone. Ben working up against the boards, got it freed up. Now tipped out on the line, and a long lead pass for Engvall, but he's not going to get there ahead of the defenseman Ekman Larsson, who sends it back into the Toronto end. Ben with a pass up the middle. Deflects over the line off the stick of Tavares. Quickly brought back by Höglander across the line, but his pass was out of the reach of everyone, and Marner has it under control in the Toronto zone with a long lead pass. That was blocked, and then it is batted into the Toronto bench by Ben, who was definitely in the neutral zone when that thing got airborne, so no penalty.
Well, the Leafs have only twice this season scored more than 3 goals in a game. It was a 5-2 win at home against the Philadelphia Flyers, and they did it on the road in Winnipeg to beat the Jets 4-1, but the 4th goal was by Michael Bunting into the empty net. So it's kind of staggering that we're at this point of the season for the Leafs. 15 games in, and with a goalie in, they've only hit the 4-goal mark, or gotten past the 3-goal mark once.
But 3 is a magic number at the other end of the rink, because they are 0-5-3 when they have surrendered 3 goals. Canucks in the offensive end, trying to get it back to the point, and it escapes and now has slid all the way down into the Vancouver end. Canucks hustling back after it. And around back of the goal. Played off the boards to center. Brought on by Amon and over the line. Nicely taken away, though, by Captain Tavares, who got it around on the wing and then couldn't get a return pass there from Marner. Puck in the near corner. Marner trying to dig it out and has, and works around back of the net. Sends Hall a pass in the corner. Tipped ahead for Tavares. Dropped off for Marner and slid into the Vancouver end. 7:50 to go in a big second period for Toronto. They come in trailing 2-0 and are leading 3-2. Hughes back in his own zone. Played a lot of his minor hockey here in Toronto. Brought on at center. Amon sends it around back of the net. Leafs are able to play it to an empty left wing boards area, kept alive by Ekman Larsson into the far corner for the Canucks. Now to Mikheyev. Mikheyev back to the point. Ekman Larsson shooting. That's deflected in front of the net. A stop made. Good save there by goaltender Kallgren. Leafs counterattack. Robertson in over the line with a shot. And a fairly easy save off the wing made there by Spencer Martin to stop play with 7:09 to go.
Well, one of the notable moves, Austin Matthews and Willie Nylander out together. And they're going to head to the bench, and what do we got coming out? Robertson,
Engvall,
and Yarncrook.
Yep. Jordy Benn's goal from Riley at 10:01 is the difference maker thus far. Right to the right in the Vancouver end, and a shot taken by Robertson right off the face-off just went wide. Hughes can't get it out. Kept in for Robertson again. Sharp angle drive. Stopped there by Martin and smothered. This line has had a lot of jump and have been rewarded with the Engvall goal.
In that moment, in the middle of his change, that Michael Bunting was out with that group instead of Nick Robertson.
Draw one by Toronto. Riley sends it into the corner for Yarncrook. Now Robertson comes out of the corner with it. Back to the point to Riley, a shot. And that was just off the mark wide. Robertson hustles into the corner to come up with it. Nicely played back to the blue line. Played to the near side. Jordy Benn's shot went off a leg and went wide. Yarncrook in the corner. Back for Engvall. Engvall back down in along the boards. That's drawn a crowd in the Vancouver zone. And Luke Schenn finally gets it freed up. And it's played to center ice by Podkolzin to get it into the Leaf end. Canucks are changing. Yarncrook takes advantage and just plays it into the zone before heading to the Toronto bench. 6:10 to go, second period. Toronto 3, Vancouver 1. Bouncing puck down in the Toronto end. Got away there from Giordano. Around back of the goal go the Canucks to get it to the point. Kept in there and swept over the far side by Riley Stillman. That was stopped. Riley Stillman, the son of Corey Stillman, now an assistant coach in Arizona.
Where's his dad's number 61? This level, which is kind of neat.
Yeah. Timeout here with 5:50 to play in the second period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Hugh Heron from Heathwood Homes. I want to talk to you about our great country, Canada. It's a land of opportunity and a place I call home. For 50 years, Heathwood has been committed to building each home with the very best new technologies, ensuring that your home will be more energy efficient and sustainable than ever. Visit our communities at heathwood.com. At Heathwood, you will be home at last.
Pavlov's dog proved that irresistible incentives bring predictable results. Now, Nick Pavlov, broker Remax West, is proving it again. With perfect staging, pinpoint accurate pricing, intimate Toronto neighborhood knowledge, the Nick Pavlov real estate team will achieve a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
Right now,
Right meow.
there are deeply fake SUVs pretending to be as capable as a Subaru.
Smubaru.
But if you want symmetrical,
Schmeometrical.
all-wheel drive,
Me all-wheel drive.
and award-winning safety, forget what the copycats are saying.
Who, me? You?
Yes, Miu. Insist on the original and don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal from your Smubaru dealer. Subaru dealer.
He snipes shots like Ron Burgundy sips scotch.
Kind of a big deal.
Austin Matthews and the Leafs play here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Leafs 3, the Vancouver Canucks 2. Matthews, Engvall, and Benn have scored for Toronto. Here in the second, after Horvat and Miller scored in the first for Vancouver. So the bathtub's been flowing one way down to our right. A shot deflects in front of the goal, knocked into the corner then by Camp. Camp trying to take it away from the Vancouver player, and it deflects off a skate, comes to center. Played back in on a delayed offside. The Leafs tried to chip it out. Hall had it blocked. Down into the corner it goes. Hall able to take it away. Got it freed up there for Camp. He one-hands it out at center. Malgin back to Camp. Camp in over the line. Tried to play it into the corner for Aston Reese, but he couldn't get in front of the goal. And the Canucks will send it high to center ice. Giordano and Liljegren exchanging the disc. Set ahead and deflected in by Malgin. And the Leafs go into the forecheck with Tavares in there. Tavares got the puck free, got it in front of the net. No one there. Canucks will break it out under 5 minutes to play in the period. Miller gets it down into the corner. Chopped at there by Toronto. And cleared to the line, but not out. Stillman got a shot in on goal, deflected wide of the net by Kallgren. Leafs trying to play it around to an empty wing. Tavares getting there for Toronto, trying to protect the puck and is able to get it out at center. Return pass springs Kerfoot. Kerfoot in on the left wing, goes wide. Now pulls up, back to the point. Ben's stick explodes, and he'll have to get a quick one from Bobby Hastings. And it was a defensive partner who got the stick to Ben. And I'm just trying to check and see if it's a left. He's fine.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people have seen it because it made its round on social media, but there was a camera in behind the Leafs bench, right behind Bobby Hastings, the Leafs trainer, who, as the play went on, kept moving his hand to whose stick, who had the puck, knowing that if somebody was to break their stick, he'd have to be ready. And you think it's just a nice, easy day where you stand behind the bench and watch the ice hockey game? Oh, no. And we have seen some great moments where he's had to come up with that baton for somebody at the right moment. It was Mitch Marner, was it not?
Yep. Got an assist, didn't he?
Yeah.
Now, I was chuckling just thinking, could you imagine you and I with that job?
Yeah. Well, I did come closer to it than you did.
True, you were on
I was just a foot in front of Bobby Hastings. I can't.
Did you happen to notice what they were doing with the sticks while you were there?
You know what? I wasn't even really big on opening the gate for the other fellas. Your athletes jump.
Yeah, do you remember at the Gardens, the doctor who sat at the side was the door opener, right? Played down into the Toronto zone. Off a stick. Controlled now nicely by Riley. Played up for Nylander. Nylander trying to drop the puck back, and the Leafs are in trouble here as it comes up on the wing, but then Hall got back into position. They were changing and couldn't touch the puck, or there would have been an offside or a penalty. Down around back of the net, it goes to the far side. Horvat to the point, to the near side in front of the net, trying to scramble it free. Matthews got it ahead but didn't get it out. Leafs still scrambling around in their own end. Oh, Bunting almost got away with a breakaway there. And now Hall does a nice job and gets it out at center, only to have it hit the linesman, but the Leafs carry on. Nylander in, curls in the far corner. Cycles it down into the boards area now for Engvall. Engvall out from behind the net. In front of the goal. Stillman got a shot away and whistled it wide. Leafs with it again. Yarncrook to Engvall. Barded there from behind by Pettersson. Could have been a penalty there, I think. Down into the Leaf zone it goes. Robertson behind the Leaf net. Rink wide it comes to Hall. Quickly ahead, Yarncrook, who took a pretty good hit from Stillman. Down into the corner it goes in the Vancouver end. 2:28 to play in the period. Vancouver launching it high, rolling down in on goal and scooped aside by Kallgren. What a dangerous play there by the Leaf netminder. Instead of maybe getting a glove on it, he just scooped it away. Now Stillman at the left point, a shot. Toe save made there on the splits by Kallgren. Liljegren up ahead at center for David Camp. Look out. Stillman's been throwing his weight around a lot. Backhanded by Camp, was steered wide by goaltender Spencer Martin. Now Camp in against the boards, back of the net. Denny Malgin couldn't come up with it. Leafs are changing again with 1:40 to go in the period. Vancouver banks to center, chipped in by Garland. Into the corner goes Horvat. Horvat couldn't come up with it. Riley had it knocked away from him. Played around the boards. It'll come to the blue line. Near side for Hughes. Hughes with the pass in. Oh, what a nice deflection that was by Horvat. And a brilliant save by Kallgren. But the action in front of the net has drawn the ire of Peter McDougall, and a penalty coming to Toronto.
It's going to be Jordy Ben. Going to go for interference. I believe John Tavares made his way towards the penalty box as well, but took the U-turn and headed back to the Leaf bench, and the face-off will be to the right of Kallgren. The last time the Vancouver Canucks had a top 3 pick, reason of course that I'm saying it, 1999. They had 2 of the top 3 picks and
Did
drafted
they look alike?
How about drafting a couple of Hall of Famers?
Yeah, not bad.
Side by each.
Sedin twins down into the corner, controlled by Vancouver. Fed to the blue line for Hughes. He settles, gets it in along the wall. Leafs are able to intercept, and Marner turns and launches it high and out and down the ice. Less than a minute to go in the second period. Hughes is back to the net with the Vancouver power play. Starting out, a pass up ahead now for Miller. He plays in over the line to Hughes. Hughes tried to center, but it went off a stick back of the net. Leafs get it freed up for Giordano. Giordano got it onto the wing, and Marner, or at least Kerfoot, gets to center and just sends it down into the Vancouver end. Canucks back into neutral ice. And across the line, a pass into the slot, comes back to Miller. Drop past Hughes. Hughes gets it returned again. Hughes to Miller on the left wing side. Cross-ice pass. Oh, and a one-timer just went wide, and then Miller missed the net. Pettersson with that one-timer just missed. Hughes, centering pass. Horvat took a swipe at it but couldn't make it, and the Leafs are going to get it out at center ice with 4 seconds left in the period, and time is going to run out.
Well, the Canucks will start period number 3 with 42 seconds left still in the power play. So it'll be a huge kill for the Leafs to open up period number 3. More jump in that period. Still had those anxious moments in their own zone, didn't they? They haven't exactly been able to shut it down. 23-19 the shots after 2 periods of play, favoring the Leafs, and on the scoreboard a 2-0 deficit entering the second has turned into a 3-2 lead.
14-10, the Leafs outshoot the Canucks in the second period. Matthews, Engvall, and Ben scoring for Toronto. We'll step aside for Gord Stellig and Brent Gunning. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Hi, I need to realign my chakras, and I think consolidating my debts into one easy payment would really help. I'd like a loan.
Do you own your home?
Yes.
Then you're approved.
Namaste.
We want to give you the whole world. But that's not a viable business model. So instead, we're offering you complete glasses from only $69. At Specsavers, we believe quality eyewear and eye care should be affordable to all, which is a little thing we call Specsavers Love. Find out more at specsavers.ca. Conditions apply. Select pairs only.
Ontario has a plan to get students caught up. It starts with kids back in the classroom all year, with sports, clubs, and field trips. It includes new tutoring supports and teaching new experiences in science, technology, engineering, and math, so students have the skills they need for the jobs of tomorrow. See our plan at ontario.ca/catch-up. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Crispy, juicy, tender. And now, there's even more to love.
The new Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. Yep, we turned up the heat on this one. Sure, it's got that crispy seasoned chicken and that soft potato bun. But now, it's also got fiery habanero sauce. Whew, that's hot. This is Mick with a kick. The Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. So juicy, so tender, and now so spicy. At participating restaurants in Canada.
The pre-Black Friday event is on at Mark's. For 3 days only from November 10th to 12th, take an extra 25% off store-wide and save up to 60% on door crashers. Visit Mark's in-store or at marks.com. Door crasher prices as marked.
The PC Insiders Report Holiday Edition is here at Real Canadian Superstore. From awesome appies like savory PC crispy shrimp trios to desserts like PC cranberry vanilla ice cream. Ooh, both please. Super your season at Real Canadian Superstore.
What the world needs now is more than a vacation. We need to come back to feeling our best selves again. Back to inviting. Back to loving. Back to life. Back to the little bit of Jamaica that's inside all of us. Come back to being lively again. Back to laid back. So call your travel agent or go to visitjamaica.com and come back to the vibe that comes alive in Jamaica.
Get ready for the Bay's Black Friday sale with savings of up to 60% off, including clearance. Starting November 18th, you'll find amazing deals on all your favorite brands like Columbia, Effie, Gluckstein Home, Lancome, and more. Plus, shop confidently with 90-day returns and the Bay's price match guarantee. So drop by your local Hudson's Bay store or check out thebay.com. Get ahead of your holiday shopping and get ready for Black Friday at the Bay. Exclusions and conditions apply.
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Willie Nylander! And the Leafs have a 2-goal lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Now Nylander works back to the net. Works it into the far side. Back to the blue line to Morgan Riley. Lots of traffic in front. Rebound in front. They score! Jordy Ben gets his first Toronto Maple Leaf goal. And the Leafs own the lead.
That made it 3-2. That is still the score here at Scotiabank Arena. The Leafs leading the Canucks. Now, Gord, they love a lot of things in this building. Of course, they love skill and talent. And, you know, on a night where they're honoring Borje Salming, we think of those things. But I don't know if there's anything people in this building love more than when a guy like Jordy Ben gets a goal. It's not Matthews, it's not Marner, but it is a guy that it is nothing but gravy when you get a goal from him. You could see the life on his face as he scored it, looking like Gretzky with his little run after. What a period for the Leafs.
Where's that Leaf team from the first period?
Yeah,
Let's get rid of that Leaf team from the first period. Just stick with this Leaf team from the second period. You know, you think of whether, God rest his soul, the late Wade Belak, or, you know, that you're right. There's an identity about, and I'm not saying Jordy Ben's there, but his first game and, you know, getting that kind of goal, they like to cheer for, not so much an underdog, but, you know, in a way he is, coming back from injury. And man, what a different period. Boy, did they ever respond. It was a real exciting, completely different 20 minutes than the first, you know, whether it's the star players or the Jordy Ben players. And, you know, Vancouver's seen this too often, unfortunately. Fortunately for the Leafs, whatever it is, they're a fragile team. They're a team that all of a sudden, if you get the momentum and get going, you got them. And now you got to keep them. Now you got to keep on them.
The thing I will say that impressed me, maybe not the most about the Leafs from that period, but it was a really nice sign, was that Boudreau immediately calls the timeout after the 3-2 goal. Okay, we got to stem the tide here. And we've seen with this Leaf team that the momentum goes away. You take half a step off the gas, and all of a sudden it's a tie game again. They pushed and pushed and pushed. Now Vancouver got some looks towards the end of the period. That's going to happen. But I really liked the way, and I thought it was smart as Sheldon Keefe. I noticed the line he threw out over the boards was the Kampf line. That is a line he knows what he's going to get from them all the time. It's almost never going to be a goal, but it's almost always going to be on the right end of the ice. So I just thought that was smart little coaching move by Keefe, and I love the way the team, it feels weird to say responded to their own goal, but I like the way they responded.
Yeah, I mean, we sat here and just said the first intermission, you're here as a okay, we're working the game. We're fortunate to be working the game, but you're like disappointed fans about all the hype on a Saturday night, and you're just no buzz, no energy whatsoever, and they just had it. I mean, it's simple. Let's get this Leaf team of the second period, and not so much the team of the first period. But just the kind of pressure, the skate to get their mojo going, and I mean, they're trying. Let's face it, they're trying to do that all the time. We know that, but you're just always puzzled. How can a team be so great in one period and be so flat like they were in the first period?
I have a slight theory on this here.
Which is?
You went and, again, we're keeping an eye on the game here, but it's a big night here. You went and visited with the Little Leafs royalty, and, I'm not going to give you too much credit, but I'll give Borje all the credit he wants. He visits with you, and look at the period the Leafs had. Your experience.
I got to, and, it's not meant to be self-serving, but so Borje's in one of the Leaf alumni boxes, and he's getting quite a crowd of people coming through, and I happened to go when it was a little bit quieter, and maybe as great a hug as I've ever got in my life. And you can tell he wants to express things, and he can't, but he's expressing through emotions and that, it was very, very touching. And his son Anders and daughter Teresa, they're magnificent. I mean, they're not little kids anymore. I remember putting handling the Leaf Christmas party, and you put a list of gifts and the ages of the boys and girls, right? And all that stuff. And it was just like yesterday. So the visit there, I'm going to say Borje is the guy that got them the 3 goals. Yes.
Yeah, not you.
Not
Definitely
me.
Not
Borje
you.
is the guy that got them the 3 goals, but it made it just a very great 45 minutes for me on a couple of fronts.
Yeah,
that's
for
sure.
For sure. And then, in speaking of the game itself, it's funny. Matthews and Marner split up. They still find a way to connect. And I was sitting there watching that power play that Matthews ended up getting the goal on, and I'm sitting there going, it's not a bad power play, but it's just a little disjointed. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything going. And then it's a broken play, and this is where Marner is just special. We always use the expression, eyes in the back of their head. I think he literally has them. I don't know how he found Matthews. Now, he was wide open. Easy to get it there once he saw him, but to have the vision to find him there, it's just, even when split apart, those two find a way to be special. And I think Matthews and Nylander have fed off each other well, but it's just that jumped out to me on the Matthews goal.
Yeah, no, it just and the what do you call them, the blender lines. That's and right. All that's going on. This is this is one. Sometimes we have a lot of hopefully great analysis or whatever, and this one, no, you're just throwing it out. We're sitting back watching it like a fan, and in the first period just scratching our head, what now, just reveling and everything going right, and just everything going right.
That's right. Definitely a tale of 2 periods here. Leafs pummeling the Canucks in terms of shots, 27-19. Slight edge on the scoreboard. 3-2 is the score here at Scotiabank Arena. We're going to come back with a little bit more of the second intermission. Take a look around the NHL at large with the NHL scoreboard. This is Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Peoples of the Internet, I am Algorithm. Call me Al. My job is to take your job. Ha ha, just kidding. I am always full of funny ha ha pranks, like when you browse for an all-wheel drive online. Instead of serving up a capable Subaru to your IP, I deepfake you with a super lame SUV. Ha ha, I am laughing my hashtag off. Ha 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 ha. Funny upside down face.
Don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal. Only at your Subaru dealer.
We're 2 men in a truck. The movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Pavlov's dog proved the power of predictable results. And for that, Ivan Pavlov received the Nobel Prize. Now Nick Pavlov, broker RE/MAX West, also receives awards, also for predictable results. So have the award-winning Nick Pavlov real estate team provide a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
A strong work ethic takes pride in a job well done. This is you. But to get an honest day's work, you need a callback. You need a job. Express Employment Professionals can help. We'll connect you to the right company. We're committed to your success and never charge a fee to find you a job. Express knows jobs. Get to know Express. Find your location at expresspros.com or on the Express Jobs app.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
I'm Jamie. As an elementary school teacher in Ontario, I've seen the impacts of the pandemic on student achievement and well-being. Students need real government action and investment to recover and succeed. They need a learning recovery plan that provides the focused and individual attention they deserve. As a teacher, I know what my students need to succeed. Learn what's happening in Ontario classrooms. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Mitch Marner is our M&M. Does that make him the real Slim Shady? Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs leading the Canucks 3-2 after 20 minutes here, 40 minutes here, 20 minutes left, hopefully, and that's all. I've seen enough overtime lately. I would like a nice, clean third period here, although I'll certainly take more of the theatrics the Leafs had in the second and a lot less of what they had in the first. Gord, quickly, this stat is not going to be the same after the third period, so I want to sneak this in. Leafs shot attempt leaders through 2 periods. Austin Matthews, 6. Jordy Ben, 6. They are tied. So there you go.
Jordy, play some defense, will you?
Offensive juggernaut. Jordy, well, he's playing with Morgan Riley. He's getting activated. The NHL scoreboard brought to you by Bet365. With Bet365, you can bet on things like player props, totals, or game outcomes across many different sports. 19 plus. Play responsibly. That's Ontario only. Gordo, what do we got going on?
Geez, Jordy Carlson. That's what he's playing like. Yeah, like Eric, huh? Out-of-town scores. I mentioned a couple this afternoon. And outstanding goaltending by Stuart Skinner for the Oilers. They get a big 4-2 win over Florida. Big win Ottawa, 4-1 over Philadelphia. Nice for Claude Giroux going back there and getting the W. And some of the games going on tonight. 1-1 Boston, Buffalo, the end of 2. Pittsburgh leads Montreal 2-1, the end of 2. Those high-flying New Jersey Devils who the Leafs are going to play next week. 4-2 lead over Arizona in the third. Columbus, nice bounce back with that win over Philadelphia. 2-1 over the New York Islanders. Nashville leads the Rangers 1-0.
Interesting, in New Jersey, of course, they had the Fire Lindy chants at the beginning of the season. They had Sorry Lindy chants going on in the building today. And former Leaf, Nicholas Aube-Kubel, he won't be playing for the Capitals for the next 3 games either. He is suspended for his hit to the head on Cal Foot there. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. Let's hope there's another great Leafs period ahead. Leafs up 3-2 on the Canucks. This is Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The new More Homes Built Faster Act isn't just about building new homes. It's about building hope and opportunity for newcomers, new buyers, and everyone in Ontario. It will help us overcome our critical lack of housing, reduce housing costs, and allow the building of 1.5 million new homes. That means more jobs, economic growth, and a brighter future. It's the once-in-a-generation housing plan Ontario needs right now. Brought to you by Build and the Ontario Home Builders Association.
'Tis the season of giving and the season of stressing. Shop Amazon this holiday for decompressing. Save on silk robes and bath bombs, they're refreshing. When your parents and in-laws just aren't really meshing. Or when your kid brother won't pass the ranch dressing. And the thought of dry turkey gets way too distressing. Whatever holiday nerves you're repressing, Amazon's holiday deals are never depressing.
I'm fine.
Right now.
Right meow.
There are deeply fake SUVs pretending to be as capable as a Subaru.
Smubaru.
But if you want symmetrical...
Schmeometrical.
all-wheel drive...
Me all-wheel drive.
And award-winning safety, forget what the copycats are saying.
Who, me? You?
Yes, me you. Insist on the original and don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal from your Smubaru dealer. Subaru dealer.
Dell Technologies provides growing businesses with tools to do incredible things.
because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 310-DELL.
Sleeves up. It's time for your annual flu shot at Shoppers Drug Mart. Book today at shoppersdrugmart.ca/flu or through the PC Health app. Over 1,100 pharmacies across Canada. Subject to vaccine availability. Limitations apply.
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Back into the slot. They shot. They score. And it is 6-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Back here at Scotiabank Arena, the Maple Leafs with a 3-2 lead after 2 periods of play. Both Ilya Mikheyev and JT Miller are -3. So they were on for all 3 of the Toronto goals. They've added an assist to William Nylander in the Jordy Ben tally. Riley and Nylander, the helpers, at 10:01.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Sorry.
The
4th goal scored by a Leaf defenseman this year?
That'd be correct.
Yeah. Timothy Liljegren had 2 in 1 game.
Yes, and Justin Hall had the other.
Yeah, it was a game winner against the Ottawa Senators. So
Morgan Riley, who picked up an assist tonight, has a dozen assists, but no goals.
Well, the Leafs have got to think forward. Kill out this penalty and then go back on the attack. I don't think you want to sit back for 19.5 minutes trying to protect the lead, dictate the pace of play. That's what they did in the second period and were able to have success with it. And that's what they did the win against Philadelphia, right? They came out and had a great third period against the Flyers.
Remember when it was 23 shots? It's now 27, so they've done some work there. Wing side, Hughes, back to Pettersson. The one-timer is drilled into the chest of Kallgren and covered up. Are you surprised that Keith Petruzzelli didn't get a chance to play tonight?
A little bit, yeah. I think, considering it's the back-to-backs, and I'm not sure the last time I remember a Leaf goaltender playing back-to-back games. And I'm not saying that's impossible. Guys do it all through junior or in the minors sometimes.
Horvat gets it back to the point. Pettersson back to Hughes. Hughes to the far side. Horvat, a shot kicked away nicely by the right pad of Kallgren. Garland getting it back to the point. Pettersson again. Cross ice feed. Shot deflects. Comes bouncing back to the blue line and out. And Ben out of the penalty box. Got a little bit of a piece there of Hughes, but couldn't free the puck up to his teammate as Camp was right there. Now Myers sends it down into the Toronto end. Leafs have killed off the power play of Vancouver. Fed up on the wing for Riley. He doesn't get it out. And Liljegren will go back to behind the net. And as he tried to play it, it went off a Vancouver player. And despite the gesturing by JT Miller, he's not going to win that battle, and it'll be a face-off in the Toronto end.
Or, wait a minute. I believe he won that battle. I was with you at the initial time.
I thought he went in.
Wow. We're going to watch again. That looks like it's the right call.
All right.
Liljegren being pressured. Had the puck in behind the Leaf net. Trying to go up the right wing boards, but launched it.
So the Leafs have a big kill on their hands here. Centering pass, and Horvat had to go off a leg and went wide. Now Camp trying to muscle it out at center and was tripped up, but is able to get it out into the neutral zone and now down into Vancouver territory. So the Canucks are given a delay of game penalty to Liljegren and their 3rd power play opportunity and 2nd in a row. And across the line and into the corner. Horvat overskated the puck. Yarncrook gets a hold of it and down the ice it goes. Martin had to almost do the splits behind the net to keep the puck from going out in front.
At least you and I know what angles are, because you can see as it ricocheted.
Yeah, here's a chance now off the goal post. Rattled there by Brock Besser. I think.
And then the rebound was fired wide of the open net.
Yeah, the puck back in the blue line. Kept alive now by the Canucks as it comes back to Hughes. Hughes to the near side. Pettersson. Pettersson down low. Looks for a return pass and gets it. At the side of the net, goes back of the net for Horvat. Horvat trying to get it in front for Besser. That didn't work. Comes back to the blue line. Pettersson in. Good block there by Jordy Ben. And he got it to the line but not out. Hughes keeping it alive for Vancouver. Down low, a centering pass. Knocked away on a good sprawling block there by the Leafs. Again, Pettersson down low, gets it returned. Cross-ice pass. Into the slot, a shot blocked. Rebound is going to be launched out at center ice.
Oh, a pretty impressive power play by the Canucks, and the Leafs dodged some bullets. Especially the one off the crossbar or the goalpost. But I think we would have heard a horn by now, Joe.
Yes, I was just going to say that, Jimmy, that because it came out and it must have hit flush.
Yep.
Because it came out rather strange. Now the Canucks still with it in the Leaf zone with a shot that's wide. And where's that gone? Off the dasher board and out of play.
That's the one thing you don't want to hear when you're the defending team and puck planks off the goalpost crossbar. Play for 30 seconds, and then you hear the horn. It's like somebody saying, not so fast.
Tell this story a couple of times when there were no internet and everything. They had a video review guy in each rink.
Yep.
And one night in St. Louis, that happened. Scrambled, play went on, horn went off. There's no TV that night. And the guy goes over, puts the headsets on, and I'm going, what are they looking at?
Who's he talking to?
And who's he talking to? All of a sudden, he points to the center ice area. Goal scored. And after the game, I talked to Grant Fuhrer. I said, Furzy, what in the heck happened? He said, well, you won't believe this, as the shot goes in on goal on Vancouver and cleared to center. He said, you won't believe this, but the video review judge upstairs saw the puck in the net with his binoculars. So the only binocularized goal ever scored in the National Ice Hockey League. And I swear that may have been the last non-televised game, certainly for the Leafs, but maybe in the National Hockey League.
No, you and I did one in San Jose, and it was a 0-0 game. I believe that was the last non-televised game.
No, they stopped televising it midway because it was such an awful game.
It was, too.
It was the worst.
And I remember that's Felix Potvin was sent ahead to Kallgren.
Yeah.
Glenn Healy.
Yeah.
Got the start. Nothing tie, and then Healy got hurt midway through the third period, and Marcel Cousineau came in. But I remember it wasn't televised.
I believe there were 5 shots total in the game. How one of the goalies got hurt, I don't know. Canucks with a shot. That was knocked away by Kallgren. But the Canucks have pressed here and are continuing. 23 shots on goal. The Leafs have not had the puck in the offensive zone. Now brought to center by Bunting. Slid into the right wing corner. Nylander goes in there after it. Tried to pry it free. Matthews got interfered with and knocked down, and the Canucks start away with a pass out at center that gets by everyone. Riley hustling back, and the forechecker has turned to the bench to get a change. Riley in his own zone. A bank pass for Ben. Ends up on the stick of Robertson in front of the net. Great chance in front of the goal by Engvall. Robertson setting him up nicely, but a good save made. Now the Leafs with it again and a shot. High and wide of the goal. Ben cross ice to the far side for Denny Malgin. Malgin back into the corner now for Robertson. Robertson can't pry it away. Comes to the line. Ben kept it in. Pass on the right side for Malgin. Bouncing disc to contend with. Gets it back to the blue line. Leafs have made one change. Riley with a pass in now. Engvall can't get a shot away, and it's going to go wide and back of the net. Bounced into the corner and swept to an open wing. Mikheyev back to recover the puck for Vancouver. And good hit there by Aston Reese, and he brings it right back into the zone. Couldn't get a shot away, though, against the defense. Played into the corner, trying to cycle it, and it'll be pushed up on the wing for Connor Garland, who gets it out. Giordano was tripped up and fell. Aston Reese able to keep the puck in down low. Camp got it on the wing for Yarncrook. Far side, Hall shooting. Blocker save. Big rebound in front. Back it comes Giordano to Hall again. Down low to the Leafs. A centering pass. Oh, and Yarncrook just failed to redirect that into the net. Kicked in nicely by Camp. And finally sent out at center by Vancouver. Fans enjoying that shift. That line's been very solid here tonight. Back down into the Vancouver zone it goes. 3-2, the Leafs with the lead here in the third. Pass intercepted at the blue line by Tavares. Chipped into the corner. Kerfoot couldn't get to it. Canucks have sent it out and down the ice. Slow up there, Liljegren. And he does. And there's an icing call.
13:29 to go here in the third period. The Leafs hold it on to a 1-goal lead.
Our producer is Armin Zagarian. Andrew Hammond is here pushing all the buttons, and the veteran Tom Young is back at Command Central tonight.
It's always good to see Tommy when we're in at the station.
Sandin on the wing for Marner. The pass comes into the near corner. Leafs onto it quickly. Tavares along the boards. Kerfoot overskated the puck, and the Canucks get it up on the wing, but not out. And now launched high on a bounce. That took a Toronto bounce on edge and rolled for icing. Hey, tomorrow, the Toronto Argonauts are hosting the Montreal Alouettes in the Eastern Conference CFL Final. Going to be loud in one section. 3 Bowen boys and me are going.
It's going to be loud in the car on the way down.
At the blue line, a shot goes wide of the Vancouver net. We'll have the windows down, too.
Yes.
Played in to the far side. Referee had that blocked. Myers tried to get it out. Now they do. Canucks in over the line. Pulled up and a pass in front of the net. Cut off nicely by the back checking of Nylander. Then he had it stolen. And a quick shot is gloved by countryman Erik Kallgren to bail him out. A face-off coming in the Toronto zone when we return. 12 minutes, 42 seconds to play here in the third. Leafs 3, Vancouver 2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hands at Heart Center and HSBC's GIC.
Do you mean namaste?
In today's unstable markets, nothing can center us like a guaranteed return of up to 4.75% per year on HSBC's GICs.
One of Canada's best rates.
Mm-hmm.
Peace of mind in a world of uncertainty banks with us. HSBC Bank. Rates are subject to change without notice. Offer valid until December 30th, 2022. For details, terms, and conditions, visit hsbc.ca/special rates.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Active Green and Ross.
Make sure you're ready for your winter driving adventure with BF Goodrich Tires. From October 3rd to December 19th, buy 4 BF Goodrich Tires and get up to $100 in mail-in rebates. From tires to tune-ups, we won't be undersold. There's no better place to buy your BF Goodrich Tires than
Active Green and Ross.
Certain conditions apply. See store for details.
Pre-Black Friday discounts are now on at Sale. Get up to 50% off selected winter jackets, boots, and equipment. Don't miss out on these deals at Sale, your proudly Canadian outdoor superstore.
Warm up for the season at McDonald's. Now until December 4th, enjoy a medium McCafe premium roast hot or iced coffee for $1 plus tax. Or a medium latte or cappuccino for $2 plus tax. For a limited time at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
From jumping the boards to jumping into your timeline, we are all about the Leafs. This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Joe Vaughn along with Jim Ralph, the Maple Leafs with a 3-2 lead here in the third. I'm just saying, there hasn't been a laugher or a blowout either for or against the Maple Leafs this year. They've been hard-fought, close games throughout. Camp working in the offensive zone for Toronto, goes around back of the goal, stops, now trying to reverse his field again, taken to the boards by Pettersson. The puck comes free. Canucks getting it up on the wing. Engvall was able to keep it in. It bounces to an open wing. Vancouver gets it ahead, and Joshua trying to get in over the line. They got it right at the blue line, and the scramble is on, and Engvall finally gets it freed up. Played back into the Toronto end for Liljegren. Liljegren, a nice reverse to give his defense partner Sandin plenty of skating room. Up ahead for Kerfoot, down into the Vancouver zone. Tavares in there, got the puck free, knocked down behind the net was Kerfoot. Tavares unable to get to it. Now he has it. Back of the net for Kerfoot. Kerfoot engaged there by Shen. Shen has him jammed up against the wall. Kerfoot losing his stick, but the Leafs still on the puck. Marner with it. Marner down low to Kerfoot. Kerfoot looking for Tavares in front. Kerfoot now into the near corner. Back to the point to Riley. Riley in along the boards for Marner. Marner curling out. Back to the point and a shot is whistled wide of the net by Ben. Kept alive by the Maple Leafs and Kerfoot. Centered in front of the net and Tavares shot it wide and looked to the heavens. He knew he had goal number 400 right there in the sights. Puck down in the Vancouver end still. Marner persistence. Forces it wide, and now the Canucks just do get it out. Brought in on a delayed offside. Nicely played by Marner to escape, and then a shot by Bunting went wide of the goal. Leafs back in their own zone with Justin Hall. Hall to Giordano. Return to the defenseman Hall. Up on the right wing, it's tipped into the Vancouver end. Half a minute away from the midpoint of the third. The Leafs with a 3-2 lead on Vancouver. Connor Garland to the Leaf zone. Knocked into the corner by Giordano. Giordano got the puck free. Matthews gets it out. Nylander going wide on the right side. Looks in front of the net. Matthews goes to the side, being literally shadowed here by Connor Garland. Now Nylander drops for Matthews. Matthews works back towards the blue line. Still with it. Dished it off on the wing. It goes into the corner. Nylander with a glance over his shoulder, but can't find anyone. Still has the puck. Near side. Into the corner it goes. Liljegren had crept in. Liljegren comes back to the blue line. Rattles it around the boards to the far side. Yarncrook keeping it alive. Engvall there. The Leafs in the middle of a change. Engvall with a shot in traffic. Had it blocked. Gets a rebound. Leafs with it again. Liljegren to the far side. Gets it back again. Rolls it towards the front of the net. No one can get a stick on it. Canucks relieved the pressure by shooting it out.
That's the best way to protect the lead, isn't it? Playing the other end of the ice.
Down into the Vancouver zone it goes. Grabbed off by Ethan Bear, trying to play it up on the wing. Doesn't get out. Riley plays to the far side for David Camp. Back to the blue line. Long shot in traffic. Knocked down in front of the goal. Leafs restore it. Another shot from the point. Blockered away by Spencer Martin. Back of the goal now for Aston Reese, centered in front. Unable to shoot it there in front of the goal, and it comes free again, and here's David Camp onto it again. Back to the point. Near side Riley. Riley with a pass in. Hit the goal post. Rebound controlled. Centered. Off a leg by Camp. Controlled by Ben. Ben at the blue line to Riley. Leafs are going to get a third change going here with the puck still in the offensive zone. Riley with it again to the far boards and stops. Dishes it off now for Malgin. Leafs are getting a change, but it is poked out at center ice, and now Vancouver in over the line, and a long shot goes off Kallgren. Taking the shot was Studnicka, and I don't know if he had any oxygen left in him.
This is almost like a heavyweight fight, isn't it? The Leafs are a lot of jabs going on every now and then. The Canucks come back throwing in a haymaker.
Played to the blue line, but not in. Leafs have it again in the center ice area. But they have been dominant over the last 4 minutes with pressure down in the Vancouver end, and they've got it again. Marner working back along the boards. Couldn't get it back to the point, and it comes out into the center ice area. Liljegren to Marner, but Kerfoot hadn't managed to escape the zone. Now the Canucks trying to get in over the line, have it knocked away. Sandin quickly to Liljegren, up ahead for Kerfoot, trying to find Matthews, but it goes down into the Vancouver end. The goaltender thought there was going to be icing, but none called. Canucks back the other way. Kuzmenko in across the line, taken to the boards efficiently by Toronto. Cleared by the backhand.
Off the glass.
Oh, thank you.
No, I wasn't sure what language that was in, but I thought I'd translate it.
It was a similar thing that we had earlier. Anyway, no penalty, 7:03 to go, third period. Toronto 3, Vancouver 2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
I'm Johnny. As a high school teacher in Ontario, I've seen the impacts of the pandemic on student achievement and well-being. Students need real government action and investment to recover from pandemic learning disruptions. Schools work best when the government listens to and respects the expertise of teachers like me. As a teacher, I know what my students need to succeed. Learn what's happening in Ontario classrooms. Visit knowmore.ca. That's knowmore.ca.
A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Pavlov's dog proved that irresistible incentives bring predictable results. Now, Nick Pavlov, broker Remax West, is proving it again. With perfect staging, pinpoint accurate pricing, intimate Toronto neighborhood knowledge, the Nick Pavlov real estate team will achieve a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
Every year, fans debate over the draft. Who's going first? At Chuck's, they already know. The top draft choice is that icy cold 18-ounce Molson Canadian you're holding, and it's just $4 at Chuck's during Leafs games. No wonder that at draft time, Canadians are always in high demand. Chuck's Roadhouse Bar and Grill. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
Coming at you faster than a bullet from the blue line. This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
7 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the third period. Maple Leafs with a 3-2 lead. I wouldn't say they're nursing it.
No.
They have been pressing for the fourth.
But every now and then there'll be a opportunity at the other end of the ice, and that's why you certainly like the insurance marker here in the third.
Horvat won the face-off. A shot whistles wide of the lead goal and explodes out at center. Chipped in over the line nicely there by Jordy Ben into the rush. And the puck is along the boards. Ben's first goal in a Leaf uniform is the difference in the game. Flipped into the zone and Ben skates back after the puck. Played it into the corner on the near side. Leafs unable to get to it cleanly. And the Canucks are going to send it in around back of the goal to the near wing, and the Leafs will get it out. And here is Engvall skating to open ice on the far side. Now just backhanding it down into the Vancouver zone. Chipped out and down the ice. Icing's going to be called here against Vancouver. And it will come back.
It's funny, when Jordy Ben played parts of 2 seasons for the Vancouver Canucks, played 75 games, scored a goal in each of the 2 seasons, or half seasons that he was there.
So they're familiar with his goal-scoring prowess.
He got it out of the way early here tonight.
He did. Native of Victoria, British Columbia, Jordy Ben.
By the way, he had a goal and an assist in 4 games with the Marlies, too.
Around back of the goal into the far corner. Ekman Larsson for Vancouver. Got it out at center, and it's played down into the near corner in the Toronto zone. Back of the net, fanning on it there was Malgin, but the Leafs are able to free it up. And it's brought out at center now, and Camp trying to get in over the line, and a pass by Aston Reese. He thought that Camp was over there. Now 2 of the players collide, and down is Hooglander, and there's going to be an interference penalty to the Leafs. Down at the side of the Leaf goal it goes. And that was really unfortunate.
Well, Aston Reese
I don't
is the
think
one.
Aston Reese ever saw him.
And he skates past the official with his palms up to the rafters.
Chris Lee with the call.
But it's going to be an interference call. And with 5:34, the Leafs are hanging on.
5:34 to go. 3-2 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Hi, I'm looking to upgrade my kitchen.
Bathroom, Mom. We need an extra bathroom.
Emily, hang up.
Ugh, this is so unfair.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I need a loan for some home renos.
Well, do you own your home?
Of course. I'm the owner.
Then you're approved. Enjoy your new kitchen.
Bathroom! Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Go to alpinecredits.ca to get started. Some conditions apply.
Visual license 12616. Ugh.
We're live with NBA Rookie of the Year Scotty Barnes, fresh off the court.
Welcome to the Subway. Eat fresh, refresh.
Tell us your thoughts on Subway's new rice bowls.
This is news. What if we call it Bowl-Way?
Okay, how about we take a look at these ingredients?
Seasoned steak, rice, avocado, chipotle sauce.
Delicious.
Bowl-Way by Scotty. Subway. Eat fresh, refresh.
For limited time, save $3 with code BOWL3 only on the Subway app. Freshly prepared for your order at participating shops. Terms apply.
Keeping construction and mining industries earth-moving equipment at peak performance is a big job. It takes the latest technology, insight, experience, and some incredible people. At SMS Equipment, we roll up our sleeves and get the job done. Grow your career and expertise by working with some of the world's most advanced machines and heavy equipment technologies. SMS Equipment. Big machines, bigger careers. Apply now at smsequipment.com.
This is Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
A 4-goal night for Mitch Marner.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
A really strange penalty to Aston Reese, who collides with Ekman Larsson. Neither of them saw one another. You could have given a penalty, I suppose, to either player or both for interference. But I don't know, and there was no goal-scoring chance, nothing. I don't know.
No turnover because of it.
No. Really kind of a non-situation, but Chris Lee has decided to put another notch in his belt. Now the Canucks have the power play, and they had lots of opportunities the last time. Pettersson onto the right wing side, played back to the blue line. Here's Hughes walking the line, dishing off on the left wing, gets it back again, and a shot. Oh, and that went off someone, something, and rocketed up into the screen and out of play.
I don't know, was it Mark Giordano that maybe got a piece of that? Sounded like it went off the skate, didn't it? Kind of that plastic hollow sound. As the faceoff will stay in the Leaf zone to the right of Kallgren.
Horvat leans in, the draw won by the Canucks. Here's Hughes with a shot, just missed. Far side, played back to the blue line to Hughes. Quickly across for Pettersson. Pettersson back to Hughes. Hughes into the slot, back to Pettersson. Pettersson with a shot, that's deflecting and getting high enough that it's going to reach the screen. And now either coach has the opportunity to make player change, and it'll be the Leafs who will send two different forwards out for the penalty kill.
Canucks do have a power play goal. Miller's goal in the first period at 12-11 put them up 2-0.
Draw to the left of Eric Kallgren is scrummed, but the Leafs control and very quickly. Justin Hall gets it out and down the ice. Minute 6 to go in the power play. 4:38 left, third period. 3-2 Toronto. Hughes drops the puck back. Brought by Horvat to the line and in. Fed around the boards by Miller. It comes to the near side. Kept alive. Miller into the corner. Now back to the point to Hughes. Left wing side. A shot. That deflects just wide of the goal. Played back on the far side. Garland getting it back to the blue line. Near side Pettersson. Pettersson to Hughes to Pettersson again. Can't shoot it. Still with it. Tried to center it front and went off a skate. Comes to the line but not out. Canucks keeping it alive. Far side, down low now in a wraparound attempt, swallowed up, and down is Hall to block that. It'll come around the boards, but not out. Kept alive by Pettersson. Near side, holding back to Hughes. Hughes to the left wing side, a centering pass. Great play in front of the goal, and it's cleared out and down the ice. Giordano and Hall doing a tremendous job in frund of the net.
Vancouver really doesn't get anything clear cut, do they?
Penalty's over.
Leafs do a great job in the penalty kill.
Studnicka in over the line, and Jordy Ben really stepped into him. Puck comes back to the blue line, but not out. Hit there by Joshua, and the Leafs break it out at center ice. Marner in on the right side, looking for Matthews. Oh, big save. Rebound in front of the net. And the Canucks get it out and a pass ahead. Garland's got a breakaway. Shot it wide. They're going end to end. Shot in now by Liljegren. Down the boards, Nylander. Back of the net. Matthews had a great chance to ice this one. And then Garland had a great chance to tie it. Now here's Nylander playing it back into his own end. Out of the net, quickly into the corner for Hall, and just as quickly set out at center. Up ahead for Tavares. Tavares to center. Goaltender Martin still in the net. 2:05 to play. Tavares around back of the goal. Took a shot. That was swallowed up, and a loose puck is pounced upon by Spencer Martin with 1:59 to go.
Hard not to get that sick feeling when you see after Matthews had the great chance, Vancouver comes back the other way. Connor Garland had an opportunity. And even though Marner and Matthews have not played a lot together tonight, aside from the power play, there's Mitch Marner's great setup. Saucer pass from the right wing boards to a streaking Austin Matthews to the player for a minus.
There goes Spencer Martin to the bench. The Leafs have the puck though. Kerfoot looking for a empty net, decides to play it back into his own zone. Up ahead for Engvall. Dish back to the blue line. Near side for Morgan Riley. Riley ahead for Kerfoot. Kerfoot took a shot at the empty net, but it was blocked. Myers trying to play it ahead. Kerfoot gets it in over the line. Engvall couldn't reach it, and behind the empty goal goes Bo Horvat with 1:20 to play. Leafs with a 1-goal lead. Horvat the center. Works to the left wing and shoots it in. Round the boards, it's coming to the near side. Chopped around by Besser to the far wing. Cleared back on the wing. It comes in front of the goal, but comes back to the point, not out. Besser's shot in traffic is blocked. Leafs trying to get it out at center, and they do. Horvat up on the left wing. Hughes is able to play it in deep. Besser on the near wing, playing it back to the net. Horvat to the far side. It comes back to Hughes. Hughes to the near side. Pettersson to Hughes. Hughes to the left wing side. Gets it back again. Shot in traffic. Nice save made by Mitch Marner. It comes around the wall, but not cleared. Played into the corner back of the net. One of the Leafs falls and can't get to the puck. Now intercepts it and plays it to the boards, but not out. That is Giordano. Played back to the point. Pettersson along the boards. 17 seconds to go. Camp takes his man down. Leafs get it out at center ice. 10 seconds left. Pettersson, the left wing side. Shot in on goal. Scooped aside by goaltender Kallgren. The Leafs get it out. It's going wide of the empty net. Time runs out.
Well, the Leafs come back from a multi-goal deficit, down 2-0 in the first period. They have a 3-2 lead by the midway mark of the second, and that would be enough for the Leafs to avoid losing back-to-back games in, well, I mean, I guess you got to throw in the overtime loss to Vegas, but the last Leafs are able to snap the 2-game winless streak. And you do like the way they battled in their own end. I think, in the first period and parts of the second period, again, guilty of gift-wrapping some opportunities for the opposition. But they hang with it. And I remember Ilya Samsonov early in the season as well, Joe. I believe it was against Ottawa. Gave up a couple in the first period, then shut the door the rest of the way, and the Leafs were able to come back and win. And for Kallgren, after losing last night, gets the back-to-back starts, gives up 2 in the first period, then was very good and had a couple of goal posts as well to help him and the Leafs hold on to a 3-2 win over the Vancouver Canucks.
And again, that magic number of 3, if the Leafs give up 3, they do not win. At least at this point in the season, they gave up 2 and then would not give up the third and end up winning it by a score of 3-2. The next action is Tuesday night, when the Leafs will be in Pittsburgh for a rematch with the Penguins. We hope that you will join us for a 7 o'clock start. Gord Stellick, Brent Gunning coming your way with the postgame show. The Leafs win it 3-2. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. Molson Canadian, proud partner of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
When you book your vacation with Sunwing, you don't just save. Nuh-uh, you're also gonna do. Just one excursion? Nah, you're gonna explore. Oh, and get those dancing legs ready, because baby, you're gonna celebrate. I like it way more. With hundreds of top-rated resorts and excursions, you get more under our wing. Book with your travel agent or...
In life, there are those who do and those who do more. Just like F-150. Doing more is part of our DNA. It's why F-Series has been Canada's best-selling line of trucks for 56 years. We don't raise the bar. We are the bar. Right now, get 1.49% APR purchase financing for 72 months on select new 2022 F-150 models. Your Toronto area Ford stores have them available now, but they won't last. Get your 2022 F-150 today. Visit your nearby Ford store or Ford.ca for details.
With TELUS, you're a part of something bigger. We are helping make the world a better place by using our technology for good. TELUS Health is innovating to help make good health and well-being easier for all. From field to fork, TELUS Agriculture is improving our global food system. And we're investing in sustainable technologies to protect our planet. You can learn more at TELUS.com/purpose. Join us and let's make the future friendly.
Get in, boy. The Intact Insurance app is your perfect driving companion. It's got Crash Assist, which automatically detects a crash, a handy proof of insurance, and you can even add roadside assistance, because you never know. All at the touch of a finger. Oh, and it won't complain if you miss the high notes. Now that's peace of mind. Count on the Intact Insurance app to make it intact. Restrictions apply.
'Tis the season of giving and the season of stressing. Shop Amazon this holiday for decompressing. Save on silk robes and bath bombs, they're refreshing. When your parents and in-laws just aren't really meshing. Or when your kid brother won't pass the ranch dressing. And the thought of dry turkey gets way too distressing. Whatever holiday nerves you're repressing, Amazon's holiday deals are never depressing.
I'm fine. When we look into your eyes, we want to give you the whole world. But that's not a viable business model. So instead, we're offering you complete glasses from only $69. At Specsavers, we believe quality eyewear and eye care should be affordable to all, which is a little thing we call Specsavers Love. Find out more at specsavers.ca. Conditions apply. Select pairs only.
After a meal like that, you deserve a little dessert. This is Leafs Nation postgame.
Got it on goal, scooped aside by goaltender Kallgren. The Leafs get it out. It's going wide to the empty net. Time runs out.
Well, the Leafs come back from a multi-goal deficit, down 2-0 in the first period. They have a 3-2 lead by the midway mark of the second, and that would be enough for the Leafs.
Leafs are 3-2 winners at home, bouncing back after a loss at home last night. They remain picking up a point in every single game in the back half of a back-to-back this season. Now, that's parsing it really thin. We could parse it plenty of different ways tonight. Ralphie touched on it at the end there. An awesome two-thirds of this game. First period, we came on and talked about it in the first intermission of just not good enough, not the effort you want, not the result you want, and then the ice completely tilted more or less since then. Yes, the Canucks had their chances. Yes, they pressed it at the end, including early on in that third period, but the Leafs really took it to the Canucks for the last two-thirds of this game, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, Brent, if you want to be a great team, it's a consistent style. You play most of the 82 games, and after the horrible 4-game losing streak, you come back, and then you get on a good tear, Philadelphia most of it, and then you've got, of course, Carolina, Boston. So two periods against Vegas, then the 1 period against Vegas, 3 against Pittsburgh, and the first period tonight, you go, okay, 5 periods, what's going on? And then, but then to break it down, the last 40 minutes, boy, exciting hockey, too. Vancouver was really going at it at the end, too. I mean, that's unfortunately a world of hurt for the Vancouver Canucks. Some quality people there, led by Toronto guy Bruce Boudreau. But, yeah, to the Leafs.
Do coaches have family? I know the players all have family and friends down there, but Boudreau, as popular a guy as there is in this city, I don't know how many hangers-on there will be.
Well, I don't know if you go down and see a coach after he loses.
That's what I'm getting at. I don't think so, you know.
But he went and saw his mom on Thursday, so that would make things okay in a personal sense. But I just. Yeah, like this Leaf team without TJ Brody and maybe Sheldon Keefe will tell us more if we get him on. That's part of our Leafs Nation postgame show about what's going on there. And then who would think Jordy Ben? Now, we're going to make our 3 stars, and he had a great game. He won't be one of our 3 stars. We're going to have a little bit of fun.
I have no problem with them making him the first star.
But, yeah, it would just, that's a tough thing when you've been hurt all this time. And you noticed him in the pregame warm-up, kind of, oh, geez, Jordy Ben's there. Sometimes they dress extra players just to get them the experience, who knows what. But sure enough, he played, and Austin Matthews is going to score 8 goals in one game, by the way.
One time it's going to come for him. A couple of their big boys had great looks late. Obviously, Marner and Matthews connected on the really short partial break for Matthews there. Tavares had a couple of point-blank looks that he just couldn't quite get to go home. That was a really fun third period. To go back to the beginning of that period, obviously the Canucks started with a power play, then Liljegren takes the puck over the glass penalty, so you're shorthanded for really the first 4 minutes of the frame, and obviously that's going to tilt the ice one way. But I go back to the bottom 6, and this team was just really strong up and down its lineup tonight. Keefe throws out the bottom 6 out there after they kill off both of those penalties, and the ice just completely shifted in the Leafs' favor, and then they were able to continue it. They had one of the more exciting things in hockey. Anytime you can maintain offensive zone possession and you're still changing on the fly and getting fresh bodies out there, you could feel the crowd really pick it up. And I want to give the big boys all their due, but it really felt like it was the bottom 6 that kind of turned the momentum a little bit. And you need your guys to do that because of the type, when you have Marner and Kerfoot and guys like that killing penalties, you're going to need your bottom 6 afterwards.
Yeah, and particularly the fourth line, but also a third, just like buzzing like bees, buzzing like whatever, and they were doing that. Like, because it just creates an atmosphere. Like you're awake, you're in the game, and man, they had a shift in the third period. I think they had 3 different lines on.
They did.
And they had Vancouver hammed in. Now, they didn't get a ton of scoring chances, but still, they were consistent, moving the puck, keeping the puck possession, and I don't think Vancouver got a change in at all, but that was impressive. Again, you'd like to see a goal as a bit of a finishing touch, but it didn't happen. 3 goals came relatively quick in the second period.
Yep.
And this great third period, there was no scoring whatsoever, but it was still a great, wide open, entertaining third period.
Well, to your point about the shift there, where they had the line changes going on, and they didn't get a ton of dangerous looks, but they just continued to hold possession. That looked a lot like the team we saw at times last year, and even going back to the Canadian division, where we think of cycle so often as Sidney Crosby and grinding low, and of course that cycle. This Leafs team, it feels like when they're at their best, they're usually cycling on the half wall and even right around the top of the blue line. It is super uncomfortable and nerve-wracking at times, especially when it's a guy like Jordy Ben. No offense, but a little offense at the
he got in the cycle.
He did.
Yeah.
It's a different look for this team, and I think it's really encouraging to see little moments and glimpses that look like the best version of this team's self. And, not to make a mountain out of a 3-2 win over a game against the Canucks, where, quite frankly, you should be beating this team, but you're starting to see the best versions of this self, or at least glimpses of it.
Yeah, and in the cycle, like William Nylander does whatever he wants. Yeah. He's got his own mind. And Austin Matthews, a different kind of does. Like, he sort of takes it all back and starts it again, and so you're kind of getting used to it. But it was impressive. And, another note about the goaltending, because that was a bit of a surprise tonight. Eric Kallgren starting it tonight, and I can understand about Keith Petruzzelli that he's up there by default.
Yep.
And he could end up being a solid goaltender. Right now, he's been a pleasant surprise, looking like early on a solid American Hockey League goaltender. And really, that's where he should be right now. This also gives him the option to play Kallgren on Tuesday.
It does.
So now you buy even more time for the return of Matt Murray, and I don't know Ilya Samsonov will get it up, but I mean, there had been some inkling and thought that maybe Murray could have played tonight. I can understand 3 extra days if you give him tonight off because there's 2 off days after. So, Kallgren going back-to-back, which is not what they do. But, again, you didn't travel. And you remember in the bubble,
yes,
they talked about a lot of teams that did that because you said, well, we're not traveling, right? It's a big, big difference when you go back to your whole room, your home bed or your hotel room, and then play the next day.
Yeah, it really is. And then the other positive thing for the Leafs to come out of this, just from how they're going to handle their goaltending, is after tonight, there is not, tonight's over, so I don't even have to say that. There is now not a back-to-back until the 25th and the 26th of this month. So not to say that they are only going to play Murray or only play Kallgren or whatever, but it does not force them into a position where they have to use somebody they might not want to. We want to hear from Leafs head coach Sheldon Keefe. May touch base with our pal Luke Fox tonight. Brent Gunning and Gord Stellick here breaking down a 3-2 Leafs win. And yes, you better believe we will have a few more comments about Borje Salming on his night down here. Thrilled the Leafs could pick up a win for him because, like I said at the beginning, we all want many things in this life, but I guarantee you that guy wanted 2 points for the Leafs tonight, and he got him. Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here. We will continue to break down the Leafs win on Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Strong work ethic takes pride in a job well done. This is you. But to get an honest day's work, you need a callback. You need a job. Express Employment Professionals can help. We'll connect you to the right company. We're committed to your success and never charge a fee to find you a job. Express knows jobs. Get to know Express. Find your location at expresspros.com or on the Express Jobs app.
Pavlov's dog proved the power of predictable results. And for that, Ivan Pavlov received the Nobel Prize. Now Nick Pavlov, broker Remax West, also receives awards. Also for predictable results. So have the award-winning Nick Pavlov real estate team provide a predictable result for you. Your home, sold for the asking price or more, as soon as 7 days or less. You must be salivating at that. Nick Pavlov makes it happen.
I'm Jamie. As an elementary school teacher in Ontario, I've seen the impacts of the pandemic on student achievement and well-being. Students need real government action and investment to recover and succeed. Every child deserves access to high-quality, inclusive early childhood education and care because we know it creates a strong foundation for lifelong learning. As a teacher, I know what my students need to succeed. Learn what's happening in Ontario classrooms. Visit knowmore.ca. That's KNOWMORE.ca. A message from the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association.
Let our trained professionals help you come down from the high of the game here on the Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
3-2 is the final for the Leafs at home, led by the offensive exploits of not our official first star. That's coming up in just a moment here, but the Game Off's official first star of the night, Jordy Ben, Armin, giving us some analytics. You and I don't usually dabble in this. I don't even wholly know what this means, but I am going to say it. He had 80% expected goals tonight for Jordy Ben. 4 hits, 9 shot attempts. I was joking about the 6. Played 17 and a half minutes. Hey, he was playing alongside Morgan Rielly. We're not going to make too much out of it, but we always talk about depth, and you don't need 6 defensemen. If you want to be a good team, you need 7, 8, 9, 10. He could be one of the bunch for sure.
Well, and people keep asking, what about Jake Muzzin? And geez, I don't know, what his future is. But then you add TJ Brody to the mix. That one's a lot more severe because, TJ Brody, he's not in the multiple injury category like Jake Muzzin. And I'm saying it with all respect about Jake Muzzin, about trying to figure things out career-wise because he's had apparently so many injuries the last couple of years. So you get Jordy Ben, your first game of the season, you're new to the team, and you play that kind of game. I mean, that was huge. That was fun to see. They showed a clip of him with his wife and little child, before the game, and how excited they were up against the glass watching the pregame skate. So we haven't had enough of these moments. We don't have these kind of players anymore, right? Like a Jordy Ben moment this year. This is kind of the first one.
Yeah, like even Timothy Liljegren, who had the 2 goals last time we were down here. It's like, well, he was a first-round pick.
Yeah, he's been around for a bit.
He's allowed to score. So yeah, to see that from Jordy Ben. A couple other moments that jumped out to me that I thought were funny from him tonight. When he scores the goal, he has the nice little celebration. He has a big smile on his face. Matthews looked like he scored there. Matthews, you can tell, I think, a lot about teammates. Obviously, a guy like Austin Matthews is going to get fired up when he scores. You watch his reaction, especially when, again, somebody like Jordy Ben is the one coming through. You could just see him beaming in that moment like we all were. And then I thought this was hilarious. This was a little later on in the second period, but Ben broke his stick. He was right by the Leafs bench, and the Leafs equipment manager, Bobby Hastings, he has the stick ready to go because he's so good. But Nick Robertson, just wanting to be involved, hands Jordy Ben his stick, and he goes down the ice, and the whistle goes shortly after. And I think if you ask Jordy Ben, hey, you have to use somebody else's stick on the Leafs, is Nick Robertson the last choice? Like, luckily they shoot the same hand, so that's okay. But I'd imagine that's a way whippier stick than Jordy Ben is used to using, Gordon.
I would think so, but it's like, it's kind of like, that Black Hawk down to a hockey sense about helping whoever out and you always get the defenseman the stick. Although I don't think he expected him to charge down the ice with it. Nick Robertson, I could have done that myself, but yeah, it was, it just,
he had a bit of a look like it was a mini stick in his hands.
Like a lot of neat moments like that tonight. Like I just said, it's one of those games, and you sit back, and it's just as simple. The Leafs didn't have it in the first period, and that's not a knock against Vancouver. They got the 2 goals, good deflections. They worked hard. The Leafs just had this kind of flatness that wasn't there the last 40 minutes, and thank goodness. And a very different atmosphere in this building, which could have been. I don't know if the fans are going to get ugly. I mean, people boo anyway, anywhere if it's a bad game at home because
got a little restless.
Well, because you pay so much money for tickets now. It's not like people go to 35 of the 40 games. No. It's a bunch of different people come. Sure. It's a big night out, a big event out. So you kind of get that feeling when the natives are restless, and that happens everywhere. So
I do think part of that though was, and you and I touched on this in the pregame. We touched on it in the first intermission as well. And, I don't want to use too strong a language here, but they felt it was a little disrespectful to Borje Salming. I honestly think that was part of the reaction to it. And look, you can't just go out and decide to dominate a hockey game. If you could, you'd do it all the time. But I think that was part of the reaction there, because you and I have talked about this. Like, people outside of this market, outside of this building, have really harped on what the fans can be like here. And yes, at times in the past they have been that way. But pretty much since we've all been back here, this has been a really rocking building that when you give them anything to get excited about, they'll get loud. We mentioned Jordy Ben was named the game's first star, courtesy Game Ops. I'll do ours in a second here, but I wanted to get this quote in from him. Jordy Ben, I grew up a Leaf fan? Nope. I grew up a Canucks fan, and it felt really good to stick it to them. So he is just doing everything in his power to endear himself to Leafs Nation. As always, it's time for the Molson 3 Stars. Molson 3 Stars brought to you by Molson Canadian. Now, Gordo, the Leafs, they decided to start off the game in a very fitting tribute. 3 Swedes. We're going 3 Swedes. With
6 Swedes.
6 Swedes, sorry, yes. That would be quite the move. If
3 times 2.
Keith said, you know what, don't worry about it. We only need 3 guys out there. He did not say that. 3rd star of the night, I'm going to go Pierre Engvall. Gets a goal, flying around out there. Had some troubling moments early on in the game, but you get the goal, and I felt like he was part of that bottom 6 that really helped turn momentum. 2nd star, Erik Kallgren. Was he phenomenal? No. Was he good enough? Yes. And 1st star tonight, I think you're sensing a pattern here. This one's pretty easy. Number 21 on your program. Number 1 in your hearts and in the rafters, Borje Salming. Cannot
Great picks.
Not name
Great picks, Brett. And so 6 Swedes started. And of course, up front, you got Engvall, Nylander, and Järnkrok, and then Liljegren and Sandin on defense, and of course Kallgren. And it was neat that when Borje walked off after, and he was just overcome constantly. He's just very, very emotional. And he kind of, fist pumped the bench, and then all 6 starters, including Kallgren, came out of the net just to line up being the final 6, and, all Swedish. And classy moves by Sheldon Keefe. Real classy move, understanding the moment, and it's bigger than hockey, and doing that. And they had a solid first shift. They did. The team got sluggish right after, but solid first shift. So, yeah, we kind of did a little Swedish fun in that way, for want of a better word, but certainly Borje Salming has been the story this weekend. The fact that he's here, speaks volumes. That speaks the kind of player he is and the kind of individual to, make the trip from Sweden. When I was visiting, his son Andrews was kind of kidding. He goes, "Those bad spot for a wheelchair." Kind of, you come in, everyone's kicking it, and that they moved it around. But he was there with so much family, and Daryl Sittler was there, and Gary Lehman, and Tom Ferguson. Guy Al Iafrate, just a bunch of guys dropping in to see him. It just was really, really neat, and they're devastated. They're crushed, the family, but it's been a couple of days of positivity for him, and he can't speak, but he can show his emotion, and it's got to be incredibly frustrating for him. But it's been a very, very cathartic and wonderful experience for a lot of people, and that's all on Borje.
Yeah,
that's all because of Borje.
You could see the emotion coming through on his face. We go back to last night, and you saw it again tonight, where he's taking center stage. And not only did the Leafs start the 6 Swedes, nice touch as well. Obviously, John Tavares and Bo Horvat, the respective captains. I don't think they had to be asked to step aside for Nylander, and I think it was Ekman Larsson who took it. They had a couple great. They of course have a couple great Swedes on the Canucks as well, and Elias Peterson, who. It was interesting to see his game tonight. A guy who you heard about kind of broke on the scene, and it's been a bit of a slower rise than you would have expected, and didn't factor in tonight. But you could just see the moments where he's able to hold the puck, especially on the power play. A very, very dangerous player, and a lot of Swedes in this game tonight. But the one that matters most, Borje Salming, number 21 in the rafters. Great to see him down here tonight. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. We're going to step aside here, take a look around the NHL scoreboard. We may possibly hear from Leafs coach Sheldon Keefe. And, hey, we actually have to talk about these new-look Leafs lines. Matthews and Marner were split up, and we've barely talked about it today. Leafs Nation postgame, Brent Gunning and Gord Stellick. Keep on listening on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Ever find yourself in a situation where you really want to pick something but can't? Mega wedgie? Peeling sunburn? Pesky little nose goblins? The worst! But at Kudo, picking isn't shamed. In fact, it's highly encouraged. With our new Pick Your Perk plans, you get to personalize your phone plan with the free feature that makes you happy. Now, who wouldn't pick that? So pick away, picky people. Pick away.
Kudo! This goes out to all the safe drivers. To the drivers who live in harmony with cyclists. The ones who leave so much space between other cars, they never have to read a bumper sticker. And those who drive slower in fog, snow, rain, and construction, which happen to be Canada's 4 seasons. With CAA Insurance, your history of safe driving could get you savings on car insurance. Because you've earned it. If you're a safe driver, visit I'veEarnedIt.com to learn more. Auto insurance is underwritten by CAA Insurance Company.
Hey, Canada. Thinking of starting a small business or side hustle? Right now, GoDaddy is selling .ca and .com domains for just 1 cent for the first year. There's no better time to bring your great idea to life. GoDaddy is the world's largest domain provider, and we've got you when it comes to getting online. So start bringing your ideas to life with GoDaddy. Visit GoDaddy.ca today. Conditions apply. See site for terms.
Peoples of the Internet, I am serving up a capable Subaru to your IP. I deepfake you with a super lame SUV. Aha, I am laughing my hashtag off. Ha, 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 ha. Funny upside down face.
Don't fall for fakes this fall. Get the real deal. Only at your Subaru dealer.
Time for a little hockey-talky. This is Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs with a bounce-back win at home tonight. 3-2 is the final over the Canucks, and honestly a bit of a return to form for the Leafs in this one. There were moments where you saw the best versions of themselves. We talked about the high-low cycle. We talked about, even though they weren't playing together, Matthew and Marner certainly looked dangerous together at times, be it on a power play or when they were throwing out together after a penalty kill, moments like that. But we don't want to bury the lead. We just talked about it for a second. We'll talk about it again here. The player of the game brought to you by Bet365. Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book with 80 million members worldwide, 19 plus. Play responsibly, Ontario only. Only one guy to give it to tonight. We made him our first star of the game. You better believe I'm going to make him the player of the game. Borje Salming, chance to watch it when it was on TV today, or they're going to catch up with it later because they were covering their own games. They are going to be saying, boy, they did that right in Toronto tonight. That was just an extremely fitting tribute, and not to make it about him. It's about Borje Salming, but our buddy Jim Ralph did a really nice job voicing it as well.
Ralphie did not even tell us
he
had
didn't.
voiced
We
it.
were all looking at each other going,
surprise.
Is that Jim Ralph?
And so it played in-house, and we played it on our Leaf Radio network, and obviously, and did a great job. And so last night was the Hockey Hall of Fame. Borje was part of it, and sort of our first glimpse. And today he came out with his family, which was really nice. And anyway, it was just a nice touch. So two different views of it. So Borje Salming, he would have won this player of the game so many times during his Leaf career, okay? He would have been the guy winning this. It used to be the Molson Cup,
yes.
3 stars that you got points for and tabulated. And, I love that Borje is our player of the game, deservedly so tonight.
It's a good thing that's not too much of an award, or people would be accusing me of cooking the books for Michael Bunting, because we know I have some sway in our 3 stars of the game there. But yes, Borje Salming, very well deserved, and it was really nice to see him get his moment tonight and last night. And again, it's sad that we are here, that he has to get it in this way. But like you said, it's been a few happy days for the family in a time when there quite frankly haven't been many because of the rapidly onsetting ALS there. Switching to the game we saw tonight, it's funny, we were so focused on Salming, and rightfully so, heading into the game, and then just a couple minutes before puck drop, oh, by the way, TJ Brody not in the lineup tonight, Jordy Ben coming in, oh yeah, and Matthews and Marner, they're no longer playing together. Sheldon Keefe kind of springing that one on us. What did you make of the new look lines tonight, Gord?
Well, the first period, not much. And we wondered if he'd go back to the blender. I thought when they had those couple of shifts where they really dominated the offensive zone, it was kind of impressive about these lines getting some cohesion. It's some lines just click naturally. Others, generally, you need some time to get your rhythm together. I think there probably was a big part of that. I'm cool about Sheldon Keefe trying things.
Yep.
And he's not out of desperation. I think he should have more things ready, every stone covered when it comes to the playoffs, about different things you can try to do. So, and this obviously is one of them, about trying to get more lines going and see how it works out.
Yeah, what I liked about it is that, there was obviously a lot of talk of when Nylander and Tavares started off the year so strong. Well, you can't break those two up. And then the second they got cold, and not cold, but the second they stopped being on that torrid pace, he could have easily said, okay, time to shake it up. But Matthews and Marner started to find it a little bit then. It did feel like both of those combos had gone a little, I don't know if stale is the right word, and it just felt like a good time to shake it up. The team was in a bit of a funk coming off the loss to Pittsburgh. You're in a back-to-back. You need some new life. You need some new energy. And then I think the important thing about it as well is that we get so focused on who plays with who, and of course it's important. Line combinations are, but with a coach like Sheldon Keefe, I sometimes think we get too bogged down on it because, we talk about what are the bottom 6 combinations, and does it make sense that Dennis Malgin is on a line with David Kampf and Zach Aston Reese? Yeah, that's the line they're on, but when it comes time to close out a game, yes, Kampf and Aston Reese are out there, but Dennis Malgin is nowhere to be found, and that's not a knock on Malgin, it's just not his role within this team. So yes, Keefe will split up Matthews and Marner. They still got a ton of time together on the power play. They still got a ton of time together, be it with Marner being the first forward on and those two being the last forward off, or vice versa. So I think it's important to realize that yes, they're split up, but those two are still going to get plenty of opportunity to create magic, and we saw it tonight on Matthews' goal.
Yeah, and to your point as well, yeah, when you're up 1 goal or down 1 goal, that's going to give different guys that you can throw in and give more ice time. So I'll give it a B. We gave it a D in the first intermission. It's not one that you're going, wow, these lines, you got to keep them, but it's certainly worth pursuing. It's a satisfying win tonight. I don't know. It's really just a funny feeling about it. Just the first period was so disappointing, and then to salvage it in very entertaining 40 minutes. But the first period in last night's game again, kind of hammer home about is this Leaf team, can they be closer to Carolina and Boston and Vegas, and you got to put Colorado and Tampa Bay being the defending Stanley Cup finalists. Like, are we, the Toronto Maple Leafs, not swimming, and I keep talking about that deep end of the pool? Like, our belief is we have been. That's my belief, but it's easy to have it rattled, on far too many occasions as we go along.
You don't need to tell me how easy it is to have the faith shattered. How many nights have I been leaning on you the past couple of years after a game that didn't go the way I wanted, and then we talk about the forward lines and the shakeup there. Obviously, the blue line, you take out the most reliable defenseman in TJ Brody, you're going to see some changes there. The thing I liked about Ben and him being paired up with Morgan Rielly for a little bit of parts of tonight's game, and again, we talk about it much like with the forwards with the D pairs. Yeah, there are pairs, but they also get changed up as the game goes along. There's been a problem with finding a partner for Morgan Rielly, and if it's not TJ Brody, well, who are you going to play on the right side? Liljegren, is that a little bit overexposure for him? Sandin, that's not his natural side. It is not Jordy Ben's natural side either, but they threw him there on the right side with Morgan Rielly, and not to say that that's going to be Morgan Rielly's partner going forward, but it goes back to what we were talking about defensive depth and having different looks and different things you can throw at the wall. Having a body like Jordy Ben to throw in, I can't explain to you how different of a spice that is than Victor Mete,
Yeah, and, there's been Matt Hunwick. We talked about, Ron Hainsey. They made the trade to get Ilya Lyubushkin last year, and then Jordy Ben's kind of that, not necessarily that kind of style, but that kind of caliber. In and around that kind of caliber. And really that's what they're looking for, like an NHL body. And Mete, less proven that way. Sure. And in Ben's case, and for everyone's has to be reminded, yes, he is Jamie Ben's brother, right? People just, he is Jamie Ben's brother. Jamie makes a little bit more than he does, but still, that's cool. You're a couple of brothers in the NHL.
Yeah, that's right. They can do the NHL brothers salary stat like Brent and Wayne used to do the point stats. There you go. So one's carrying the mail just a touch more than the other there. Obviously, there's a bit of a layoff now until this Leafs team is back at it. There are bodies that could potentially get healthy. You certainly hope that with TJ Brody's case. Another guy who's been kind of on the cusp of the lineup was Nick Robertson. I thought there were moments of this game, there were stretches of this game where I didn't notice him at all. I thought there were stretches in the third period where he did look really effective, and that wasn't just the case of him being confident with the puck. He was engaged. I joke about the play where he's tossing Jordy Ben his stick, and that's not what I mean, but just he seemed to be finding a little bit more of a home, and not to say that he looked like an absolute NHL regular or he's the offensive threat you wanted him to be, but Keefe called him out this week a little bit in terms of, is he not in the lineup because of his experience? No, he's not in the lineup because of his play, and I think that there were steps in the right direction taken for him tonight. Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that's the, I think the good part about Sheldon, you've got to not be afraid to do that to everybody in very way, shape, and form, but you're trying to make Nick Robertson a better player. Mike Babcock did a lot with William Nylander, right? That was kind of his guy that he could get on and hey, if Nick Robertson turns into William Nylander, won't we all be smiling? Well, yeah, and also I think Mike Babcock could be a little bit more head games about it versus Sheldon Keefe, who just said, and I like that. Someone asked, is it because of his age? He's this tender young. No, not his age. There's certain things he's got to learn to do, and adversity-wise and injury-wise, I think his chances are pretty good to figure things out and do whatever it is Sheldon Keefe says he needs to do better or more. Yeah, certainly. You certainly expect that of him. He expects that of himself, and obviously the fact that his brother is there doing what he has done already in the league, it's an extra little carrot for him. The Leafs are now tied for third most points in the East. They're 4-1-2 in their last 7 games. Just nice to see them kind of turning the tide there. On the other side of things, we'll talk about the Canucks for half a second here, Gord. We all big fans of Bruce Boudreau. Who isn't in this league? This is now the 6th time this season that they've lost when holding a multi-goal lead. Oh my God. In the last 2 years, they did that 6 times. So rough times in Vancouver right now. Yeah, he called that timeout when they were up 2-0, and it got was it when it was 3-2 or 2-2? I thought it was 3-2. Yeah. I think it was. Yeah. And I don't. And it's funny in Borje's Salming's family, the box they're in, Mark Curtin, the ex-Leaf and ex-Canucks there,
who's a great friend of Bruce Boudreau's, and played mostly in the AHL, but some in the NHL, and he was stricken with ALS a number of years ago as well. And he's been quite an advocate. As a matter of fact, Borje's daughter, Teresa, mentioned he's been a huge help. He's just and it's been a courageous battle that he fights, and he just said the thing. He goes, "I'm a Leaf, but man, when it was 2-0 for the Canucks, because I'm so tight with Bruce, I thought, okay, that the night's been special, and get that win in Toronto. I know Leaf fans don't concur, and yeah, and I cannot Bruce here, Bruce there it is, or here it is,
that's
right?
That
song,
so fun,
and then Rutherford just dumping on that. Like that, even last year.
That's right.
Kind of, and maybe he's not wrong. It's just saying it's a style that's not good. Well, then make some changes too. I know you're not the GM, you're the president, but you're really running it. And Bruce just had the greatest line about, have you ever had a general manager give you this much public criticism? And his line something that goes, "Yep, that's going to be a chapter in my book that I'm never going to write."
Yeah, it's a shame that he won't write it, because boy, oh boy, something tells me he's got just a couple of stories to tell. And, we talk a lot about Kallgren and what he was able to give the Leafs. Certainly good enough tonight. Thatcher Demko, he's supposed to be their stalwart there, not in the lineup tonight, not the start to his season he's wanted. I thought the kid they had in net tonight, Spencer Martin, I thought he looked pretty solid. He looked big. There weren't any glaring error goals. It just that was a goalie that I thought, and it's funny when it's not the goalie for your team, you're great. I think a little easier on this sometimes, but I thought that was a guy you could feel relatively comfortable with, especially as a backup.
Yeah, no, I thought he played well. And he's played way better. Thatcher Demko, oh my God. Jack Campbell's been a disappointment in Edmonton. Jack Campbell did not play today. They won 4-2 over Florida. Stuart Skinner was in goal, played well. And the same thing, one thing Jim Rutherford said when he took over, I know we have a solid goaltender. So in Thatcher Demko, this is what he said last December, and they did last year. And boy, his goals against average is up over 4, deservedly so. And I don't know, it's strange about slumps. And I guess they happen to goaltenders, too.
Yeah, that's right. They definitely do. That is Gord Stellick. I'm Brent Gunning. We may hear from Sheldon Keefe at some point in time. It's hard to say, but you definitely will hear from the two of us. We'll also take a look around the NHL scoreboard as well. And you know what? We didn't get a chance to talk about it last night, so we might touch on the Hall of Fame class as well. A couple minutes left here in Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When it's time to get to work, I mean really get to work, then it's time for Work and Wear. Since 1975, we've been offering the largest selection of safety clothing and footwear that you've ever seen. Our lineup is always stocked with brands like Carhartt, Tough Duck, Blocklauder, Terra, Timberland, and Bluntstone, just to name a few. Get it now at workandwear.ca or visit our stores in Markham, Scarborough, and in Whitby.
The PC Insiders Report Holiday Edition is here at Real Canadian Superstore. From awesome appies like savory PC crispy shrimp trios to desserts like PC cranberry vanilla ice cream. Ooh, both please. Super your season at Real Canadian Superstore.
Serge Ibaka, a.k.a. Mafuzi Chef, is back for Season 5 of How Hungry Are You? Presented by Samsung Bespoke. Catch it on Sportsnet now, premiering November 14th.
Dell Technologies provides growing businesses with tools to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 310-DELL.
Crispy, juicy, tender. And now, there's even more to love. The new Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. Yep, we turned up the heat on this one. Sure, it's got that crispy seasoned chicken and that soft potato bun. But now, it's also got fiery habanero sauce. Whew, that's hot. This is Mick with a kick. The Spicy McCrispy from McDonald's. So juicy, so...
And I got PC Optimum points. My holiday shopping is done. You should totally check it out.
Blue and white at night. This is Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Nation postgame. Brent Gunning, Gord Stellick here alongside me. We're learning a little bit about the machinations of the Leafs with their 6 Swedes starting lineup in honor of Borje Salming. You know, we've seen these videos across the NHL. I don't know if you saw the one the other day. Mika Zibanejad's dad was in there. It always fires the boys up when you have this. So Keefe reading out the starting lineup, and the Leafs do a pretty good job with their socials, these Leafs blueprint behind-the-scenes things. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some video of this pretty soon. But apparently Keefe understanding what might get them going there. So that'll be a cool moment. I do hope we get to see that in video in some way, shape, or form.
It's one thing with the, I know they changed the name of the 24/7 shows,
right.
but that was part of it. That was kind of cool. You got to see that part. Mika Zibanejad, how about the Rangers taking the dads to Detroit? Nothing against Detroit, but of course the next game's in Nashville.
Okay, that's a
so
little
that two-part. And also it's a wonderful new arena, Little Caesars Arena, that. But I'm just saying, I'm thinking Detroit. Okay, that just seems anyway, but a two-parter. So.
It's funny you say that. I forgot what we were talking about. I remember I was shouting out a mom's trip, and they were in Buffalo. So I don't know. I will let you all debate off air.
No, but then you got to look for the second part
right.
of the
trip. You got to go to the second part. And hey, I've been down to Little Caesars. It's quite a lovely barn. I got to go there for the Leafs last trip to the Joe, and I have been down there for Little Caesars. So a nice rink there as well. Got to take a look around the NHL at large. NHL scoreboard brought to you by Bet365. Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sports book. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. You know, Saturday's always busy across the NHL. But the one thing I want to highlight here, we have a bunch to touch on, but the one thing I definitely want to highlight here is what happened in New Jersey. They had the Fire Lindy chants 2 games into the season, Gord. They have been on a barn burner ever since. They pick up a win at home this afternoon. The final there, 4-2, doubling up the Coyotes, and they chant, "Sorry, Lindy." I don't know how that starts. You know, we know, like, I know soccer chants. They'll actually like pass around a little chant sheet in the crowd. Here's what we're supposed to say. I don't know how that started. I imagine organically. That is awesome. So a lot else going on, but I had to sneak that in there, Gord.
I like it. That's good. Good on you. Good on you, fans. But you know, Winnipeg's got a great choreographed chants they get. You're right about just how does it ever get started. So, well, good on the New Jersey Devils. They remain hot, as you're talking about. The Coyotes had won 3 in a row on the road. That's who New Jersey beat 4-2.
There you go.
The New York Islanders beat Columbus 4-3 in overtime. Good on Columbus winning against Philadelphia, then getting a point here because they were really, really going in the wrong direction. What a huge loss. Zach Werenski for the season.
Brutal.
I mean, that's a stud D. And in Montreal, it was exciting. 5-4 overtime win for the Montreal Canadiens over the Pittsburgh Penguins. Boston beats Buffalo 3-1. Stuart Skinner, outstanding, a goal for Edmonton. They beat Florida 4-2 this afternoon. Ottawa 4-1 win over Philadelphia. And some games going on. Anaheim's up 1-0 over Chicago in the first. St. Louis 1-0 over Vegas in the first. Flames 1-0 over the Jets. And Colorado 2-0 over Carolina. And the Nashville Predators 2-1 over the New York Rangers. These are games in progress, the last few.
There you go. Well done. It's almost like you've talked about hockey for a living for a very long time. Just a couple of things there. The Devils, that's 9 straight wins for them. We'll see if they've cooled off by the time the Leafs get them. That's when the Leafs are back here. That's when we are back on the air for a date with the Devils. That's Thursday at home. And I have no inside info on this at all. I do wonder if that's when we see the Leafs reverse retros. My understanding is you can actually start buying them as of the 15th, and then maybe we will see them that day. That is just my pie-in-the-sky prediction. We will see. We know the Leafs and Devils during that Sundin era, they had a lot of fun battles. So maybe we will see. And then the Montreal game you mentioned there, tons of back and forth play at the end of that one. Brock McGinn gives the Penguins a lead, and then 40 seconds later, Sean Monahan ties it up for the Canadiens. Mike Hoffman with the winner in overtime there. We have a couple of minutes left here. I was not here last night. I don't know if you were. You have a lot of pull. I wouldn't be surprised if you were in the building.
If you're not here, I'm not coming.
Okay,
That's what I said. No Gunner, no Gorder.
There we go. Hall of Fame class. Luongo, Sedin twins, Alfredson, highlighting at Herb Carnegie as well. Just a tremendous class. And, you know, I'll be honest, for my age, one that very much hits home for me. What did you think of? And again, of course, Salming last night, but the class in and of itself.
Well, with Borje Salming, and you looked at it and said there probably should be more Swedes in the Hockey Hall of Fame, so they kind of took care of it in one fell swoop. Daniel Alfredson, we broke his heart time after time after time. Like, that could have been... was chatting with Chris Phillips, who's still in the Ottawa management. Like, they could have had a real good dynasty, actually.
Oh, man.
You know, they really had and the Leafs just killed them every year in the playoffs.
We talk about great blue lines. Phillips, Redden, and Chara. That's a decent one.
Unfortunately, the way the Bruins have kind of killed the Leafs at times in the playoffs. And then the Sedins are the Sedins. Like, they got to come in with each other, which helped. And they were the number 2 line initially, so they kind of, and it just was a whole great maturation process. I mean, they're all lacking Stanley Cup rings. So's Roberto Luongo. Yeah. And he's the antithesis of the goaltender that's temperamental and all these other things, the fun-loving guy. So I like the class. And Herb Carnegie Arena, it was called North York Centennial Arena. Best ice going. A guy named Curly Davies, a legendary Curly Davies, ran the rink with a lot of pride.
I tell you, that sounds like a great rinky name.
Yes, and it became the Herb Carnegie Arena, and our son Justin played there on Sunday nights. And when your kid gets older, when your little Gord gets older, and I don't want to shout out to him in a second, he's still little, you got those Sunday night games with a flood and everything, and it just takes forever. But I would always look at the Herb Carnegie display there. They did a neat job, and it just and I'm happy for his daughter Bernice, and the son and the family. They get to celebrate and cherish this.
That's really well said. And yeah, I remember Herb Carnegie started up this Future Aces program trying to inspire kids, and so you want to talk about a guy who had a footprint, across the GTA, an arena named after him, and this honor that he got yesterday, just a touch more fitting there. Thank you for teeing me up. Gord Stellick, I do love you, but you're the second most important Gordo.
I would hope so.
In my life. We are now 2-0 on Leaf games right before my son's birthday. So I said to you, I probably should have had the kid in April. They needed the help then, not in November. But big shout out to my boy, Gordo Gunning, going to be 2 on Monday.
Wow.
Leafs giving him a big win for him, giving a big win for me, and most importantly, a big win for Borje Salming. Special night down here at the rink. 3-2 is the final. Armin, Tom Young, Dutchie, the guys keeping us on the air. Most importantly, thank you for listening. Leafs back at it Tuesday on the road in Pittsburgh. Then we will be back when they are back here Thursday for a date with the Devils. Let's hope that's not too meaningful. Gord Stellick and Brent Gunning. It's been Leafs Nation postgame on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Everything you talk about is on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
This week said, I guess we have to put the Eagles as number 1, seeing as they're undefeated. Buffalo now has 2 losses. So I'll give the outlets credit for finally catching up with the Eagles. Eagles are this good. And they've got the Commanders who, under Taylor Heineke, may be better than they were with Carson Wentz. Doesn't make them good. Their defense is good. Their defensive line is good. But I don't think they're going to put up a whole hell of a lot of points against the Eagles on Monday night. Hop on my telephone lines. I got plenty of time to get you guys involved in the show. Oh, the phone line's wide open, as a matter of fact. You buzz, you're first. Do it now. 855-212-4227. Jody McHangman here on CBS Sports Radio. I'll get back on the telephone lines after the latest CBS Sports Radio update with Cowboy Jack Stern.
CBS Sports Radio. Sports Flash.
All right, Jody. Well, the Georgia Bulldogs just clinched the SEC East title as they beat Mississippi State 38-19. They will try and lock down the top spot in all of college football the rest of the way. Earlier, 7th-ranked LSU was involved in a close matchup with Arkansas, putting things away on a 1-yard touchdown run from Josh Williams.
Williams, the running back. Here's the snap. Give to Williams. Wide open up the middle in the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. First touchdown of the day for either team. And the Tigers make it a 12-3 ball game.
That scamper put the Tigers up 12-3 as they went on to win 13-10. Call comes courtesy of Chris Blair from LSU Radio. The Tennessee Volunteers kept their postseason hopes alive, defeating Missouri 66-24. Hendon Hooker with 4 touchdowns, 3 through the air, 1 on the ground as the Vols advance tonight.
I'm proud of Mike. Mike's had a tough year, personally a tough year, but he's
fought through that and stayed with his teammates and prepared every week. He's made some big plays for us this season.
Pac-12 action just underway. Arizona's in the Rose Bowl to take on 12th-ranked UCLA, and Stanford squares off versus number 13, Utah. NBA Nets beat the Clippers 110-95. Sixers got 42 points from Joel Embiid to defeat the Hawks 121-109. Jason Tatum put up 43 points and 10 rebounds in the Celtics 117-108 victory over the Pistons. NFL injury news: the Bills have decided not to activate backup quarterback Matt Barkley, which keeps the door open for Josh Allen to take the field. Good news is quarterback Ryan Tannehill will be making his return after missing 2 straight games due to an ankle injury. Rookie Malik Willis went 1-1, almost defeating the Chiefs in his absence. Baseball: Rafael Montero is remaining with the World Series champion Houston Astros on a 3-year contract extension. I'm Jack Stern.
On Sportsnet.
The National Hockey League has returned.
Doesn't get any better than that.
All the incredible.
A theatrical beauty from Connor McDavid.
All the unthinkable.
Oh my goodness, what a goal!
All season long.
Matthew scores! There's a new member of the 60-goal club.
Rugby 500! That's why you gotta watch.
That was amazing.
Every game on Sportsnet.
Every woman has a right to be healthy and safe, but many face challenges that are tough to overcome alone. That's why Love You by Shoppers Drug Mart is committed to advancing women's health and well-being by supporting more than 450 women's charities annually, from coast to coast. To learn more about Love You by Shoppers Drug Mart and to donate, visit shoppersdrugmart.ca/loveyou. Love You by Shoppers Drug Mart, putting women's health first since 2011.
A furnace breakdown is uncomfortable, but you can feel comfortable knowing Reliance Home Comfort will fix it fast. We're here to take your call 24/7. And if you need a new one, right now you can get our featured furnace and make no monthly payments and pay no interest for 18 months. Plus, start your Reliance Smart Home solution with a free Google Nest Learning Thermostat. So, if a furnace breakdown has you feeling uncomfortable, call on Reliance. Financing OAC. Interest accrues 18 months after installation. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Finding a job in today's market can be a challenge. Whether you're looking for work or wanting to change your career direction, JVS Toronto will help you get the right job. Together with JVS Toronto employment experts, you'll explore new job options, create a strong resume, build an appealing online profile, prepare for job interviews, and connect with employers, all for free. Your job is waiting for you. JVS Toronto will help you find it. Get started today. For more information, visit jvstoronto.org.
If I told you there are as many as 2,000 homeless youth in our city each night, would you care?
What if I told you most of them have suffered from abuse and neglect? Then would you care?
What if I told you many feel safer on the streets than they do at home? Now do you care?
What if I told you I really need your help?
How young do they need to be before you care? Donate $8 a month to Covenant House Toronto and provide homeless kids with a warm bed, hot meal, and a better future. Visit covenanthousetoronto.ca to donate.
Every Thursday,
show me your hands.
City TV has all new episodes of Law & Order.
Buckle up, everybody.
Law & Order, SVU.
Got his prints on the subway, and I'm betting that we're going to find his DNA.
And Law & Order, Organized Crime.
Why are you here? I don't like bullies.
3 great shows, 1 great night.
Please tell me you caught him.
We haven't yet, but we will.
Law & Order Thursday. All new episodes starting at 8 on City TV. Or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
Some terrific things start with a T, like Thornhill.